Uhuru,
Uhuru,
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
I want to say welcome to all who are in attendance and to all who are in the Zoom room and to all who are watching us on other social media platforms. This is the Black is Back Coalition's ninth annual electoral campaign school. My name is Lisa Davis. I am the vice chair, and we have a very, very powerful program for you. People, my good people, I do not have to tell you of the times that we are looking at. But we have to make a decision. It requires that each and every one of us make a decision. Are you going to want to continue to go down this horrible trajectory that is just dragging people to the bottom of having to choose between two rabid genocidal warmongers, two parties that represent that? Or are we going to have the guts to stand up and to choose freedom, to choose Black liberation, to choose justice, and to choose to work for that to stop and overturn this destructive system of colonialism and death? And as I always like to remind us, people in the United States, we are not the center of the universe, but we are the center of war and destruction. And we have to make a decision. Are we going to change that or not? And I know that the people that are here, the people that are with the Black is Back Coalition, the people that are involved in the Black liberation struggle, the people that are involved in overturning colonialism, I know what they want. We want freedom. We want a world where everybody eats. We want a world where cultures are respected. And you are going to hear such a powerful program. This is our ninth annual electoral campaign school. But with this ninth annual electoral campaign school comes a history and a legacy around this campaign school and how we put our principles into practice, how the Uhuru movement, under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who is the chair of the Black is Back Coalition. We're going to hear more about his background, but under his leadership. And in order to win, in order to liberate ourselves, we need a strong ideology with how we navigate through this. And we need boots on the ground and people ready to do the work. So again, welcome. We're going to be hearing so much. We're going to be hearing about some victories, Leonard Peltier, the Uhuru Three, and various things that this working groups have been doing and that our comrades have been working on. It's going to be very, very powerful. And again, we thank you so much. And before going further, I just want to introduce our secretary. She is going to be co-moderating this program with me. So I just want to bring her on a moment to introduce her. She is Sister Zaid Vidisa. I'm getting used to these names. I'm just going to read her bio quickly, and then we're going to go through the African Nation fight song, and then we're going to get down to the nitty gritty of why we are here today for certain. So let me just introduce up my co-moderator, Zaid Vidisa. Vidisa, she began organizing on college campuses for answers to our everyday oppression. In 2019, she came in contact with the Uhuru movement and joined the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement (NPDUM). She jumped into participating with the Black Power at the Border Working Group on the Africans Charged Genocide campaign, addressing border-related and other issues. Today, she served as Annual's membership and recruitment coordinator, organizing women to participate in revolutionary political activity. And she's also working as the Black is Back Secretary General. They are so tough and they're so great. And now we're going to go into our African Nation fight song written by Elikia Ngoma, our Secretary General as well, who cannot be here today. But we want to tell you, my sister, you are with us. And we could not have done this without you. And I'm just going to read her bio briefly because she's still very much with us. She is a member of the African People's Socialist Party and African National Women's Organization under the leadership of the chairman, Omali Yeshitela. She has written and composed music and anthems for the Uhuru movement, such as the anthem of the African Nation, the Uhuru medley, and the African Nation fight song. Hit it, brother. Hit it, engineer. Let's hear it.
If you're in the room, please go ahead and stand up and sing along with us.
Shout uhuru for our freedom. We are ready. Dance and sing songs when revolutions won. We are ready. Africa's best daughters and sons. We are ready. Liberation of our African nation. Freedom through organization. Socialist world our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are ready. Red, black, and green for you and me. We are ready. Won't stop the fight till we are free. We are ready. African workers, we must unite. We are ready. Against white power, the parasite. We are ready. Long live the liberation of our African nation. Freedom through organization. Socialist world our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are ready. Viva Haiti, who first set us free. We are ready. Carry the torch of Jean-Jacques Dessalines. We are ready. Où peut-être, où les cailles. We will rejoice when the colonizers die. We are ready. Long live the liberation of our African nation. Freedom through organization. Socialist world our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are ready. Fight like Fannie Lou and Malcolm too. We are ready. Remember our struggle, always be true. We are ready. From Harlem to Brazil to Azania. We are ready. We fight and live for God. We are ready. Of our African nation. Freedom through organization. Socialist world our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are ready. Patrice Lumumba's life won't be in vain. We are ready. Keep up the work in Marcus Garvey's name. We are ready. Independent and free is what we will be.
Uhuru!
Uhuru.
Uhuru! Yes, we are winning. We got to win, and we will win, and we are winning.
That's
Uhuru.
right. Uhuru.
We will use all of the forces necessary to go through this whole thing in terms of.
So, Sister Zaisa, you will
So at this time, we will move on into going over our steering committee. But I just wanted to say the African Nation Fight Song is for the African nation. It's not exclusively for the African People's Socialist Party. So do take it out into the world, use it. My 4-year-old daughter, she knows this song, she loves it. And that's what we got to do, you know, put the fight forward. So Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Oh, I believe this is the wrong screen, comrade. We're going over the steering committee.
Yeah, the steering committee members.
All right, awesome. So we are going to go over the people who, you know, make the Black is Back Coalition work go on. So first we'll start with the coordinating committee. And these are the people that are responsible for the day-to-day work of the coalition. First, of course, we have our chairman, Omala Yeshitela, chairman of the African People's Socialist Party. Next, we have our vice chair, Lisa Davis, and she's vice chair of the coalition, but also chair of the Healthcare Working Group. Then we have myself, Saeed Boudissa, serving as a new secretary for the coalition. Then our outreach coordinator, Nkuhuleku Shakaba. Then we have Akinge Maele. She's one to make sure that everything gets done in this coalition. Now we'll be moving forward to the steering committee members, and these are organizational members that represent the working groups. So first starting off with President Comrade Matsamela, who is the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement Chair, and also Chair of the Black Community Control of Police Working Group. Next, we have Betty Davis of the New Abolitionist Movement, Jackie Lookman from Black Alliance for Peace, Daoud Khalik, the chair of the Reparations Working Group, Belinda Parker Brown of Louisiana United International. Here we have Reverend Ed Pinkney from the Black Autonomy Network Community Organization, also known as BANCO. Then Jihad Abdulmumit of the Jericho Movement. Uhuru Yejide Orunmila, the president of the African National Women's Organization. Life Malcolm from Black People's Advancement and Defense Organization. Zaki Baruti, President General of Universal African People's Organization. Then we have Joko Collective featuring Tasha Thomas, Youssef Imhotep, and Jamila Feemster. Great comrades. Then we have Amanda Wallace from Operation Stop CPS. Paul Pumphrey, excuse me, co-founder of the Friends of the Congo. Robert War Williams, chairman of the Black Panther Party in San Diego, California. Cam Howard of Reparations United. Emmanuel Macru, Youth and Student Working Group, Saero Oshosi, over political education, and in memoriam, our comrades that have transitioned. First up, Glenn Ford, founding member of this coalition and from the Black Agenda Report. Long live. Next, Dr. Zena Crenshaw Logal from Louisiana United International. Long live. And our dear Ralph Pointer of the Lynn Stewart Organization. Long live. So join the Black is Black Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. You could do so by visiting blackisbackcoalition.org. You can join as an individual or a part of an organization. Uhuru. All right, so at this time, we will go over into the history of the Black is Back Coalition and the influence that it has had on the present political climate that we see today. So to start off with some backstory, in 1982, the African People Socialist Party, under the leadership of the current chair and co-founder of the Black is Back Coalition, Omali Yeshitela, held the first International Tribunal of Reparations for Black people in the United States. This made reparations a household word for the masses of the people. And prior to that time, reparations for the most of the masses of our people was a foreign concept. So this tribunal was extremely successful, and it subsequently became the springboard for many organizations, such as the African National Reparations Organization and in COBRA to form today. So 43 years, according to the Pew Research, later, over 70% of Black people believe in reparations and 45% of white people under the age of 30. So the history is relevant to understanding the Electoral Campaign School because it illustrates the importance of the unity of theory and practice. It is the marrying of solid political theory and boots on the ground action in changing our political landscape and creating the world that we want to live in. And it was with this knowledge that the groundwork for the Black is Back Electoral Campaign School was launched. So the Black is Back Coalition was founded in 2009 in response to Barack Hussein Obama's election. The coalition recognized this as a new weapon in the colonization of African and other oppressed people, as a Black person became the face of US imperialism. And we recognize this as an effort to pacify the African community's growing distrust in US elections. In 2016, the Black is Back Coalition recognized the need to develop a political agenda for self-determination. So on April 9th in Harlem, New York, the Black is Back Coalition had a conference around the 2016 election and the struggle for Black self-determination. The event was filled with organizations and individuals from around the world and the country who felt that they had questions surrounding the 2016 US presidential election, and they were addressed from the perspective of the Black is Back Coalition. Throughout 2016, we worked on putting together an agenda for Black self-determination. That agenda later came to be called the Black is Back 19-point platform. So in short, these points read, point 1, elevate and empower Black women. Point 2, protect the Black family. 3, Black community control of the police. 4, free all political prisoners. 5, roll back mass incarceration. 6, full reparations. 7, self-defense. 8, nationalize the banks. 9, national minimum income. 10, a right to housing. 11, halt gentrification. 12, nurture Black businesses. 13, free college education. 14, free universal health care. 15, voting rights. Number 16, US out of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. 17, that the West must pay its debt to Africa and its descendants, 18, Free Palestine, and 19, An End to Climate Change and Pollution. Uhuru. On August 13th and 14th in 2016, the Black is Back Coalition held a historic conference in Philadelphia to put forward the 19-point platform, which is our national platform for Black self-determination. Here you can see Comrade Sister Vice Chair Lisa Davis putting in the work and taking this out to the community. Next slide, please. Upon completion of the 19-point platform, local conferences were held throughout the country to win unity from the African community and to have them adopt the 19-point platform as their own. Conferences were held in New York, Newark, New Jersey, Philadelphia, St. Petersburg, Florida, Kansas City, Missouri, DC, Maryland, Chicago, and Houston, Texas. And these took place in October of 2016, excuse me. It was determined that the way to inject revolutionary politics into these elections was to do it by finding people who would run for the elections and unite them with our platform. In April of 2017, the first electoral campaign school was held in St. Petersburg, Florida. It was attended by Africans from several states within the United States. At this school, we discussed ballot referendums, proportional representation, how to recall elected officials from office, and successful campaign strategies. Any candidate seeking the endorsement of the Black is Back Coalition would have to adopt our 19-point platform in its entirety. The campaign would prove to be, next slide, please. So the campaign would prove to be very significant because in 2022, the US government came after many who were in leadership positions of these campaigns, including Jesse and Akile. Although Akile was not indicted, Chairman Yeshitela, Penny Hess, Jesse Neville were indicted and became to be known as the Uhuru Three. So Jesse Neville and Akile Anai's campaign marked the first time that a campaign was run with reparations to the Black community as a central theme. So although they did not win their campaign was extremely successful. It forced candidates to discuss issues that they didn't want to deal with, which caused their campaign to go viral and garner international attention. I know we talk about often when Paul Kanjami had made his ridiculous statement that, African people had already received reparations via Barack Obama and that we should go back to Africa. His statement went viral and brought even more national attention to the reparations and to the campaign platform. It appeared in several US public media publications, including US Today, The Business Insider, Washington Post, the New York Daily News, Essence Magazine, and many more. And in each of these articles, the campaigns of Jesse and Akile were mentioned. Their campaign was so effective that it forced our former president, Barack Obama, to come down into St. Petersburg from wherever he was and to endorse the incumbent mayor, Rick Kreisman, who had fallen badly in polls that election year. Next slide, please. So our second campaign school was held in April of 2018 in St. Louis, Missouri, with the goal to teach ordinary African people, whether they may be workers, activists, women, or youth alike, how to run for office. Also being taught how to conduct recalls, referendums, and ballot initiatives. Wanda Carson had attended our second school and united with the 19-point platform. She was later endorsed by the coalition in the 2019 election year. Next slide, please. So in 2019, the third Black is Back Electoral School was held on April 6th and 7th in St. Petersburg, Florida. In this school, comrades deepened their understanding and commitments to the national political agenda for self-determination, really recognizing that past struggles for our liberation of our people had been posed as either the ballot or the bullet. And it was a coalition that redefined the struggle as one, using every method, so the ballot and the bullet. Next slide, perfect. So the fourth campaign school happened during the COVID-19 pandemic, or what we refer to as a colonial virus. The campaign school was postponed for a later date. Although we did hold many webinars and meetings that year on the devastating effects of the virus on the African community and around the world, and how to stay well in the face of the colonial virus. Tachara Masimba and her Dosha Kalambai Bentham, students of the Black is Back Electoral Campaign School, also made announcements that year to put Black self-determination on the ballot in St. Louis. Next slide, please. Our fifth electoral campaign school was held April 10th and 11th, 2021. This period demanded that we be able to redefine the struggle as one, using every method, the ballot and the bullet, campaigning for self-determination. If we can recall the political climate in 2021, it was one of extreme turbulence, with Trump losing the election to Biden. We had the January 6th insurrection at the US Capitol. The coalition really made it clear that both Trump and Biden administrations are representatives of the Republican and Democratic parties of white colonial capitalist ruling class. You know, their differences were between right rulers of this country and seldom speak to the compelling issues of our people or of the majority of colonized and oppressed peoples in the United States and throughout the world. So we urge the masses to attend this school in order to advance our struggle against the entire colonial capitalist system while we still have electoral politics as an option. The sixth campaign school, Beyond the Colonizers' Coup to African Self-Determination, happened in the midst of the defensive war being waged by Russia and Ukraine. And it was the global colonial anti-Russia propaganda that we know is so famously spearheaded by the West. It was the Black is Back coalition during this time that asserted that, you know, the United States' attempt to use its Ukrainian war against Russia as a means to uniting the politically fractured colonial population in the United States was just to get support for a broken US presidency. We amped it up for school number 7, where our theme was the ballot and the bullet, anti-colonial struggle for democracy. This school, we highlighted the government attacks and our right to participate in the electoral arena per this country's Declaration of Independence without fear of life, limb, or livelihood. We exposed the rigged elections that continue to take place under this so-called American democracy. The year 2024 had called for the Black liberation to be put on the ballot. It took place just 5 months before the federal trial of the Uhuru 3, which would begin in Tampa, Florida. It called on the masses of people who were still registered to the Democratic Party to vote uncommitted. You know, the demands were clear, that the money spent on Israel and Ukraine be given back to the African community as reparations. There was a call for an immediate end to the genocide and occupation of Palestine, and a drop against the charges against the Uhuru 3. It was for free Leonard Peltier, Mumia Abu-Jamal, and all political prisoners, and stop the gentrification on the Black community, hands off Africa, hands off Haiti, and hands off Latin America. So for these last 9 years, the Black is Back Coalition's electoral campaign school has been steadfast in challenging this corrupt, poisonous, and deadly two-party duopoly trap that seeks to take the Black community into the gutter with them. But the coalition refuses to allow that to happen. We have endorsed numerous candidates, such as Chokwe Lumumba, Charles and Inez Barron, Jesse Todd, Jesse Neville, Akile Anai, Chatara Masimba, Kalambai and Annette, Carla Coffey Wright, Denise Harris, Ann Hirsch, Betsy Mitchell, and much more. These are individuals all who agreed to endorse our 19-point platform and feature it prominently on their websites. The influence of this school has been felt. You know, after Jesse Neville and Akile ran for their campaign and boldly put out reparations at the center, They forever changed the election landscape, emboldening other candidates to make reparations central to their campaign as well. So we did see Marianne Williamson when she ran in 2020. She decided to make reparations for African people a part of her platform, and that was by no coincidence. So we recognize that, the ruthless, baseless government attack that was launched on our leadership of our organization and our comrades shows how much that the work of the Uhuru movement has been challenging the system in ways that the government could not tolerate. We saw that in this electoral campaign school played a prominent role in the decision for the government to attack us. The Department of Justice repeatedly accused our comrades of tampering with elections, stating that as far back as 2015 that, we were being controlled by Russians. And in spite of these attacks from the US government, and in spite of the coalition being caught in the crosshairs of the DOJ via the attack our chairman, and later others in the coalition would also be targeted by the government. Nonetheless, we were relentless, we never retreated, and we continued with this electoral campaign school. We did not miss a beat, and we stood fast in the Uhuru 3-1, and there will be testament of that today and tomorrow throughout this program. So this weekend, we are here for our 9th electoral campaign school. We will not be stopped. We are not retreating from our right to intervene in this legal process in the pursuit of, dignity for self-determination, the right to feed, clothe, and house and govern ourselves. We say not one day, not one dime, no compromise, no surrender. African people will be free. So without further ado, I will now introduce the chairman to kick us off with our program for today. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
From the day that he tore down that racist mural from City Hall in St. Petersburg, Florida in 1966, Chairman Omali Yeshitela has never stopped fighting for liberation for African people everywhere. In the heat of revolutionary struggle and during years in prison for his political work, Chairman Omali developed the theory of African internationalism that understands the world through the eyes of the African working class. In 1968, Chairman Yeshitela founded the Burning Spear newspaper, which is still published today. The chairman has authored numerous articles, pamphlets, and books. He has led countless campaigns in the name of the African working class, including the Community Control of Housing Initiative that won 22,000 votes in Oakland, California in 1984. He also led the campaign that freed Desi Woods, an African woman imprisoned for killing a white attempted rapist with his own gun. And in 1996, the chairman mobilized the community fight back following the rebellions sparked by the police murder of 17-year-old Tyron Lewis in St. Petersburg. Chairman Omali made reparations a household word with the International Tribunal on Reparations for the African People, which was held in Brooklyn, New York in 1982, finding that African people are owed $4.1 trillion for stolen labor in the US alone. The chairman founded the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement in 1991 as a revolutionary mass organization to defend the democratic rights of the African working class. The party also launched Black Star Industries, bringing all the economic development institutions of the party under one umbrella, creating partnerships with community members. Today, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, as the leader of the African Socialist International, speaks to his growing base around the world and leads the worldwide movement for liberation of Africa and African people everywhere. My leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela.
Uhuru!
Uhuru, comrade. Uhuru. I want to express appreciation to that long introduction by Comrade Sister Secretary Zai, and to express my appreciation to all of you who are here, and especially to the incredible steering committee of the coalition. Extraordinary forces, most with strong history, backgrounds of your own. We are here despite every effort by the United States government to prevent this from occurring. Part of what I mean by that is the most recent attack that we experienced, our movement experienced, through the assault on my home with me and my wife here in St. Louis, on the home of Jesse Neville and his wife, and comrades Penny Hess and her housemate. We're here despite also the attack that was made on our offices in St. Petersburg, Florida, where they knocked down doors with battering rams. They came with assault weapons and with flashbang grenades. They cordoned off entire neighborhoods. They went to the home. They called the home. They had the local police department call the home of Comrade Sister Akile Nai to tell her to come outside because her car was being broken into, and she needed to see about that. And of course, when she went outside, she was surrounded by FBI agents who came out from behind vans and other things like that and accosted her. We were handcuffed. Our offices and homes were occupied from 7 to 8 hours by armed thugs carrying assault weapons, having come with armored vehicles, with drones and what have you. And we were later to be told that we were unindicted co-conspirators because we worked for the Russians. All the work that we did was being done at the direction and control of Russians. So that's one thing that obviously indicated the intent of the United States government from preventing this from happening. But the history goes back much further than that. And I have to remind us of this. The history goes back from the inception of this entity that is now called the United States of America. You know, we fought a case, the Uhuru Three, as we came to be known, me, Jesse Neville, and Penny Hess. And much of this case surrounded the issue of free speech, the First Amendment, the Bill of Rights, the right to speak, the right to assemble, the right to associate with different, whomever we wanted to associate. That's put forth in the Constitution of the United States of America. But we reminded people constantly during this process that the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, had nothing to do with us. That when it was ratified by the United States Congress in 1897, 91, 97, 17, I should say, 17, say it again? No, 1789. African people were property in this country. It had no significance in terms of Black people being able to run for office. In fact, in this, from this city, this right here, this state of Missouri, the Supreme Court justice determined that Black people had no rights. This is in 1857, that white people had to respect. So that was the law. So the idea, this was from the Supreme Court. This was not from the Ku Klux Klan. This was not from Donald Trump. This was from the Supreme Court of the United States. And the Supreme, and the country has treated us in this fashion since we were brought here. We had no rights. Even if it was written on paper, and we used to refer to this as what they characterize as de jure, that sometimes the rights were conferred to us by law, but de facto, in fact, they didn't apply to us. That was the reality that we've lived with all along. So I think it's important to recognize this, that it was never meant for us. And I was one of those people who organized throughout the South, and particularly in Florida, to make it possible for African people to vote in this country. even fighting for what was characterized as civil rights, along with hundreds of other incredible forces, brave people, some of whom lost their lives in the process of doing this. And 1965, a year after the 1964 passage of the Voting Rights Bill, the Voting Rights Act was passed in this country, and it conferred on everybody the right to vote, in theory. And universal suffrage happened at that point. But you must understand that from the very beginning, from Birmingham, when they were blowing up our children, when they were assassinating leaders, shooting them often in the back, throughout this country, there was an ongoing effort to make sure that African people did not have the benefit of the vote, because the vote was presumed to be the instrument through which people could pursue their interests in this legally in this country. That was the vote that made that presumption. And despite the fact that the system was even rigged under those terms, that was the presumption that was there. But Black people, it was not presumed to be the case for. So we experienced lynchings, people just trying to join Kamala Harris's party were murdered, peacefully trying to do this. Our children faced high-powered water hoses for trying to register to vote. People were trampled by horses in Alabama, just trying to register to vote. That's what it was about. Whole massive movement. So we never had this right for the longest period of time. And then there was a convergence of a couple of factors that contributed to the U.S. government determining that we could vote. This passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. They included the courage of African people who faced the might of the United States government. And we have to remember, it was the government and various of its iterations that were constantly making war against Africans for just trying to vote. Even when the presidents said they supported us, they didn't support us enough to keep the killers from killing us and committing horrific crimes against us. And then, so you had this thing that was happening in the 1960s, leading up to the 1960s, I should say. And the other thing that happened that was of some significance is the anti-colonial movement around the world was heating up as well. Bandung Conference happened, what, 1954, 55 or something, where people from all around the world came together in Bandung, Indonesia. And the white man could not even attend. They did not allow the colonizers to come to that meeting. And it was an anti-colonial conference of people from around the world demanding freedom. And there were other incidents that occurred, in the wake of that as well. In Cuba in 1966, by 1966 in Cuba, we saw the Tricontinental Conference where Africa, Asia, Latin America came together in Havana, Cuba, as an anti-colonial movement fighting against colonialism all around the world. And then you had the United States in this contest with what was called Soviet Russia, the Soviet Union, that itself had had become free, had destroyed the Tsar. It was a semi-feudal state until the Russian Revolution. That itself was influenced by the struggle against colonialism that was happening all around the world. The Russian Revolution happened in 1917. And look at what was happening in the Black world in 1917 that really said something about what was happening in the world altogether, and that was Marcus Garvey. The Garvey movement was everywhere. It was the largest anti-imperialist movement that's ever been recorded in the history of the world. Not just people like to say Garvey had the largest Black movement. It was the largest anti-colonial movement in the history of this country. Marcus Garvey led the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. That was the name of the organization. Had something like 11 million members and associates all around the world. Black people and the colonial people were rising up. And as this was happening, it was fracturing, causing all kinds of problems for the colonizers, who in 1918, just a year after the Russian Revolution, because they were struggling to redivide the world with the First Imperialist World War. When the first war happened, Russia refused to participate because they didn't expect the revolution to have occurred. That is to say, the so-called West. The other colonizers had not expected the revolution to occur. And so when Russia refused to participate in this war to redivide the world, because they fought all the time to get a better deal for the different colonial powers. 1884, 85, they came together in Berlin, Germany to redivide the world then. It's been an ongoing process by the colonizers to control the whole peoples of the world and take all the resources of the peoples of the world. And so they expected to be able to do this with the participation of Russia under the Tsar. But the Tsar had been kicked out of power by the Russian Revolution, by the Bolsheviks. And when the Tsar was kicked out of power, they didn't have the forces that they thought would agree with them to go along with things like the Balfour Declaration. Anybody know what Balfour Declaration was? That was when England gave to white people the Palestine. Gave it to Palestine to European Jews, say it's yours, the Balfour Declaration. That was also the time frame that we saw the physical contours of what's now known as Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, all this thing that we call the Middle East. A deal was made between England and France to divide that up. It was the Russians who they expected to participate because all of this became up for grabs with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire that controlled much of this territory. And they expected the Russians to participate under the Tsar with them to divide up the territories that used to be the Ottoman Empire. Y'all with me? And what happened, of course, the Russians pulled out. And they expected the Russians to participate. Why? Because even with the communists in power, because there were Jews who were members of the revolutionary organization that came to power in Russia, one of whom was Trotsky. And Trotsky blew the lid. Trotsky said, hey, this is what they planning to do. This is what's going on, etc. He is the one who exposed it all. Because Trotsky was a communist. He was a revolutionary. He was an internationalist, etc. And so this is what we saw happening at that time. And so there was because the United States was in a contest with Russia for the rest of the world. They were debating about which social system was best. The social system of capitalism that people from all around the world came together in Indonesia with Bandung to denounce whether that was the system that was best. The social system of capitalism, where people came from all around the world, Africa, Asia, and Latin America, to Havana, Cuba in 1967, whether that was the best system or not. And so because the United States was in competing with this powerful international force, with this powerful force out there, because it had to contend with Ella Baker, because it had to contend with Fannie Lou Hamer, because it had to contend with Black children who were in struggle against the social system. The United States had to come up with a compromise. And that compromise was give Black people the right, civil rights, give Black people voting rights, because everybody in the world was seeing the United States through the lenses of the struggle of African people being killed just for trying to join Kamala Harris's party. Murdered just for doing that. Not trying to join Lenin, just for trying to vote. And so there never was an intention for African people to participate in the election. And as the struggle heated up, and the United States had to prove itself to the rest of the world in order to get the allegiance of the peoples around the world who were fighting against colonialism, whether the people were going to go with American capitalism or European capitalism, or whether they were going to go with communism and the rights of the workers of the world. This is what the contest was all about. And Black people on the ground were struggling for the working people, for the oppressed people, for the colonizers of the world, just like people were in Bandung. And so America made some concessions. But before it made the concessions, remember that the Voting Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act was passed in 1965. 1965, they killed Malcolm X. By 1968, they killed Martin Luther King. Throughout the 60s, they were killing Black Panthers throughout this country and what have you. They were doing everything they could to annihilate the struggle against colonialism. People weren't talking about hands up, don't shoot. We're not talking about Black Lives Matter, talking about Black Power Matters. Having power in our own hands, that's what the struggle was about at that time. And the United States government was intent, along with all the other colonial powers, of stopping that struggle. And so they made this concession based on their contention they had with the Russians, and they made it based on the fact that they were killing people who would bring a program for Black people to put on the elections, to make that part of election campaigns. So by the time we got the right to vote, we had nobody to vote for. We had no program of our own. Only thing we had was the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party has never been a revolutionary organization. Never, 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 never has been. In fact, it was the party of the slave masters. They were. And so these are factors that went into the process of us being able to vote. And this says something about the attack that was made on our movement, because they had succeeded in crushing our movement. And they put in the place of the struggle for self-determination, of the struggle for Black people to have our right, to say what our children, how our children are going to live or not, whether we're going to have dignified lives or not. They said that before they would allow that to happen, they committed all these executions, assassinations, etc., throughout this country. They weren't just doing it here, by the way, because none of the colonized peoples of the world were supposed to be able to use the electoral process. And I'm talking about elections now because you got to remember, what we know as elections is happening throughout Africa and much of the world were processes that were started by European colonizers, not those of us who were colonized. It's not like we didn't know freedom before. We knew our freedom, but white power imposed its own definition of freedom and its own structures on our lives, etc. So this assault was made on us, and we fought furiously to come out of that. And so here we have a situation that has developed again. They crushed our movement, and they would kill our leaders, and they would put these fakes in place of our leaders. So now you can vote. Here's the program. This is what you vote for. This establishes the parameters that you can discuss in the so-called election. None of them can break free. None of them can talk about freedom and independence and self-government for Black people. None of that can happen. They've killed everybody they thought that represented those ideas. Think about this. As magnificent as the organization that we've seen subsequent to that, they denied Malcolm X the ballot. They denied the program of the Black Panther Party to be out there on the platform that everybody had a chance to debate. Not just Black people, but White people couldn't debate these issues. Nobody could talk about it. They broke up the possibilities of relationship deepening between Africans and Mexicans and other peoples in this country and around the world. In fact, in our communities, we used to say we knew they were going to kill Malcolm. Why? Because he took the struggle international, because he took it outside the United States. Malcolm had the audacity to do it. In fact, I spoke at Oxford University in 2019. And one of the reasons I was willing to do that because Malcolm had spoken there before. And he'd used that to try to internationalize the struggle. He was just on his way from Africa, and he stopped in England. And they killed him several days after he got back from Oxford. And they said this was a warning. You don't take the struggle outside the United States. Even people who were members of Martin Luther King's circle all around him said, don't get involved in the struggle around Vietnam. You take the struggle outside, this is going to be dangerous. This is what would happen to you. They killed Malcolm, they killed King because of that. Because they want us to be isolated with no friends at all. And they pump this rot into the social system here. Ideologically, they isolate ideologically who we are, what we stand for, what the struggle is about. They destroy history. So nobody knows the history of this country. So people think that history started just a couple of 100 years ago with the theft of this land from the indigenous people who nobody even talks about. Nobody even talks about the indigenous people unless they're in the room. And so they will lock people's understanding in this within this limited parameter. They're doing so affects what you call a worldview, the philosophy, your worldview, how you view the world. And if the only thing you live in is this room, just that's the extent to which you can view the world. Your imagination cannot escape the boundaries of your worldview. You see? So keep them locked up here. I went to Moscow in 2015 twice. I was a pretty well-read guy. I knew a whole bunch of other stuff, but just how effective they are. When I got to Moscow, when I got to Russia, it blew my mind. I thought I knew about Russia. Like I said, well-read, etc. But Russia was nothing like they allowed me to understand before I got there, before I walked the streets, before I met Russians there, before I saw how Russians live as compared to what they say. It was a mind-boggling thing. They keep us locked up in that fashion. Most Africans do not leave their villages or their communities that they live in. There are some Africans who live in a city, they don't go from one side of the city to the other. They limit our capacity to see the world. Right. And this is why we represent such a threat to them, because we open up the doors. We help people to see the world, and therefore when they can see the world, their worldview can grow. The philosophy that informs what they should be doing can grow, it can expand, etc. So anyway, in 2000, the struggle against colonialism has been growing throughout the world in the recent period. The frauds who these neo-colonialism, that's what Kwame Nkrumah called it, neo-colonialism. We characterize it as white power and blackface. When they give a sense of people having won freedom. You see this in Africa. You see the struggle happening in Africa. They let you have a flag. Sometimes they help you pick your flag. They let you have a constitution. Sometimes they even help you write the constitution. And then they have this big ceremony where right after midnight, there's going to be supposed to be this power transfer. People watch the ships sail off the coast of Africa. They watch the flag being raised and what have you, but they don't see that what happens is the ones who are leaving with their ship, they left somebody to run stuff for them behind. They still control the economy. They control the entire economy. If you can't feed, clothe, and house yourself, whomever it is that feeds, clothes, and houses you will control you, no matter what kind of other process they have in place. So that becomes a threat to them. And so this struggle has been heated up. And Cuba, of course, was a fantastic example of this attempt. The tiny island, Cuba. But it sparked revolutionary movements throughout the Americas. It was even in Che Guevara in Africa and what have you, trying to facilitate a whole continental-wide guerrilla war against colonialism. This is what Che Guevara did. And the whole system rests upon a foundation of our oppression. It can't last if we resist. It can't last. Every time we make a move, the whole system trembles. The higher up you get, anybody ever get an earthquake? Anybody ever lived in earthquake territory? Because what you learn is that, and I've experienced this, the higher up you're in those buildings, that's when the earthquake affects it more. That's when you get this huge sway on top of the buildings. And it starts from the bottom. And we've been on the bottom. And every time we move, everything on the top sways like this because they built a system on a colonial fault line. On a colonial fault line. And so we've been engaged in the process of trying to deconstruct the whole colonial system. We're not scared, as they say. I mean, they can kill us individually and stuff. That's why Martin Luther King was able to say when he knew they were going to kill him, because anybody who's ever seen the last speech of King that was made on April 3rd knew he was going to die. But he was able to say that I've been to the mountaintop. And this is where we are on the mountaintop. We can see the future. So you can't say what's going to happen to any individual, but we know African people are going to be free. The colonized people are going to be free. The colonized people will set the terms for what the world looks like. You can't live in a world where a handful of people, a minority of people on the planet Earth, a tiny minority of the force on the planet Earth dominates the entire world, where most of the world don't have clean water, most of the world don't have electricity, and all of the clean water that people got comes from the places where we don't have it at. They got electricity because they control our resources, our lands, and stuff like that. We talk about the Sahel. We talk about Niger, people who've broken free. But France wouldn't have a light. There wouldn't be a light bulb on in France if it weren't for what they're stealing from Niger in terms of the uranium and what have you there. And that's how we live. That's the reality that we exist with. We feed people, everybody but ourselves. So I just wanted to say that it's a remarkable day to be here. And that despite all the work they did, killing Malcolm, killing King, killing Panthers, murdering and arresting people everywhere, they have failed. They have failed because we are here. And the program they thought they had knocked out of the water was the murder of Malcolm X, who, what did Malcolm say? He talked about this whole issue of politics. And when he said he's part of a politics of Black nationalism, he said politics of Black nationalism, he said, means that you control the economy in your own community. He says you control the politicians from your own community. He said you control everything in your own community. And that's what we've been doing. That's what we were deconstructing, this whole system that we've got here. Everything that we've done contributes to that. And then we've also contributed with this school to unleashing the genius of the masses of African people, taking it from beyond this stuff that they've created and told us is normal, for us to be on our bellies kissing the feet or some other part of the body of the colonizers. This is supposed to be normal. We reject it. We call on other people to reject it. And we have the courage to stand up and say it, despite the fact that we know it's a threat to do that. Despite the fact that we know that they'll come pre-dawn in the morning with flashbang grenades and armored vehicles and military forces. Why the hell would they be using that kind of force at the home of an 82-year-old African man who they come with armored vehicles, assault weapons, and what have you? This is the same military forces that's moving ships throughout the Mediterranean to kill people in Yemen today. Why the hell would they be using that kind of power, influence in the poor section of St. Louis? They got a problem. If they can punk us out, if they can turn us into lick-spittle cowards, like the ones who claim to be the leaders of our people, then they shall be victorious. But we are in pursuit of freedom, and we expect and intend to get it. So I want to say that we'll be going through this school. The first part of the school, for some, it's been controversial. Historically, since we've been doing this, somebody say, well, what you should do first is just tell people how to get elected. And they say, no, we got enough Negroes who get elected. You understand? And it doesn't serve us at all. We're going to talk about how to get elected, but first of all, we want people to understand how this thing works. We have to inform people. We have to help people come to a better understanding of the world that we live in. We have to be able to go through these questions of prisoners and prisoners of war and Black people who are being arrested. There's tremendous numbers of African people. It's normal. When your neighbor disappeared, people expect it. When they came and attacked my house at 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning here, similar to what they had done in Chicago with Fred Hampton, they came at 4 o'clock in the morning. They moved the entire neighborhood out of the neighborhood, and then before they in silence, before they came to kill Fred. They cordoned off the neighborhoods that we live in before they came to get us. This is a system that has no confidence in its capacity to survive. And that doesn't work, because any system, the two things that are absolutely necessary for the survival of a system is that it has to believe in the justice of the system. And it has to believe in what? In its permanence. I have to believe as an oppressed person, I have to believe that it's permanent, and I have to believe that it's just. But even the oppressor has to believe that the system is just or it's permanent. And they could get away with lynching, killing, and all these other kinds of things with us because they had eliminated us in the conscience of everybody as being human beings any damn way, so you can do it to them. In fact, they had come up with a theory to explain how they could treat Black people and other colonized people in such a horrible fashion, even as they were extolling themselves for representing democracy, et cetera. And that theory was they could do that because we were not yet civilized. They would do whatever was necessary to bring us to the point of civilization. Even if it meant crushing us, they would crush us and make us civilized. And at the point we became civilized, then we could have the rights. This is theory. I'm not telling you, I didn't make this up. I'm telling you, this is debates that they were having among themselves when they were creating what became law that we experience today. In fact, with the League of Nations, they claim to be about self-determination. It says self-determination for the civilized. So when somebody, African or somebody, went before the League of Nations to claim the right to self-determination, they had to prove they were civilized. And how do you prove you're civilized except by convincing those who oppress you that that's the case? This is the world we lived in. We aren't going to live that way no more. It's just not going to be that way anymore. So you got this situation of cruelty. Countries based on assassinations, and things like that, that's afflicted the world for the longest period of time. The 1960s, people around the world saw Africa and African people, and especially in this country, as responsible for a future for freedom of everybody else. They saw that about us here in this country. And I've traveled the world, and at different times in traveling, subsequent to then, they said, well, what happened to the Black Revolution? What happened? What happened? What happened? And they look at people like Barack Hussein. I would like to make a joke and call him Barack insane. But that's doing a disfavor to people who have mental illnesses. And he is not crazy. Kamala is not crazy. They hoes, both of them are hoes, but they ain't crazy. They sellouts. They do the worst kind of thing to our people. They do it voluntarily. They do it because it meets their own specific material interests. They sacrifice the interests of the majority of our people for their own self-interest because we live in a system in a country that will permit an individual to make it. An individual African can make it. It's the group who they won't allow to make it. And so when we move to try to move the group forward, that's when we become a problem. If you want to sell out, you can get rich tomorrow. So we've entered this, and we have taken the program that they thought they had shot out. They thought they had killed out. We are now taking this into the electoral process again. We're going to have white people having to vote on reparations. We're going to talk about how to put reparations on the campaign packages that people running for office. We've got organized 130 some odd cities of white people who do reparations work under our leadership right now. And there are so many more waiting for an opportunity to do it. We just got to knock down these ideological doors that they got people barricaded behind so they can't see the future. People are scared to death. They're scared of Black people. They're scared of Mexican people. They're scared of all these things. Yes, and you should be afraid. Because as long as you hoard all of our resources, we're coming for the resources. The point is whether or not you're going to stand between us and those resources, or whether you're going to join us to knock this system down so that everybody can know freedom. Because if there's a white woman who's oppressed, it's white power that does it. If there's a white homosexual who's oppressed, it's white power that does it. If there's a white worker who's exploited, it's white power that does it, not Black power. If you want freedom, join with Black power. And this is what we've given you an opportunity to do. Uhuru coming.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, Brother Chairman, thank you so much for that that great synopsis and summary. Somebody just asked if we could make that available, and I want to say yes, we will, and it's also available on our Facebook pages and other social media platforms. And now we're going to continue on with the rest of the program, which our wonderful comrade, Sister Zayi, will be moderating the first half of this panel discussion. I just want to remind people a couple of housekeeping rules. People speaking on this part of the panel discussion, which is about this. The panel discussion is the ballot and the bullet, not one day, not one dime, no compromise, no surrender. The first half of the panel will talk about, we'll have panelists talking about things going on domestically. And the second half, which I will be moderating, will be talking about what's happening internationally. And I just want to remind people that the panelists will have 20 minutes each to speak for this particular panel. You might hear my voice saying 1 minute or 2 minutes, or either Sisters IE. And also, if people have any questions or suggestions, if you're in the Zoom room, please put them in the Q&A. That way, we can keep better track of them than if you put them in the chat. And thank you, and Sisters Ayi, it's on you. Uhuru.
Uhuru. I just want to say thank you, Chairman. That was great. I'm fired up. Like you said, no compromise, no surrender. And they have failed because those days are long gone. We have our own platform for African self-determination. So everybody else better get with it. All right, so our first panel discussion, like Comrade Lisa said, is titled The Ballot and the Bullet, Not One Day, Not One Dime, No Compromise, No Surrender. It's important to highlight that the government attack did not stop this movement, as you just heard Chairman say. This panel has some heavy hitters on it. It'll feature comrades who have prioritized forwarding the struggle when the state decides to double down on its oppression. Like Sister Lisa said, it's a hefty one, so it is split into 2 parts. In part 1, we will hear from Afia and Wangaza with the Malcolm X Center for Self-Determination, attorney Mutaki Akbar, the valiant attorney who represented the Uhuru 3, Omawale Clay of the December 12th movement and the New York 8. We will also have Marsha Adebayo with the Bethesda African Cemetery Coalition, and then we'll hear from Professor Akimba Ejori. So without further ado, Afia Nwangaza is a lifelong civil human rights activist and freedom fighter who first worked for the liberation of African and Black people as a child in her Garveyite parents' apostolistic faith church. In her birthplace of Norfolk, Virginia, at the age of 13, she served as secretary for the Norfolk branch of the NAACP Youth and College chapter. She later joined forces with returning SNCC volunteers to found the Northern Student Movement, the Freedom Library Day School, which featured the Xerox-sponsored Black History Lost, Stolen, or Strayed series. She later worked with the National SNCC office and took on campus organizing for the successful Julian Bond special election campaign committee with the SNCC Atlanta project. Afia Nwangaza is the founder and executive director of the African American Institute for Policy Studies and Planning and founding member of SC coordinator for the Malcolm X Grassroots Movement for Self-Determination. She's the founder, coordinator of the WMPX-LP community-based radio and has sat on Pacifica Network National Board, the nation's oldest progressive radio network. Afia is the former co-chair of the Jericho Movement for U.S. political prisoners, represented the U.S. Human Rights Network Political Prisoner Working Group in observing the U.S. first appearance for UN Universal Periodic Review in Geneva. She represented the National Conference of Black Lawyers in Aristide Era Haiti, lectured at the UN Fourth World Conference on Women, an NGO forum, Beijing, China, and helped draft an action plan for UN World Conference Against Racism. In 2004, she ran as a Green Party candidate for the US Senate. We welcome you, Comrade Afia.
Uhuru, Black Power.
That's it.
It is an honor to participate in this historic effort at this pivotal moment in the struggle to free humanity from the clutches of colonial imperialism. I salute my SNCC comrade, Chairman Omali Yesatella, SNCC being more than an organization, but a state of mind and a continuing vibration in the world today. I salute Deputy Chair Ona Zene Yasatella and the courageous, standard-bearing Uhuru 3, Chairman O'Malley's, Penny Hess, Jesse Neville, and the extraordinary team that worked to not only successfully support the Uhuru 3, but to educate, organize, and mobilize the world around the human rights of African people in the US and abroad. The right of free speech, the right of self-determination, in the more than 500-year-old struggle for restoration of African sovereignty and dignity.
Yes.
As I thought about this morning, I thought about, dwell on the fact that we too often overlook the fact that we were a free people.
Yes.
We were not born slaves. We were free, sovereign, independent, and in fact, according to some historians, ruling the known world.
Yes.
When we were captured, kidnapped, and forced into chains in our effort, like our indigenous Western Hemisphere sisters and brothers offered our hospitality and our civilization to the rest of the world. That being the case, we never in our bones lost the knowledge, the feeling, and the need to be free, and thus never gave up the struggle to be again a free people. It was out of that continuing struggle, and actually, you sit there in a historic site in St. Louis when we think about the Dred Scott case, was it as a manifestation of that continuing struggle to reclaim our sovereignty and our dignity. That spirit was particularly strong in what is known as the Deep South, since that's where the majority of us were being held in forced labor, in servitude, that the struggle first for to lead those plantations. And although we hear lots of stories about the Underground Railroad, it was fewer of us from the Deep South who physically were able to leave, and thus that desire for freedom burned most deeply, most hotly in the breasts of those of us who were held in the South. We are encouraged to think of the beginning of the modern U.S. human rights movement, come civil rights movement, come again human rights movement as challenged by Malcolm X, as having begun in Greensboro, North Carolina, where 4 college students sit in at the lunch counter. But actually, again, that is precisely what Dred Scott was doing when he refused to go back to the segregated boxcar, refusing to collaborate and accommodate segregationist laws and discrimination, or as the Trump administration says, self-deport himself back to the segregated cars. We see that out of that, in the Northeast primarily, we have the formation of organizations like CORE that call for public accommodations laws changing. This is beginning in the 60s with the emergence of independent African nations and their membership in the United Nations, and they're traveling throughout the country, and the U.S. government at pains to avoid their being embarrassed and being held to segregationist laws. I'm not going to repeat the precise way that the chairman has described that interaction and that pressure that was brought to bear against the United States and forcing it to give the appearance of desegregation and integration of Africans people into the economy, politics, and life here in the United States. That when the Freedom Riders, as they were called, came down south, the people in the community said, we're not all that interested in a cup of coffee. We're not all that interested in sitting next to them on the bus, even. What we're interested in is the right to vote. Theoretically, that is supposed to allow us to have some kind of power and some kind of participation in making decisions about the quantum and quality of our lives. We're perfectly happy with our own businesses, our own schools, as long as they are properly funded to the same degree that that the white schools are funded, that our teachers are paid on the same pay scale. The right to vote is what we want, and it's out of that demand that the Voting Rights followed the Public Accommodation Act. It was out of that energy that SNCC was formed, that young people were not only demanding the access to a cup of coffee, but the ability to pay for the coffee was still to be raised. At the same time, the the energy and the demand for freedom had burst out all across the country, the way we see people today protesting every day, everywhere, somewhere in this country against Donald Trump and the rise of fascism here in the United States. Martin Luther King and SCLC, in its infancy at the time, hired NAACP veteran and labor organizer Ella Baker to assist them in forming their organization and to corral the young people who were engaged in the activities across the country. She called a meeting that was held in fact, April of 1960 at Shaw University in Raleigh, North Carolina. And instead of encouraging us to become the equivalent of the youth branch of SCLC, she instead encouraged us to stand independent and on our own, setting our own agenda, our own priorities, while in support of the larger campaign as represented by SCLC and AACP Corps and any number of other organizations. But she recognized the necessity for youth to remain in charge of its own movement. It was out of that SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, was founded and organized. I would point out, however, that while the name was Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, there was not a time when there wasn't at least some guns nearby, because as Charlie Cobbs, who was a co-founder of SNCC, pointed out in one of his books, this nonviolent stuff would get you killed. And especially after 1964 and the civil rights youth were Chaney Goodman and Schwerner were murdered in Mississippi, then it became even a greater reality and necessity for arming ourselves in self-defense. So don't be misguided by that name. With the passage of the 1965 Civil Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, there was a great deal of excitement, having theoretically removed the barriers um, to be able to register and to vote and to participate in having some say, we thought, in what would happen to ourselves and our community gaining some power. We, of course, soon learned, as the chairman pointed out, that after we got the vote, then we discovered we didn't have anybody to vote for. So we ran our own people, set up our own parties all across the South. There were parties that were set up. We hear most about the Lyons County Freedom Democratic Party, and we hear about the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. But here in South Carolina, we had the United Citizens Party and ran our own slate of offices. In fact, it still exists. And given the fusion schedule scheme here, folk often run on both the Democrat and the United Citizens Party, but it is, of course, a fossil, a shadow of itself, and it has none of the energy or of the priorities for which it was originally founded. It was out of that era that Julian Bond ran in the state of Georgia. He was ultimately elected among the first group. I believe it was 11 Black legislators across the state of Georgia who were elected, the first to be elected since Reconstruction. However, as a member of SNCC and indeed its communications secretary, as well as a student at Morehouse College, he presented SNCC's position in opposition to the war on Vietnam. And as a result of that, the Georgia legislature refused to seat him. That was an early First Amendment challenge against our right to not only take a position, but to publicly articulate that position and organize the community in support of that position, support of opposition to the war on Vietnam, and support and opposition against the draft, that we would urge others to not only oppose the war, but that they would manifest that opposition by refusing to participate in the war, even as conscientious objectors. We took that position before Martin Luther King. In fact, we shamed Martin Luther King and SCLC into opposing the war on Vietnam. It was a tacit agreement among the middle class leadership of the movement at that time that they would not criticize the US government in times of war. In fact, it hadn't been that long before that, back in the 40s, when A. Philip Randolph had organized and made the demand that the military be desegregated so that Black men could die right along with the white men that they couldn't live next door to or be paid the same wage for the same job at the same time. After the battle, both in the streets and in the courts, to seat Julian, much like the Uhuru Three battle, both in the streets and in the courts, we on the Atlanta Project began to ask the question, where do we go from here? What is a real course of action to liberation of African people in the belly of the beast? The Atlanta Project was composed of a wide-ranging spectrum of students to veteran activists who had worked in Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama, Southwest Georgia. We hear a lot about Mississippi, but Southwest Georgia was hell to pay. In fact, Southwest Georgia was where the sheriff developed a level of sophistication that he was able in Albany, Georgia, to really demoralize and to defeat the campaign to desegregate Albany, Georgia. And it was from Albany, Georgia that King was driven out and went into a deep depression. It was later that following that he went to Birmingham with Reverend Shuttlesworth, who said, you know, we think you can be beneficial here. Well, he got there and it wasn't a whole lot different. And you can read his letter from a Birmingham jail that talks about his feelings and the questions to be asked at that time. We on the Atlanta Project began to read. We began to have group discussions, analysis of the experiences that we had all had leading up until that time and what they had, or more accurately, had not yielded. And it was in that process that we wrote actually 3 position papers, only one of which survives, and perhaps the most important of which is the one that survives, to say that it is necessary that African people are self-determining, self-directed, grasping or taking hold of the phrase that was coined by the author, Richard Wright, Black Power. And that phrase had been echoed by New York Representative Adam Clayton Powell in a formal address at Howard University Law School the year before in 1965, saying that if we use the ballot strategically, that it could be a useful tool. It was Adam Clayton Powell with that belief who required that all grants and programs that receive federal funds could not discriminate on the basis of race, religion, or national origin.
2 minutes.
Of course, how much time do I have?
2 more minutes.
While you're doing that, as a result of that, when we wrote the position paper, which was done as a group effort, the chief writers were Donald Stone and Alton Patillo and a brother out of, and I always forget his name, a poet out of who now lives in Boston. And it was that position paper that we struggled with the leadership of SNCC to bring to the Central Committee and to adopt officially, which it refused and failed to do because it recognized, Kwame Ture and others recognized that given the position that whites would no longer be in charge directly or indirectly, that Black people would set our own agenda, and to the extent that whites wanted to work with us, then they would have to be under our leadership. And it is a tribute to the Uhuru movement and to Chairman Omali Yesitela that, frankly, he and the movement have been the only ones who have been able to implement that principle, and to manifest it in material ways, thus laying the groundwork for what was the natural next phase, being Black power in substance as well as in symbol. And I'm over the weekend, you'll hear more about the extraordinary accomplishments of the Black Power Blueprint. And so I'm not going to take time to go into that at this point. It was as a result of the SNCC Atlanta Project's Black Power position paper that SNCC was forced to re-examine its position as an integrationist organization to an organization committed to human rights, as we had been called upon by Malcolm to do. The phrase was later popularized after great resistance by Kwame Ture and others. Out of that, it became increasingly clear that free speech is essential. Self-defense and community defense and mutual aid are essential. Economic self-determination supported by reparations, that political autonomy and cultural and historical literacy are critical to our being able to move forward in realizing the restoration of our sovereignty and of our dignity. And that all of those exercises are essential to defeating the assault that we now experience with the Trump administration. Reparations is the final frontier that was initiated in 1970 by James Forman with his Black Manifesto, which comes, we contend, out of the spirit and the sentiment of the Atlanta Project's Black Power position paper. And from that, the organization went into an entirely different way and ultimately dissipated. But thankfully, Chairman Omali Yesitela and others working with him picked up the gauntlet and carried it to the next level. The next level being to hold the World Tribunal on Reparations. It's very interesting to look at the record of that tribunal in the form of his book, Reparations, to see Eric Adams as having been a part of that discussion and of that school of thought, that thinking. I can't help but wonder whether he remembers and how he rests with and reconciles the positions that he holds today and his betrayal of African people. Malcolm, of course, also challenged us not only regarding the ballot and to use the ballot to advance human rights, but also to defend those rights. And while he said the ballot or the bullet, we have reached the point in our evolution and in our maturation where we understand that it's the ballot and the bullet. Thank you. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Sister Comrade Afia. I will move on to our next person on our panel. I will go ahead and let comrades know that we are about 10 minutes behind schedule. So if we could keep an eye on the chat, we'll be sending countdowns in the chat, and let's just try to stay disciplined. So next we have attorney Mutaki Akbar with his family tree partially rooted in the city of Tallahassee. Attorney Mutaki Akbar has an innate and sincere passion for the protection of its population. Son of notable psychologist Naeem Akbar, attorney Akbar's expectation for himself have always been set high, a fact that has allowed him to be successful in his endeavors in practice. As alumni of Atlanta, Georgia's Morehouse College, he graduated cum laude, and alumni of University of Miami School of Law, where he would again graduate cum laude. His prowess in education, however, hardly speaks to his legal experience or proficiency. Attorney Akbar has participated in the 11th, 15th, and 17th Judicial Circuit Public Defender's Office of Miami, West Palm Beach, Florida, and Fort Lauderdale, Florida. After valuable work experience in the city of Miami, he migrated back to his roots in Tallahassee to protect the justice, respect, and freedom of its inhabitants. Unwavering in his vow to safeguard the morals of the community, attorney Mutaki Akbar is an award-winning criminal defense attorney who continues to be motivated by the overrepresentation of minorities in the criminal justice system. It is his passion to be at the forefront of change. Comrade Mutaki Akbar.
Uhuru.
Thank you for that introduction, and thanks for allowing me to be on this panel. And I will do my best for us to catch up on time as far as giving an update on the Uhuru 3 and where we are as far as the legal battle goes right now. And I'll be remiss to not start by saying it has been an absolute pleasure to be a part of this legal fight. To not only get to know the Uhuru 3, Jesse, Penny, and Chairman Yesatella, but also to be able to get to know the organization, the African People's Socialist Party, Black is Black Coalition, and all the other organizations and the work that this group has been doing for, over 50, 60 years. And I've always said it that, unfortunately, I think it's the work, not just the words, but the work that has put a target on the organization's back, because it's real work that's being done with this organization. The idea of self-determination, not just in rhetoric, but in action, is, put a target on the organization's back. And understanding that it was a target, understanding the importance of the work, understanding the importance of this model of self-determination, when we sought out this legal battle, we understood that we couldn't bow down in doing so, that we couldn't tuck our tails in doing so, and that we had to walk out, win, lose, or draw, with our heads held high on behalf of the organization by speaking truth about the organization and what the organization stands for. And so for those who attended or followed, it was strategic that we started off by saying Uhuru. It was strategic that we started off by saying and talking about Chairman Yesatella as being a revolutionary, and talking about how Jesse and Penny, in this struggle for Black liberation, as white people had taken on their responsibility for reparations. Not hide from it, not minimize it, but really talk about it in a way not to get people to walk out and want to join the African People's Socialist Party, but to get people to walk out and understand the importance of the work. And that was our theme throughout the trial. Our theme throughout the trial was like, this is the work that's been being done, and no Russian or no anybody is telling anybody what to do within this organization. It's work that's not only been developed by the chairman and developed by those people that's been a part of the organization, for all this time, or even just joining, but it's ancestral at the same time. When I say it's ancestral at the same time, it's work that African people have been doing for its own liberation, whether you're in Africa or Haiti or United States, wherever you are, that liberation is ancestral, and it's what our ancestors have been fighting for, for all existence. and not fighting for, begging white folks to free us, but fighting for the liberation that we've always divinely had, when we weren't removed from the continent and when we weren't removed from what we've been rooted in. So to get back to to the trial, so we understood that was not only important for the organization, but it was important for everybody to hear when we walked out. And
Yes.
so when it came down to the trial, and everything that's happened since, the sentencing and everything that's happened since, we understand that we've won several battles along the way, but we're still in a war. And when I say that, we're still in this war because we have this appeal to fight. Um, and our ultimate goal is to win this war, no doubt. But I also believe that the battles that we fought were battles that were that nobody thought we would win going in. Nobody thought we would be able to show that we were not directed or under the control of the Russian government. Nobody thought that the Uhuru Three will walk out with no prison time or no jail time and no huge fine. So we won all those battles. But of course, we ultimately want to win the war of the Court of Appeals saying that this was no conspiracy. The Court of Appeals saying that, how could you conspire to do something that you were proven not to be doing in the first place? In the war, what we've been saying all the time is like this is all about free speech, and that the attack on free speech is what's under assault, no matter if you agree with that speech or not. So right now we're in the process of preparing the appellate briefs, and it was, the original due date was yesterday, but we got an extension for another month, and so the briefs will be due next month. Once those briefs are submitted, then the government will in turn submit reply briefs, and then it gets up to the judges to kind of to weigh it out when it comes down to the law. Sometimes they request oral arguments, sometimes they don't. We anticipate that it will probably be some oral arguments in this because the legal issues are so unique and new as well. So we believe that the judges will want us to kind of spell it out orally as opposed to just in the briefs, and then they'll make a ruling on it at that point. We don't expect, honestly, to hear anything back as far as like any kind of like final ruling, no more than like a year or so. And if we lose that battle, then there's still another battle. We can take it to the Supreme Court. And we anticipate either way, it will probably keep getting appealed up. Whether we win or whether the government wins, that they'll probably appeal it as well, to keep going up, and then it'll be up to the Supreme Court to make the final decision on that. Um, with that being said, we are still, again, like just actively following the law, actively following different changes with the government. Coincidentally, one of Trump's new things, I think specifically because he's kind of fallen victim to this freedom of speech idea, is that they've taken away these types of prosecutions once he got into office. And so one of the things that we did ask, well, since y'all taking away moving forward, can y'all retroactively take it away as well for groups like the Uhuru Three? And they just said, no, we're still going to proceed with the legal process. So that's where we are right now with it. Um, Again, so the battle continues, the war continues. We will continue to fight for free speech. We will continue to fight for the rights of not only this organization but other organizations that's focused on self-determination, to be able to do the work without government interference and without government intimidation and without the weaponization of the judicial system and the government, while organizations like ours fight for freedom. So continue to keep us in your prayers. Continue to to ask the ancestors to fight for this battle. and we'll continue the fight until we ultimately win this war. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Attorney Akbar.
Thank you.
And I just to highlight what you said, we have you said it's ancestral, this culture of resistance that we have, and we got to keep that alive. And that's what this campaign school is about. So thank you so much for coming on. There will be a question and answer section in this panel. So if anybody is watching and you're watching on Zoom, please use the question and answer feature for any of the panelists. We will visit question and answer in maybe about 30 minutes. All right, so we will now move on to Comrade Omowale Clay. Omowale Clay is the founding member and current chair of the December 12th movement. He was also a member of the New York 8+ against fascist terrorism, which was a major federal case with the United States government. He created the slogans, "Whose streets? Our streets. Close the crack house. No justice, no peace. Africa called, Cuba answered. They stole us, they sold us, they owe us, and reparations now." Editor of former arm of the Masses newspaper, a D12 organizer for the Durban 400, which took 400 Black folks along with the National Black United Front to 2001 to the 2001 UN World Conference Against Racism, where the declaration of the transatlantic slave trade was historically established as a crime against humanity with no statutes of limitations. The first National Reparations Rally in Washington, D.C. was hosted by Chairs Viola Plummer and Conrad Worrell, which under the banner Millions of Reparations led further marches and rallies to the UN and New York, Columbus, South Carolina, and Memphis, Tennessee. Under the founding leadership of Viola Plummer, Sunny Abu Abdika, Carson, Coltrane Chimurenga, Alambe Brath, and Father Lawrence Lucas. He is entrenched in the national Black liberation struggle for human rights and Pan-Africanism against racial capitalism, which has led him across the country and globe to meetings, conferences, and discussions with such leaders as James Forman, President Robert Mugabe, Sam Nujoma, Fidel Castro, to name a few. He continues to be shaped by comrades and freedom fighters like those in the Uhuru movement who continually challenge him to live up to the standards of our ancestors. As Sister Asada poeticized, and carrying on the tradition. Uhuru, welcome.
Uhuru, welcome.
Peace, comrades. How are you doing? Okay,
We're doing all right.
Okay, am I good? Can you hear me?
You can be heard.
Straight ahead. First, greetings to all my comrades. We have a slogan here in Brooklyn where we say, "We're still here." No matter what they do, the bottom line is we're still here. We continue to stand on the shoulders of those before us, and we'll continue to carry out our responsibility to struggle against this beast until our people's freedom. I understand my participation today in this panel was to give some background on the question of the case of tremendous historical case of the New York 8. And certainly it inspired us under our former chairman, Sister Viola Plummer, when the Uhuru movement was attacked. Our initial instinct was to defend. An attack on Uhuru was an attack on our people. And more importantly, just an attack on our people, an attack on the conscious elements of our people that's absolutely necessary to lead us to freedom. And so our participation was more than just a simple solidarity. It was a responsibility. And we always take that responsibility seriously. And as I sent Comrade O'Malley a picture years ago of he and Sister Viola, actually they were standing next to each other in the picture. I think Rosie Douglas was in it. Conrad was in it, Zaid Muhammad was in it. But it was a historical picture to say that we didn't just start our relationship now. It's been a historical one. And something I think to pass over to our younger comrades who come up, relationships are very important. They're qualitatively the basis of how we win, and that those relationships be principled. So what I wanted to do is just kind of give some folks a little background on what was a case, a historical case, the New York 8 case, that found 8 freedom fighters facing the United States government, and certainly ties itself to the question of the attack on the Uhuru movement. In fact, when we saw the video of the explosions going on at Comrade and Sister O'Malley's house, it reminded us of the attack on the New York 8. So let me just kind of do a little background on what that was, just from its, just for it to be documented in terms of its historical perspective. We were struggling around the question of ideologically how to build unity, and politically how to win people over in our community. Police brutality was a critical part of that, but also the understanding that armed self-defense was also a critical part of our battle for liberation, and which probably drew the attention of the state upon us, given some of the relationships we had with freedom fighters and political prisoners at that time. But we were caught under what was then called the preemptive strike. Now, the history of the preemptive strike had really been contemporarily coined in terms of the Israelis' attack on the Iraqi nuclear plants. And it was said, the premise of it was, something's going to happen, so we have the right to act before it does. And so without having a direct event or something to charge us with, they said they had the ability to move on us because of what we were planning to do. And so we were swooped up in the morning of October 17th to 18th, and 1984. And it was interesting, it was 1984 when we think about Big Brother. But in that swooping up, over 500 joint terrorist agents arrested us over 4 boroughs. And when I say the JTTF, the Joint Terrorist Task Force, this was now a new fusion of federal agents with local law enforcement to create this agency, the Joint Terrorist Task Force. So at the same time, at the government level, it existed with its national reach, but it also reached down into like the New York City Police Department or even to the sheriff's office in Arizona. They now became part of a national police force and a national intelligence force. And so we were arrested that night. They scooped us up. 500 agents. We were arrested at different points in time. Roger Wareham, current member of December 12th and leadership, Roger Wareham was crossing a street coming home from the supermarket and was surrounded by agents in the street with guns drawn. At our house, I'll say where I was, but at our house, they came into our house. They had bazookas, machine guns. One of the neighbors said there were so many searchlights, they woke up thinking it was daylight. Our wives and comrades and our children were in the house when they stormed in under those circumstances. But that was the nature. It was to create an atmosphere of terror, to create an atmosphere that whatever's going on, it must be serious because it required all of this armament to do it. And you can see the parallel with that, with the Uhuru case. Come in, bang, it must be serious. More importantly, they must be guilty because the government wouldn't move like this unless they were. And so from that, we did not know it, but we were held under the preventive detention law. We hadn't even heard of it. It just passed 5 days before our arrest. And the preventive detention law was really modeled on South Africa's no bail law, where the presumption of innocence had now been switched to the presumption of guilt. So when you were now arrested, you had to prove that you should have bail as opposed to you have a right to bail, which in fact created the longest bail hearing, even to today in US history, was to the New York 8. It went on for months. And the battle in that was to establish that we had the right to bail. We won bail for everyone except our comrade Coltrane Shimaranga, but eventually won bail for him too. They even tried to hold him, comrades, on that he owed some library fees at Harvard as one of their last hopes to keep him in jail, which even the judge said, please take that out of here. So we got back on the streets, and then we found we were now facing the question of our spouses, which constitutionally are not required to testify against their spouses. They now created something in judicial terms, this new policy and legal maneuver called the Chinese Wall. Since there were 8 of us, they would have your spouse testify against 7 of the others. So they created 8 grand juries so that one person could test against the other 7, as long as those 7 didn't include their spouse. This was a tactic. But since our position politically, which was the position of the movement, non-collaboration with these grand juries, our spouses went to jail. And in some instances, spent more time in jail than even the New York 8 did. Important to that, the charges against us, and this was very important because it goes back to the question of how RICO, the Racketeering Influence Organization law, was used. This was a law that was created for mobsters. It was created for organized crime. It was created to say that there's a criminal organization behind many of these acts that are criminal in state and federal violations of state and federal law. There's a criminal enterprise that is guiding that. And they call it the Racketeering Influenced Organization law. Now, each of those counts carries 25 years. So they had charged us with 5 counts of RICO. But the most interesting thing about this charge was, since they did not have a direct act, one of the charges of RICO is not only the conspiracy charge, but it's one of those charges is called the conspiracy to commit conspiracies. And so when they assembled all of the 5 of the RICO charges, each one was a conspiracy where they acknowledged that the acts that they would like to have said we did, they could not prove those. They said we were conspiring to do them. And so we were facing with those charges, along with gun charges, along with identity charges and such, we were facing about 200 years in jail. And so when we went to trial, finally, they charged us initially with some things to hold us. And then they came with the RICO charges. After that, we're now out ready to deal with the case. And then they asked us for fingerprint and voice exemplars. Now, those are samples. Now, they have been monitoring us for almost a year and a half, sometimes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But they wanted to say they needed fingerprint and voice exemplars because they knew that we would not go to a grand jury and give them that. So this was a ploy to put us back in jail. So after we won getting back out on the streets, we went back to jail again, and our refusal to give them voice exemplars and fingerprint exemplars, things that they actually had in their possession. However, fortunately for us, that those presumptions and the need for that information initially would come to naught once the final indictment came down and the trial was set, which then sprung us back out of jail again. And so one of the things that we understood in our case, which is so exemplary of what the Uhuru movement understood in the Uhuru 3 case, was that you have to win the people over to why this is taking place. You also have to win people over to the question that it is not ever the case that we are the perpetrators, but we are the victims. And that victimization is not only contemporary, it is historical. And so our case was always presented as a question of not them against us, but we indicted them. It was a New York 8 plus, and that plus were other comrades in the grand jury resistance, other comrades who were political prisoners, other comrades who have faced the wrath of the US government conspiracies. We turned it into the New York 8 against the United States government and its history of abuse of our people in that regard. And so our campaign was never the defensive one. Our campaign was to go in and prove to the jury and to the people that we are the victims. And it is our responsibility that when leadership comes up to take on those responsibilities of liberation, that the people and their support is critical to our victory in that sense. One of the examples of how that played itself out was, I remember one of the writers, journalists for the New York Times, used to come to court and used to write these really atrocious articles about us, you know. And I will add that every day at court, the court was filled to the brim. There was always people waiting to get into the court and stuff because it was a very important case at that time. We told him that he always wanted to get an interview with us. And we told him, you keep calling us terrorists, and we're not terrorists. And we're not discussing that with you. So the first thing he did was he changed how he talked about us. But he did that because it was critical as a journalist in his own opportunism and careerism. This case is going on. I got to get a story out. So he then actually started rewriting his stories just so that he could get some conversation from us about where the trial was. So it goes to show you that one of the other critical aspects to our case was the question of unity. And this old saying by our comrade Amilcar Cabral, tell no lies and claim no easy victories, that one of the people who they used in our case was a comrade, someone who we thought was a comrade, but turned state's evidence against us and created stories that they could not prove, but yet created a scenario to help with our indictment. And so we found ourselves in a situation where we even had to deal with him coming to testify against us. An important part of our case and the history of our case was we summed up that we were not going to testify, but somebody had to testify so that the jury had an understanding and the people had understanding that we were not fearful of testifying. The question was what they would try to use and twist against us. And so I went pro se in the case. Now, I wasn't a lawyer. We had two lawyers on the New York 8, but I was considered to be the propagandist for the New York 8. And our understanding was this was not a legal case. It was a propaganda case. It was who was going to win the propaganda war, who was going to win the jury over to our side, who was going to turn the case into an issue that the people could support. And so I went pro se in the case. You can imagine that at that point in time, my parents thought I was crazy. But the bottom line was we were united on the question of our innocence. We were united on the question of the validity of our struggle. And to turn this case into a case against them, then the question was one of us had to be that voice. And so I went pro se in the case. And during that time of the case, I even sent to comrades one of our first Arm the Masses newspapers that really recounted some of the early parts of those cases. And I'd be encouraged if folks could actually make that available to people. It's a historical document. It's back in November of 1984, but it kind of gives you the flavor of what was happening then. In fact, there were a couple of white anti-imperialists who had been captured at that time, the Ohio 7, who were being held too. And so there was a piece on there about them too. So it's an important historical document. Hopefully it can get shared. But I think the most important thing about the New York 8 case was that our victory, because let me say, after the case went on and on for months, as you know with the Uhuru case, it comes jury time. And you hope that you have done everything you could. You're prepared for if you lose, how you'll struggle after that politically behind the wall. And for us, fortunately, we were found innocent. One of us went to jail for just 3 months. That was our comrade, Colette Peen. because they found out, and we found out during the course of the trial, that the guy who was her lawyer, and this is the irony of this, who was one of the best lawyers there, had never passed the bar. And in fact, they cut her case away from ours. And later on, the judge wanted Colette to plead. And of course, which he was not going to do. And he was very hard on her for that. And he sent her to Alderson, West Virginia, for 3 months after her case was cut loose. So she spent 3 months in Alderson, West Virginia Federal Women's Penitentiary for 3 months. But I think the history of the New York 8 certainly came to mind with the attack on the Uhuru movement. And certainly, as I said before, the violence at the beginning, the terrorism at the beginning, was only to set the stage for something that they didn't have. They didn't have a case, but they were going to make a case because their real contradiction was the politics. It's always the politics. And I would say, as some of the other comrades have said, over the years, we're still here, you know. December 12th is still here. Uhuru movement is still here. We've both lost comrades. Certainly one of the most tremendous losses to us was our loss of Sister Chairperson Viola Plummer last year. And we will continue to lose people, and we will continue to build in terms of how we see the struggle for the liberation of our people. And so that's how I wanted to start out, with just kind of giving you a little reference to the New York 8 case, because at the time, it was a tremendous case and a tremendous victory for the people. There's another piece that I shared with folks. It's a picture at the end of the case when we won. Interestingly, there's a picture of us on the steps. And on the steps was not only our lawyers, not only was the New York 8, not only was our supporters, but all of the jury. And there's a picture of all of us together. And in fact, the next night we had a celebration party, and the jury was there. And they said one of the things that struck them about the case was they all started wondering whether their phones were being tapped. They were wondering whether they were being followed. Judge Carter and I met each other in Central Park. During the course of the case, we were jogging, and I ran into him in Central Park, and we stopped for a second to talk. And then he said to me, "You know, Mr. Clay, this is probably not appropriate. Maybe we should just keep on moving." And I said, now he's the judge, but the oversight and the intrusion into our lives, the attempt to destroy our will to win was overwhelming. Yeah. And that's certainly what was happening with the Uhuru 3 case. And only if you prepare yourself, they say, if you prepare yourself in peace for war, then you become much more prepared for war. And I think the history of the New York 8 prepared us for that challenge. And I think the history of the Uhuru movement prepared you for that challenge. So although it was a strike against you, it was also something to build further solidarity, you know, because with every victory comes motion forward in that regard. So that's what I just wanted to lay out about that. Also, I think it's important to note that here we are in the centennial of Patrice Lumumba, Frantz Fanon, and Brother Malcolm X. And it's a tremendous opportunity for us, first internally, because, you know, our comrades and us, we really struggled for the question of putting politics in command. And I know these December 12th and Uhuru movement have some further discussions about politics to continue on into the future, you know, because at this point in time, solidarity and unity and a front to combat what's coming down is very critical to our survival. And not only our survival, but our leadership in our communities. Because one of the things that we've perceived is that with stuff going on, our people are not in the streets the way they should be. That our people are not as active on the streets as they must be at this point in time. And of course, these things change and flow across the country. But I can say unequivocally, in New York City, the motion that you see in the streets in New York City is primarily the motion of the most advanced and white masses. And those white masses are students on the one hand, activists on the other hand. There was a march in New York City the other week, had to be maybe 80,000 people. And I give this because this is kind of a report to the people. Must have been maybe 80,000 people by the New York City Public Library on 42nd Street and then marching down Fifth Avenue. There were about 5 or 6 of us in that rally. And this white man standing behind us commented, and he just kind of made us, he says, you know what? There are no Black people in this march. And we laughed to a point because we knew what drew his attention to it, because he saw us. And he looked around, and the only time you saw anybody else was you saw some Black folks taking pictures. You saw this one brother with a white woman, another brother with an Asian woman, but you didn't see our people in the demonstration. There was a mass demonstration around, and this demonstration, of course, was around the cuts and the attack on the working class. There was another mass rally around Palestine at Foley Square in the heart of Manhattan. There are about 5 or 6 of us in that rally. Amy Goodman, Democracy Now!, one of my comrades called me and said, I saw y'all at that rally. I said, you saw us at the rally? He said, yeah, Amy had it on her show. When her show opened up, there the 5 of y'all were. I said, with all them people there, you saw us? But then it hit me. They wanted to show us there as an indication of Black support. And we supported Palestine. You know, comrades, you know, brother Comrade O'Malley, Yashatella knows, we were there when Yasser Arafat came to the UN with an olive branch and a 45 freedom fighters pistol in his hand and said, y'all make me choose which one I'm gonna use. We were in that rally. We had to fight some JDL in the street back then. So the history of support for the Palestinian struggle is not a new event. And we accept always new comrades coming into the movement, but it's not a new event. But we also have to look with critical eyes at what's going on. And in that regard, Amy Goodman shows us. Now, if all of the real stuff, here the 5 of us are, and you can see us, we're covering the screen. So I was fascinated by that, but I said, no. As Matulu used to say, there are no coincidences. You know, the bottom line was they want to do this projection. But I've told comrades here in the city, in some of the, quote, left organizations, you know, because us in D12, we consider ourselves to be revolutionary communists, revolutionary nationalists. So when I say that, it's not a statement against them. It's a statement that you keep going to Washington Square Park, you keep going to Union Square Park, but you will not go into the heart of the white community. Yes. And you will not go into the heart of the Latino or the Black community. We had a rally because we always try to participate in everything that's going on. You know, we had a rally because the ambassador from South Africa, Ambassador Razul, was being kicked out of the United States because of his criticism of Trump. And they were kicking him out on Sharpeville Day, you know, March 21st, the historical remembrance of the Sharpeville massacre. That's the date they were kicking him out. And so we had a rally at the UN, and a person from one of the organization comes, and he says, I'm from that organization. And I said, they sent one of you? Yes. Yes. I said, they sent one of you? Yes. So it says to us, and it must continually say to us, right. First, we have to look out for where we are in this struggle. Yes. We have to turn our attention to ourselves first. And that's not an anti-anything. It is a for something posture that's critical. We admire the work that the movement and the party has done inside our community. You know, I had an opportunity to go down to Florida, to go down and to see the work that's being done on the ground, because that's where our people are, on the ground, you know, and if we're not relating to them, something's wrong. I tell you, I know you all have heard about the
Can I be heard?
Comrade, we're
Oh,
out of
am I
time.
going too long?
Right,
Yeah.
can I
Oh,
be
I'm
heard?
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Can
See,
people hear me?
You see, you should have got me on in time.
Oh.
I'd have been.
No worries. We were sending messages in the chat, but it's all good. Thank you so much, Comrade
Uhuru.
Omali,
Uhuru, Comrade Amawali
Omawali.
Clay. Uhuru.
A question,
Uhuru.
can people hear me? Can people?
Yes,
Okay.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Comrade. And like you said, ain't no power like the power of the people because it doesn't stop. So with that, we will move on to our next comrade, Dr. Marsha Coleman Adebayo. During the 1900s, Marsha Coleman Adebayo worked for the United States Environmental Protection Agency, also known as the EPA, as a senior policy analyst in African affairs. While serving the Gore-Mbeki Commission, she reported that an American chemical company was exposing South African miners and their families to toxic levels of vanadium. When the EPA refused to act, Coleman Adebayo alerted outside groups, a decision that prompted multiple retaliatory actions against her within the EPA. In 2000, Coleman Adebayo won a historic lawsuit against the EPA, which was found to have violated Coleman Adebayo's civil rights on the basis of race, sex, and color discrimination, and a hostile work environment. She provided the leadership for the 2002 passage of the Notification and Federal Employee Anti-Discrimination and Retaliation Act, also known as the No Fear Act, the first U.S. civil rights and whistleblower law of the 21st century. Marsha is now the president of the Bethesda African Cemetery Coalition, also known as BACC. BACC seeks to stop the ongoing desecration of the Moses, Macedonia African Cemetery in Bethesda, Maryland. She is the author of the Pulitzer Prize nominated No Fear, Whistleblower's Triumph Over Corruption and Retaliation at the EPA. Marsha received her AB degree from Barnard College of Columbia University and her PhD from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. While a senior policy analyst at the Environmental Protection Agency, Marsha Coleman Adebayo blew the whistle on an American chemical company for exposing South African miners to toxic levels of vanadium. Uhuru, and welcome.
Good morning. Uhuru to you. Good morning. Oh, no, sorry. Good afternoon now. Good morning. First of all, thanks to Chairman O'Malley and all the members of the African People's Socialist Party. The Bethesda African Cemetery Coalition, BACC, was founded approximately 10 years ago to stop the desecration of Moses African Cemetery in Bethesda, Maryland. Most people are unaware that one of the wealthiest and one of the self-proclaimed counties in the United States was also the home of some of the largest death camps, Europeans like to call them plantations, in Maryland. This area was the site of ongoing massacres and sexual violence against African people. The goal of desecration is to erase the crimes of colonialism and capitalism from history. It's an essential goal of those in power to cover up the blood and massacres that took place in order to steal the wealth of Africa and Africa's children. President Trump's crude goal of erasing African history is simply the continuation of the settler colonial state. Even
Yeah.
those in power are overwhelmed with the massive amount of blood and flesh that they have extracted from African people, and they're attempting to cover it up. So the fight for Moses Cemetery is the fight against capitalism's ongoing exploitation of the Black community. And this fight is directly tied to the African People's Socialist Party's commitment to housing justice, racial justice, and the disarming and the exploitation by capital of our people. Our communities are constantly assaulted by the same developers, corporate landlords, and political elites who prioritize profit over people. And if we do not resist, they will continue to erase Black history, steal our homes, and displace our communities for their own gain. And for example, Democratic politicians, such as the Democratic Party darling, Congressman Jamie Raskin, cannot be distinguished from President Trump on the issue of desecration of African people and the erasure of Black history. Raskin, who has become the Democratic cheerleader against Trump, refuses to condemn the desecration of African people and Moses African Cemetery. Moses African Cemetery is in the district that Raskin serves. So Moses Cemetery is a symbol of one of the anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, and anti-capitalist struggles in this country. It is the final resting place of freed Africans and their descendants. So we thank the African People's Socialist Party for your solidarity and hands-on solidarity with Emmanuel Macron and Kingozi and others who are providing protection, security for our Wednesday protests. We're grateful that the African People's Socialist Party has brought its strength, its organizing power, and its voice to this moment. Together, we can make it clear our communities will not be displaced, our ancestors will not be forgotten, and our history will not be erased, whether under a Democratic or Republican administration. And we must make it clear that we will not allow capitalist greed to erase our past or dictate our future. Our ancestors will not be forgotten, and our history will not be buried under concrete. So I have a brief PowerPoint, if it's available, just to show you what's happening in Bethesda, Maryland. Next slide. This picture actually was painted by a 15-year-old high school student. This is basically showing you, where the cemetery is located for those of you who live in Maryland and just the size of the cemetery, which tells you a lot about how many people were murdered under the system of what Europeans like to call slavery. We call it European barbarism. Next slide. And this is the River Road community right after emancipation. On the left is the home of one of the members that created the Macedonia Baptist Church. It's a little what they call a slave cabin with Cora Botts and Jeremiah Botts, if you can see that, sitting in front of their home. And this is the initial place of resistance. This was Macedonia Baptist Church with the choir and the pastor. And this was also the location of what they call the slave quarters during European barbarism. Next slide. And so what is Moses? And I think I've gone into that issue. Moses was, Moses Cemetery was a burial ground for people who had been murdered during European barbarism. But in particular, one of the unique features of this burial ground is that after 1807, when tobacco had basically depleted the nutrients from the ground, these terrorists, who are often called plantation owners, decided that they were going to turn these areas of barbarism into breeding grounds. And so you can see from the pictures of the little girls who are literally being eaten by this monster. And so this became a place where children were being raped on a regular basis. Now we have research that it started at 4 years old by renting these little girls out for gentlemen's parties on the weekends, all the way until their bodies gave way from giving so many children. Every female child was expected to produce 13 people. And so 60% of these little girls would bleed out during childbirth. Next slide.
So at 78 years old, some people say, Mr. Matthews, you can go sit down somewhere, but you're not sitting down. You're still at this.
No,
You're not going to rest.
nope. For it's in here. It's not just coming out of here. It's in here. And what I have lived, what I have taught, and what I have seen, the good old elders are going on to glory. They was in that cemetery that they rightly disturbed. They should have had a right to remain at peace with the Lord in their resting place. And that's not happening. Because I'll tell you and tell the world, they're on that red clay hill in that ground.
Yeah. And this next slide is what, for those of you who've never seen a desecration, this is what it looks like. So I'm here at Moses African Cemetery, and today the county is allowing trucks to come in and continue to desecrate an ancient African burial ground. And I just want to give the public an opportunity to see what's going on here at Moses African Cemetery. You can see the cat truck over here. And also there's always been problems with water. This was actually wetlands. This was actually a swamp area. And they've had a lot of trouble controlling the water in this area, which is the reason why they used it as a burial ground, because it was agriculturally unproductive. And as you can see, what they're doing now is basically trying to, again, control, I think, the water issues at the end of the cemetery. But you can see that the men are down there. There are no archaeologists here on site, which is a requirement of the county, but Montgomery County doesn't care, of course, because this is an African burial ground. This is where Black people were actually dumped. This was actually a mass grave. This is what desecration sounds like. This is what desecration looks like. And so we need everyone to come out and support us. Next slide, if you like. Just time it's moving. I just wanted you to see what came out of this. These are bottles. These are what are considered like funerary objects that come out of the soil that people had placed on the graves of their loved ones. And in terms of funerary objects, you have bottles, you have glass, you have beads. And so these are some of the items that were pulled out of the cemetery that the archaeologists put to the side. And we actually saw, and we took pictures of the archaeologists actually pilfering and looting the cemetery, and most likely trying to sell these funerary objects on the open market. If you look at the right-hand side, and these are the archaeologists pilfering the bottles. And then if you look on the right-hand side, right behind the archaeologist's hat, and we were the ones that forced them to bring archaeologists to the site. Completely useless people, but anyway, they were there. You'll see actually a tombstone right behind his hat. Of course, they didn't stop. They threw away the tombstone. And then if you look in the middle where you see a circle there, you'll see actually a coffin top that we also took a picture of. It's very, very, very disturbing stuff. And of course, all of this has been considered, they refuse to stop despite finding hundreds and hundreds of funerary objects. And what you see circled here is what would have been a typical headstone for most Africans in the cemetery. It's a quartz stone, and this is an area where there's a quartz. There's a refinery, or there's a sort of a stone archive in this neighborhood, and so a lot of the people use use the quartz as a part of the funerary process. And this is an interesting picture, the middle one. The archaeologist was very upset at us because we were yelling that when we saw bones coming out of the soil, we started yelling that they should stop, that they should stop this kind of desecration. Well, he became very angry. In his hand is actually a human bone. And then what he wanted to do, just to sort of rub it in our faces, humiliate us as African people, he took one of the bones, one of the human bones, and he crushed it under his boot. And so we caught a picture of him crushing a bone under his foot. It was to humiliate us and to show us that we didn't have power, and that he had power to destroy our ancestors. It's another picture of more tombstones coming up. So, we started organizing, and this is just a typical flyer that we started organizing our community and letting them know what was happening in this cemetery. Not a single politician in Montgomery County has had the courage to speak out against this desecration. And this is like, it's an area of archaeological potential, but it basically shows the entire area where archaeologists would expect to find human remains. I mean, the massacre, the murder in this area was from about the mid 1700s to 1865. It was essentially mass murder in this area, which of course does not comport to the way a community like Bethesda wants to portray itself as a site of genocide. And so the county officials have pretended that this just is simply not happening, and so they've made every attempt to destroy all evidence of African life here. The next slide. Well, we've had some victories. For example, on the left, you see us in a courtroom environment. That's at the Maryland Supreme Court. We did win our case before the Maryland Supreme Court, but Montgomery County has ignored the court's rulings. And this other area, top photo, just shows us in Annapolis after we had presented before the Maryland Supreme Court. And you can, that's about the Maryland. I know we're running out of time, so we can talk about that another time. Yeah, so this is the picture on the left is another archaeologist, again, looting from the cemetery, of course, hoping that he has found something which he'll make a lot of money off of. But I think what's important is for you to focus on the missing bones, because this is really a part of the humanity of all of us. These are some of the bones that were found in Moses Cemetery. These are, I would say these are human bones. They need to be, if we found out this morning, which is very disturbing, that obviously the developer had control of these bones. We attempted on numerous occasions to get our attorneys to have the court take possession of these remains. And we just simply could not get our attorneys to do that. And we found out this morning that the developer has destroyed all of the remains coming out of the cemetery. So we may never know what happened to these little girls. This is what the cemetery looks like now. You saw it as an open field with people walking through it. But this is what it looks like now. They are now building a self-storage unit. It's being billed as one of the largest self-storage units in the United States. We consider it a monument, one of the largest monuments to white supremacy. But they continue to find bones, they continue to find objects, and they are literally destroyed. The area around the cemetery is fenced off. They have security guards. When they find us there, they call the police on us. In fact, I was attacked a couple of weeks ago. Thank you, Chairman O'Malley, and thank you, Comrade Emmanuel. We now have security for our demonstrations. But this is now what the cemetery looks like. They are now actively building a self-storage on top of our ancestors. Next slide. I think we only have 3 more minutes. And these are pictures. This is all we have now of the hundreds of Africans who were murdered on River Road, are just pieces of bones of their lives, which could have, in the hands of someone like Dr. Michael Blakey, could have told us so much about their lives, about their death, about what they went through when they were kidnapped and brought to Maryland. But as I just said, we just found out this morning that all of these remains now have been destroyed.
Was contacted by the county executive, Mark Ehrlich.
This is Dr. Michael Blake.
Had perhaps at least 2 telephone conversations. At some point, I had advised with the community that at least the monitoring be during construction, that the archaeological monitoring be intensive. So weak, so lackadaisical, so few hours were devoted to it that it was one of these examples of checking off the box was not serious. So at any rate, Mark Ehrlich and I talked, and he told me that human remains had been that remains had been found on the site, and they had been sent to a laboratory somewhere, and they were discovered not to be by those who were doing the assessment. And I assume they were people with the kind of expertise I have as a bioarchaeologist, anthropologist, to identify human bone from bone fragments. I did not necessarily trust the situation myself at that point, but I'd like to see. So I asked Mr. Ehrlich if I could observe, examine those remains, and in so doing, my assessment might be trusted. And at some point along in the conversation, I think he was going to go back, and then we had a second conversation, as I roughly recall. They were not sure. His understanding was that the archaeologists that he were sure of where the remains were. And that's suspicious.
So I'll end my presentation there, but many of you know Dr. Blakey because he was the principal scientific director for the New York Burial Ground. And he has been working with us from the beginning of this project. And in fact, he wanted, before everything was destroyed and they started building on the cemetery, he wanted to actually get in there and excavate a portion of the cemetery. And the county, essentially, the county made the decision that the only time he was allowed in the cemetery was at night, and that he could not bring a team member with him. And so, of course, under those circumstances, he declined to work under those very racist and despicable conditions. So I will stop here, but let me just say that our work, and we haven't talked about this, and I think it's useful to talk about this, that recently our work has been sabotaged by a member of our group, and we had hoped to be in court on Wednesday, but one of our members has now flipped and is providing evidence for the developer. And it's something that we don't often talk about is how do we deal when we are betrayed? How do we deal when we have been sabotaged? And I raise that because I think that it is a reoccurring theme in our struggle, and that's something and it's one of those very difficult conversations that I know is very hard to have. But I do think it's an important conversation that we must have with ourselves. So again, I'll just repeat that we are going to keep going, and our ancestors will not be forgotten, and our history will not be buried under concrete. And we say uhuru, in fact, uhuru sasa, that we will have power, and we will have power now. Thank you so much.
Uhuru, Comrade Marsha.
Uhuru, thank
Um,
you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for exposing this heartbreaking history, because we need to know about these things so we can get in front of them and stop them. So thank you for that, comrade.
Uhuru,
Um,
comrade.
just keep in mind, comrades, that we will have a question and answer segment coming up. So any questions that you want to ask our previous panelists, please put them in the Zoom. There is a question and answer feature that we are going to ask you to use. All right. So we'll be moving on to our final panelists before our question and answer segment. That is going to be Comrade Ikemba Ajori. He is an assistant professor and history committee coordinator and the Social and Behavioral Science Department at Medgar Evers College. Originally from Philadelphia, Akimba relocated to Brooklyn in 2002 to seek professional opportunities and further his education. He obtained an Associate of Arts and Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies from Medgar Evers College in 2007, followed by a Master of Arts and Political Science from Brooklyn College in 2012. In 2021, he completed his doctoral studies in history at St. John's University. Beyond his academic achievements, Akimba is actively involved in the community, organizing and doing revolutionary work. He played a pivotal role in the co-founding of the Akareli Leadership Academy, which is a freedom school, and also contributed as a board member for Regeneration 180, an African-centered school. Currently, Akimba serves as the chief administrator of We Charge Colonialism Media and Think Tank, and he's a co-host of Black Power Media's Rise Up show. He's also a member of the Claim Malcolm X Day Committee, Atlantic World History, coordinator of the Philadelphia Reparations Task Force, Philadelphia Peace Park, and Curb Fest for Political Prisoners. Akimba is currently the membership coordinator of the New York City and Peter branch. So Uhuru and welcome, Comrade Akimba.
Uhuru. Yeah, next time we can make it plain. I appreciate that though. So Uhuru comrades, following a tough presentation, I was feeling really emotional listening to what was happening to our history and our ancestors. And in the presentation I'm going to give, I'm going to allude to the importance of this history because that's what we have been constantly facing a sort of erasure of our experiences, and that has a lot to do with this fear of what we may do because of what we learned from these experiences. And I'm just going to share my screen and go right into the presentation. I'll be timing myself, so don't worry. I'm gonna make sure I stay on point. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right, all right. So, yeah, I titled this presentation "The Ballot Box, the Jerry Box, and the Cartridge Box," because to really experience freedom, liberation in this country, they say we're citizens and we're supposed to have these constitutional rights and be free, but without having all of these things, and that's something that our ancestors who fought for rights, fought for citizenship in this country understood. And so this was actually a statement that was made by Frederick Douglass that I'll get to later in the presentation. So going back to the history, just a thought of mine, the most important part of American history to African people is the history of African people in this country. And it is a history of resistance to colonial capitalism. And that is why Africans must be made ignorant of their past. And again, just going back to what I previously stated, there's a reason why we don't know that history, and that history isn't taught. And I'm not just talking about just knowing particular figures or events in time, but there is a history of resistance to colonial capitalism, and there's certain ideas that that the power structure, the white power structure, which is redundant, but the power structure doesn't want us to know, because it's this resistance to there's prevalent ideas in this country and prevalent behavior in this country by the power structure that we're not supposed to understand, like the origin or the root of that, and understand like what our people did to overturn that, because we supposed to be carrying on that legacy. And it is a legacy of resistance, not integration. And so Carter G. Woodson also stated, those who have no record of what their forebears have accomplished lose the inspiration which comes from the teachings of biography and history. So I want to start off just by talking about the American problem. Malcolm X said this in the message to the grassroots speech, said America has a very serious problem, and that's Black folks, that's African people in this country, because they don't want us here. And that hasn't changed. And so recently, most of the American people voted in Donald Trump to be their president. Not our president, but their president. And so there has been this pushback or overturning of civil rights laws and legislation that has been put in place to sort of safeguard the constitutional rights of African people in this country. And so one of the legislation, or one of the bills that has been put forth, is the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility, or SAVE. And the Trump administration, Trump and his administration, but also Congress that is pushing forth this bill that is going to make it a lot more difficult for African people and other colonized people to be able to vote in this country. It is giving the state more power also to remove people from the registration rolls. So it's continuing this history of attack on the ability of African people to be able to exercise their right to vote. But it isn't anything new, and it's an understanding of this history that's going to keep us from just going in circles. Because again, not knowing this history, we end up doing the same thing that we've tried 100 years ago, 150 years ago. But if we study our history, we understand our history, we can see what our ancestors did that worked and did not work, and we can be able to evolve. Our practices and our strategies can evolve based on that. And so this is what's happening now. Again, in this presentation, I kind of want to give this context of this history. But Shelby County versus Holder is another important court decision that was made in 2013, where they basically dismantled the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and put the power back in states' hands. And since Shelby County versus Holder, nearly 100 restrictions on voting has been put in place in at least 29 states across the United States of America. And I said 2013, I can't remember who was president then. So if anybody can help me, who was president in 2013? Because I know we talk about Trump a lot. Does anybody know? Put it in the chat if you don't know. Say that again.
Bush too. No, I think it was.
Nah.
Obama, right?
It was Barack Obama. It was Barack Obama. So that should tell you something. So, but anytime Africans have been able to make significant changes through the vote, there's always been voter suppression. And again, going to this history, this is an image right here from the Reconstruction period. So I'm going to go back to the 1800s, and again, there's like prevailing ideas that has been transmitted from generation to generation amongst the colonizer, and it's this American elitism. But it's interesting in the 1800s, despite the centrality of slavery in the American empire, Great Britain prided itself of being the world's most advanced and freest nation. And I think this speaks to how the dehumanization of African people had just made us invisible. Our human rights, or just our human existence, wasn't even being acknowledged as these people were talking about the freest country in the world. And this is the idea of republicanism as well, which is the idea that a virtuous elite should give themselves to public service. And so during this period, you have the rise of these assemblies within the colonial empire, which is going to actually lead to the ability of the colonists to be able to vote for their leadership in this country is going to lead to this struggle with eventually to the struggle with Great Britain. And so as they're claiming to be these white Americans or colonists claiming to be a part of the freest empire in the world or advanced nation, they're instituting slave codes, which can dates back to the 17th century, mid 1600. There's going to be codes put on the books that's going to limit or restrict the behavior of not just enslaved Africans, but Africans in general in the colony. And so our behavior and our thoughts are going to be shaped by these laws that are going to be put on the books. At this time, Africans have no one in office to represent them. And so Africans mostly use non-conventional ways of participation in politics prior to the American Revolution, the only way that they could, and that was rebellion and revolt. A transfer of power is what's going to take place during what they called the American Revolution, because it wasn't really a revolution. It was a transfer of power from white colonialists in Britain to white colonialists in the United States of America, or what will become the United States of America. The position of African people did not change with this transfer of power. We still remained a colonized people. Despite this Declaration of Independence, African people was not acknowledged in that. But Africans did fight on both sides of this war. They fought for their liberation. They fought with the British. They fought with what would be the Americans. But throughout history, Africans will point to the American Revolution as an example of resistance to tyranny, as an example of the sauce that is good for the goose is sauce that is good for the gander. And so we'll hear people like Malcolm X and Hubert Harrison point to the American Revolution just as an example of, hey, if these ideas of tyranny and oppression and how to solve the problem of oppression and exploitation is through defense and is through revolution. And so these are ideas that we should be using as well. Shays' Rebellion is going to happen at the American Revolution. And one of the things about Shays' Rebellion, this idea of liberty is going to lose its luster amongst the elite. And so the danger of individual rights they came to believe now arose not from a tyrannical central government, but from people themselves. So the Constitution itself was put in place to kind of check the power of the masses. And so because there's not a lot of time to like really go in detail, I just kind of want to like throw some of these thoughts out. So in this Constitution, of course, you had the Three-Fifths Compromise, where Africans continue to be relegated to the position of a slave. But during this time, though, during the antebellum period, you do have Africans who are exercising the right to vote. But what's going to happen again, there's going to be this suppression of the right of Black people to vote because of the influence they're going to be able to wield. So most Africans were not allowed to vote and were not considered citizens, but African American participation in voting over the next several decades will be limited through, in some places like New York City, for example, property qualification or abrogated or abolished altogether, such as in Pennsylvania in 1838, where Africans were stripped of their right to vote. But this movement to restrict what African people thought as citizens, they perceived themselves to be citizens and had the same rights as white folks. Well, white folks continue to show them that no, you're not. You're not citizens. Black people will come together and practice a form of self-determination through these color conventions, where they come together and they would have discussions about the way forward. The first recorded one being in 1830 after the Cincinnati Reign of Terror, where white people were terrorizing the black population and enforcing black codes or black laws that's been on the books in Ohio since 1804. In 1830, they're having these discussions and they're talking about settling Africans in Ohio and Canada. Sort of a settlement. It's almost sort of predecessor of nation building thinking. But there's a lot of history of what's happening in Cincinnati. But the point is this is going to lead to the color convention movement in 1840, which is another color convention that takes place. But there's about 200 color conventions that are going to take place between 1830 and 1890. In 1840s, there's discussions in New York about these voting restrictions because there's limits placed on black folks and there's no limits placed on white people's ability to vote. At some point, property rights for all white people are going to be sort of dismissed. So all white people will have this right to vote during the antebellum period, but not black people. In 1843, the slavery question is rose or highlighted by people like Henry Highland Garnett, who's openly calling for rebellion or revolt in the slave states. Many people are not in agreement with the tone of Henry Highland Garnett, so it doesn't get published in the minutes, but it does get published in the paper, different iterations of that addressed to the Negroes in 1843. But many people look at 1843 as sort of a watershed moment for Black nationalism, that convention, Henry Highland Garnett. Martin Delany, because during this time, during the color conventions, you're having discussions about whether Black people should be thinking about nation building or should we be thinking about integrating and fighting for our rights. And based on laws that are being passed, the choices would vacillate. But Martin Delany in 1854 flat out came out and said that we have not addressed you as citizens, a term desired and ever cherished by us because such have never been. We have not addressed you as freemen because such privileges have never been enjoyed by any colored man in the United States. Why then should we flatter your credulity by inducing you to believe that which neither has now nor never has been, never before had in existence? Our oppressors are ever gratified at our manifest satisfaction, especially when that satisfaction is founded upon false premises, an assumption on our part of the enjoyment of rights and privileges which never have been conceded and which, according to the present system of the United States policy, we never can enjoy. Now, many people, Frederick Douglass being one, Black folks didn't agree, especially those who were really in close proximity to white folks didn't agree with Martin Delany. And this was happening at the National Convention on Immigration. So people who weren't thinking about nation building weren't even invited to this convention. So that's another history we should look into. The 1857, the Dred Scott decision, which was brought up a few times, really validated what Martin Delany was talking about. So I know Delany was somewhere saying, "I told you so," because in this decision, Taney is going to say, and I quote, "A free Negro of the African race, whose ancestors were brought to this country and sold as slaves, is not a citizen within the meaning of the Constitution of the United States." Abraham Lincoln, who many people look at as the white savior, what did he say about blacks voting? He said, "I will say then that I am not, nor ever have been in favor of bringing about in any way the social and political equality of white and black races, that I am not, nor ever have been in favor of making voters or jurors of Negroes, nor of qualifying them to hold office." Lincoln also wanted to send free Africans back to Africa on his terms, though, not on our terms. And so you have this Civil War, Abraham Lincoln still not wanting to make black peoples equal to white, but he was assassinated. And so I don't know, that might be bad for some people, might be good for some people. That could be another discussion. But you're going to have the New Orleans massacre that's going to happen 1866, because there's going to be this backlash to Africans exercising what they said was our constitutional rights. And so there's going to be a series that you have the New Orleans massacre, a massacre that's also going to happen in Memphis, that's going to bring about the Civil Rights Act of 1866. White folks in the North mad at white folks in the South. So, okay, we're going to give Black people rights, and later on even give them the right to vote, which is going to strengthen the Republican Party. But it was all political strategy on the part of these white Republicans. So the Civil Rights Act of 1866, again, is an example of how civil rights legislation being passed 100 years before the Civil Rights Bill of 1966, or the 1965 Voting Rights Bill. And we're still, going in circles, passing bills and legislation. But there's always going to be this backlash because of the way that colonial capitalism is designed, and who's supposed to be the designers of that system. So Frederick Douglass, as I open up with the title, Frederick Douglass said, "From the first I saw no chance of bettering the condition of the freeman until he should cease to be merely a freeman and should become a citizen. I insisted that there was no safety for him nor for anybody else in America outside the American government. That to guard, protect, and maintain his liberty, the freeman should have the ballot, that the liberties of the American people were dependent upon the ballot box, the jury box, and the cartridge box." And just to be clear, when he's talking about the cartridge box, he's talking about the bullet. He's talking about the gun. That without these, no class of people could live and flourish in this country. And that was given in speech was given in 1867. And so I'm gonna quickly go past these massacres, but just highlight them. And I have about 3 minutes. The Colfax Massacre of 1873, the election riot of 1874. All of this is a result of Black people attempting to exercise their right to vote in this country. Despite the 14th and 15th Amendment being passed, there's still this resistance against Black ability to vote. The Clinton Massacre of 1875, where you see the assassination of Charles Caldwell, and I uplift him. There's so many others, because we think about the assassination of Dr. King and Malcolm X. There's so many Black leaders who have been assassinated, especially during this period of time, Reconstruction, for simply standing up as men, as women in this country to defend and protect their human rights. The Ellerton Massacre, 1876, the Hamburg Massacre, 1876. And so Reconstruction is going to come to an end despite all of the terrorism and atrocities that Black people were experiencing from the Southern white man. The Northern white man, a Republican, is going to come to the aid of the Southern white man. They're going to compromise the end of Reconstruction, and things will get even worse as a result of that. And if there's any questions, I can go into these topics a bit more. But after the end of Reconstruction, Black people saw that the government did not have their best interests at heart, that they could not go to the government for redress. So there was this period of self-determination. But then you continue to have insurrections or massacres. The Wilmington insurrection of 1898 is an example with a coup d'etat that took place in this country. And I'm sorry, that took place, well, in this country, but in this particular city. But in Wilmington, you're going to have the White Declaration of Independence, which was stated, believing that the Constitution of the United States contemplated a government to be carried on by enlightened people, believing that its framers did not anticipate the enfranchisement of the ignorant population of African origin. Got to emphasize that. And believing that the men of the state of North Carolina who joined in forming the Union did not contemplate for their descendants a subjection to an inferior race, we, the undersigned citizens of the city of Wilmington and country of New Hanover, do hereby declare that we will no longer be ruled and will never again be ruled by men of African origin. And so I'm going to wrap it up. And if you give me one last minute, just a couple of things. People like Benjamin Pitchfork Tillman, people like Henry W. Grady, who says here, a Negro as a political force has been dropped out of serious consideration. These are people who were considered like redeemers. And if you look into the history of these group of people called redeemers, which was a wing of the Democratic Party, these were people who were trying to redeem the South, what was lost after the Civil War. And so when I hear things like "Make America Great Again," it just reminds me of these racist white supremacists who were redeemers. And you'll have the rise of people like Marcus Garvey, Hubert Harrison, who is sort of considered one of the founders of what would be the new Negro movement uh, uh, in the 19 teens and 1920s. And there's a few quotes here that I don't have time to read, but I swear, Hubert Harrison, he was a man who, when we think of Malcolm X was echoing the same things that Hubert Harrison was saying in 1915, 1916. When he said, unbeknownst to the white people of this land, a temper is being developed among Negroes in which the American people have to reckon. At the present, it takes this form. If white men are to kill unoffending Negroes must kill white men in defense of their lives and property. And so, like I said, I'm gonna wrap it up. We have Malcolm X, who in 63 and 64, his message to the grassroots speech and ballot or the bullet, which I think influences the theme, the ballot and the bullet. And I would say this last thing in regards to Malcolm's ballot or the bullet. When he was speaking that, at least my interpretation, when he said the ballot or the bullet, he was speaking to white folks and he was telling them the ballot or the bullet. And what he meant, not necessarily that that was a choice that we had the ballot or the bullet, but if white America didn't give those who were struggling for civil rights the ballot, then they would have to face people like Malcolm and others who are organizing for a revolution, not integration, but a revolution. You would have to face that type of revolution. But the ballot was only one step in the process, because in that same speech, he says, if you want to avoid a violent revolution, you would have to give Black people everything you owe. And I don't think that he's just talking about the ballot when he says everything you owe. And so I'll end it there. Black power, self-determination, African internationalism is the answer. Appreciate y'all giving me this time and letting me go a little bit over. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru.
And I just want to say real quickly, the people in the chat, they want the slide presentations. You guys are so powerful. So I just want to let y'all know that it's lighting up. They're like, we want those presentations. And also, I just want to say a bit of a housekeeping. Also, because there's some dynamic conversations going on in the chat, please remember that you all can save the chat. If you click on, you should be able to click on the three little dots to the side of the chat box, and that will allow you to save the chat, and that way you can get some of the very important links and stuff that people are putting in. Uhuru.
Uhuru, yeah, excellent presentation, very informative, and the chat is jumping. So, Uhuru.
So the Q&A, jump in. And also, Sister Ikengi, we just want to check with you on time for the Q&A. Are you in the room, dear sister? Okay. Well, let's just hit it with the Q&A.
All right. Well, we've got 3 questions. Oh, did she talk?
Sister Ikengi?
We just take those 3 questions.
Oh, okay. Uhuru.
Awesome. So the first question was coming from Kira Lawton, and I believe this is directed to Comrade Marcia Adebayo. Are you seeking to win support from Maryland Governor Wes Moore to bring attention to the desecration of the Bethesda African Cemetery and to obtain landmark status of the site to prevent further development?
Thank you. As you probably know, Governor Moore was backed, supported by the developer community. I mean, it wasn't the Black community that put this unknown person in power in Maryland. It was the developers. And so initially we tried, despite knowing his background and his predisposition, we tried to communicate with him, work with him. And of course, he wasn't interested. So we actually demonstrated against him a couple of times. And then I spoke to a member of his staff, and basically, the governor has no interest outside of PR to really talk about Black history or Black people. In fact, as you probably know, I think the first 6 months of his administration, he signed a law that allowed police to incarcerate children under 15 years old in an adult facility. So that is the kind of governor we have. We have a black-faced governor here in Maryland. And so that's where that stands.
Uhuru. All right. Thank you so much for that response. Our next question is coming from Erica Nunn. And Comrade states, Uhuru, endless gratitude and respect for the elders educating us today. Comrade Amawali Clay said relationships are qualitative. We need disciplined relationships. Comrade Amawali and Marcia both mentioned comrades who were compromised and betrayed our different groups in the movement. Can you talk about the rippling effects of the fractured global African collective? How do we wrangle our people who are on wildly different levels on the spectrum as far as integrity, political education, and internalized colonial white supremacy? How do we repair these broken interpersonal dynamics? Great question.
Great question. I don't know if you want me to go first, and then I think that these are really difficult decisions that I really don't want a thumbnail, to be honest with you, just in terms of a quick answer. I was a member of the Black Panther Party, and so we saw quite a bit of infiltration by the FBI into the Black Panther Party. And so for me, this is not a theoretical issue. A lot of members of the Black Panther Party were murdered because of this kind of infiltration by Black people into Black spaces. And that's one of the reasons why I said at the end of my talk, it would be good for us to have this very uncomfortable conversation at some point where we can sort of move away from, we all have to unify to really understanding that there is a segment of our community that quite willingly will betray us for a number of reasons. One is colonial mentality, money, whatever it could be. But then the question is, how do we deal with that? How do we identify it? And then once we identify it, how do we begin to sort of build up a movement that's based in that kind of reality? What I would like to see maybe come out of this is a discussion about this, and as opposed to just giving a very quick answer about how we deal with infiltrators and traitors in our community.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Obviously, that's a very important question, important issue. And from what I understand about history, you can't stop it. I mean, there are certain things that we have a responsibility to do in terms of protecting our organization, protecting lives and things like that. But the fact is that there have been infiltrators in virtually every movement in our history. I'm reminded that maybe 1 or 2 days prior to the insurgency by the Bolsheviks and the Russian Revolution, not only were there infiltrators, but there were 2 members of the Central Committee of the organization who went and snitched and say, hey, the insurgency is going to happen next week or a couple of days from now. Went and snitched, even told the newspapers and things like that. I mean, those kinds of things happen. But we have to just build organizations based on integrity, and we also have to have a better grasp of the science of revolution. And part of what I mean by that is, to what end? What are we fighting for? I mean, because you can be involved in all kinds of motion and not going any damn where if you don't know what the objective is. What are we fighting for? And that's what's been permitted. They permit motion and activity of a certain kind. Often they will anyway. Sometimes the situation is so fragile, they don't want you to do anything. They even put Jesse Jackson, maybe they would, in jail or something like that. And that's a state of desperation. But the fact is that we have to have some sense of what we are fighting for. And then we have to develop a science of revolution. We have to have tactics and strategies for revolution. And like part of what we have done in the African People's Socialist Party, and I'm saying this because I think it's meaningful, is that we have affected the ability of the white rulers in this country to have absolute solidarity from the settler population. And all the white people in this country are settlers. And no matter, I don't care how much you like them, I don't care how radical they may be, they are settlers. Just by objective relationship they have to this land, this indigenous land. You got white people who left Europe and running from tyranny and oppression, et cetera, and they won the freedom to oppress. That's what they did when they got here and whatever. So we're not confused about that. You're talking about the people who, when you talk about America, they don't have a history that's more than 300 years old. They don't have a history. I mean, the liberation of this territory, of these people, is an existential crisis for them. They can't go back beyond that, you know, and so that's an existential crisis I think we have to be aware of. But in terms of there are various kinds of rules and things like that and requirements that we have to make of each other. We have to require that there is no gossip in our movement, that there is no slander in our movement. If you got a political struggle, say what the politics is. One of mine saying he go with white women. Say what the damn political question is and advance that. That educates the mass of people. And then we have to be intolerant of slander. When we see it, you know, we know slander when we see it. When we hear it, we know that's slanderous. So we have to be intolerant of that kind of thing in terms of our movement. We have to develop certain kinds of revolutionary principles. For example, part of what we have done is the emergence of this coalition. The coalition is a statement of unity and struggle. We say it's a statement of struggle because we're different organizations. That's why it's a coalition as opposed to being a single organization. So there's unity and there's struggle. The struggle is made manifest by the differences. But the unity is greater. The unity is that we did come into this relationship united around certain kinds of principles that we have a responsibility of holding each other to. And we have a responsibility to make this politic not just my politic in the closet, but it has to be the politic of the entire population. And we believe the fundamental responsibility is to organize masses of people in these communities where we live, where people feel and experience the oppression on a daily basis. And the political education we do there, that's why we put out a newspaper. That's why we have radio stations. That's why we do all this other kind of stuff, constantly working with the people. That's what we should. When we're at our best, that's what we do. We're not always at our best. Sometimes we are sorry and don't stand up to the principles that we should stand up with. But the people are the real makers of history. And that's the thing that we should never forget. The people, without the people, we have nothing. We are nothing. We have nothing. And that's where we have to concentrate, the political education and things like that. I think that's really important. I wanted to quote Malcolm X, because in many ways, Malcolm referenced something like Mao Zedong, who was a leader of the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese Revolution, who also was quoting something, an iteration of something that had been said by somebody else. He said, politics is war without bloodshed, and war is politics with bloodshed. So when you engage in politics, it's not just some walk through the park. It's a form of warfare without bloodshed. And then Malcolm, when he talked about the ballot or the bullet, he was talking about whether it's going to be politics with or without bloodshed. That was the statement he was making. And the point is, he said in that same presentation that was just referenced, 1963, 1974, he said there's never been a revolution without bloodshed. And he went all around the world and said, what would this revolution? Bloodshed. How does it make it? Bloodshed, etc. But the other thing he said was, America is in a unique position. Didn't he say that? He says the only country in the world that can make revolution without bloodshed. He said the only thing it's got to do is what? Give the black man everything that's due him, everything. And so we utilizing the political process. We're not here, most of us, because we think that the Democratic Party or something like that's going to free us, or that the local election board here is even going to easily allow us to do what needs to be done. But we do believe that the people are critical, and if we can do everything to keep the people involved in the struggle and educate masses of people who see the only way of being in struggle is through the electoral process, our objective is to go where Malcolm was going. Our objective is to go where Mao went. Our objective is to actually be a self-governing people, because if that ain't what you're fighting for, I don't even know what the hell you're in the room for. We have to have self-government. When we say Black power that Comrade Field was talking about, what is Black power? I mean, that's what the question was. You saw these really smart and erudite people who were pundits on the radio, Walter Cronkite and others, Chuck. What do they mean by Black power? You understand? Well, you know what black means, right? And you know what power means. The only problem you got when you hook them up together. You understand? And what is Black power except self-government? State power. The power over our lives. That's the thing that we believe objectively we are fighting for. And I think it's really important to be clear. And we can't have that. We've developed what we call tactics and strategy. And number one thing about the tactics and strategy is what? Win the masses of African people to independence. If the people don't believe in it, you ain't gonna get it. So that's part of what the political work is that we're doing all the time. Not just doing election stuff, but all the time. And we learn from the history and struggles of the people who preceded us, if we're smart, and not just Black people, but other people who are out there engaged and struggle against the same formidable enemy, because the Vietnamese were not supposed to win. And they said loudly, well, the Vietnamese Revolution proves that a small country can defeat a large country. That's what they said. And they also said that the enemy, America, they were talking about, is very, very powerful, very dangerous from a distance. They got airplanes, they can drop bombs, they can shoot missiles and things like that. But the Vietnamese also said, but they are slow and they're clumsy. In order to fight them, you got to grab them by the belt. And so when we get involved in this electoral process that we're talking about now, it's a bit of belt grabbing. And the objective is to bring masses of people into this project that they tried to keep us out of, that they've shot us out of, et cetera. And America likes to brag about this country being one based on rule of law, based on, that kind of garbage. But that's what we've seen is, yes, it's a rule of law, but they change them every time it becomes convenient for them, don't they? Law is the opinion of the ruling class. We have to take all that space that we can take, and we have to have strategic objectives. We have to win the entire African, much of it. You ain't gonna win everybody. That's a fallacy, the whole thing about unity. Unity is for something and it's against something. There's no such thing as some abstract unity that you can work with, because you can't work with everybody just because they're Black, because they're Africans. It's not just because they got a good attitude or a bad attitude. It's because how they fit up into the structure of our oppression, of these relationships we have. And I overtalked it, but I just wanted to make those comments because I think it's a very serious discussion that we're having now. And our objective, many of us, is to govern, is to become self-governing. Won't be satisfied with nothing less than that. Yeah.
Uhuru. And thank you so very much, Brother Chairman, and also thank everybody that is participating. Thank you so much for these questions and for your comments in the chat, because that's also very much a big part of this collective and of these webinars and that we have. So they're very important. And I just want to say, I just want to just read one more question, but I'm going to ask people to think about, because we're going to go into the next segment. So as you are, making your presentations and as we go further, you can keep some of these questions in your head. But one had to do specifically with what Brother Omawale was bringing up. This was Stephanie Wright, about the absence of a lot of Black people at these current rallies and out on the streets, and how we can go about mobilizing with that, especially since the word was out that, if we go out there, they're going to be attacking us and it might become more violent. And then another person's asking about, Erica Nunn, I'm sorry, she's asking about the consistent and inhumane barbarity that continues to be imposed on us, through slavery. And she's asked, how do we, work with these societies, to bargain with societies that insist on our destruction, whether they're Arab invaders or, Europeans or throughout Africa. So what I would like to do, I just wanted people to keep those questions in their head. And then I would like to begin with the next, the second part of this discussion, which deals with what's going on internationally. Chairman, did you have something else you want to say before we go on to the next?
Just this, that this thing about African people being in the streets, I really want us to grapple with that, because Comrade Omawale Clay also said some other things that should help us to understand that question. And that's what Comrade Afia Mungaza and SNCC was talking about. And part of that has to do with the difference in the situation for African people than for white people in this country. The white people African people, according to polls that the white people took, were the most opposed to the Vietnam War in this country. African people, according to polls that they took before the United States invaded Iraq, was the group most opposed to that war, to that invasion. But in each instance, with the struggle around Vietnam, who were the most people in the streets? White people. They would say, well, where are the black guys, right? And the same thing was true with the invasion in Iraq. Because the difference is that we were fighting the same damn war in America that the Vietnamese were fighting in Vietnam. And we were fighting the same war in this country that the Iraqis and other people were fighting in the Middle East. Now, our question is, where are the white people? You understand? Now, where the hell are the white people who believe so much in this freedom that they're talking about? So I'm not opposed to, and I think we have to intervene wherever we can, because I think our voices have to be heard, and people need to understand what our struggle is all about. But the thing is that they usually have it backwards. Yes. It's the question of where the hell are white people are when it comes to oppression of black people. We had to fight like mad for a billionaire organization who had something like $7 million to contest the movement that we just did in November a couple of years ago, a march on Black People's March on the White House. And they not only would they spent all that money to intervene in the process, and then they would pit the Palestinian question against the African question. But you heard Omawale Clay say, we were there for the Palestinians. You understand? Malcolm was in Gaza. You understand? And so were members of the Black Panther Party, the Black Liberation Army. These were forces that were there. Muhammad Ali. So this is, and you had people who also mentioned, like the guy who they like to hold up from the Pullman Porters. What's his name? And what's the other guy's name? The other guy, they made this great hero. They just made a movie of him. Bayard Rustin. You know, that's supposed to have been the noble pacifist, nonviolent person when this was during the Nixon administration, 1967, when the debate came up of whether the United States should give billions more dollars to that white nationalist settler state of Israel for more guns and more weapons to kill Palestinians with. He went and got two newspapers, the Washington Post and the New York Times, full-page ads, because he was given this resources by the Zionists, full-page ads, and he got a whole bunch of Negroes to sign up with that, so that they could murder. Here's this pacifist telling us to turn the other cheek. This pacifist working to get more weapons to kill Palestinians with, and he is the one who broke this position that African people had publicly had. But even with that, person who worked with Malcolm X, who came out of the Organization of African Unity, his name was Paul. He changed his name to Kwame something, I can't remember now. He went to the Socialist Workers' Party, etc., which is now a Zionist organization. But at that time, he led a movement that had people all around the African community signing on in solidarity with Palestinians. So it's unity for something. Don't tell me just because he's black. You know, the question is, what does that person stand for? And that's something that we have to be clear on what we stand for. Otherwise, we can't make any judgment about what they stand for. You know, so anyway, Trump came out in 2016. Trump was a peace candidate. Yes, he was. He came out against NATO. He came out against the United Nations. He came out against what they call nation building and et cetera, taking over other people's countries, et cetera. And the Democratic Party was the party of war. They're the ones who came out, you know, you looked at their convention, go back and look at it and see that Hillary had generals and the Democratic Party and all these other forces at their convention, et cetera. They wanted war. And so Trump, peace, Democrats, war. Today, Trump, the fascists, and the Democrats, I don't know what the hell they are. But the point is that our future has to be determined by our agenda. Our agenda, but we have to be clear on what that agenda is before we can even carry it out. Uhuru.
Uhuru, and thank you so much, Brother Chairman Uhuru. Now we are going to have the second part of this panel discussion, and we're going to be focused on the international aspect of what is going on and what we can do, you know, in terms of being united with the struggles, you know, with our continental brothers and sisters on the continent of Africa. So our first panelist with this section is Brother Luwezi Kinshasa. He is the Secretary General of the African Socialist International and Director of International Affairs. Brother Luwezi was born in Congo and currently lives in exile in London, where he presides over the African People's Socialist Party organizations on the ground in Africa and throughout Europe. S.D. Luwezi's regular column in the Burning Spear newspaper analyzes current events and developments on the ground of Africa from an African internationalist perspective. He publishes a bilingual version of the Spear in French and English for distribution in Africa and Europe. Uhuru, Brother Luwezi, and also just remind people, you have about 20 minutes for this section. We'll try to be alerting you in the chat, but also might need to give you verbal signals as well. Uhuru.
Comrade Sister Lisa, thanks so much for the introduction. I want to salute Chairman Madishela for his brilliant leadership of Black's Back, and I want to salute all the panelists before me. It was brilliant, excellent. Every presenter really introduced me to new, you know, understanding of what's going on the ground in the United States, in the historical resistance of African people in the U.S. So thank you for that. The ballots and the bullets, not one day, not one dime, no compromise, no surrender. This is a profound, profound statement made by the great Malcolm X, and also profound summation made by the chairman with not one life, no compromise, and no surrender. We are, as everyone can see, the world is in a just evolution. You know, a lot of things are going on every day. When you wake up in the morning, there's always something new happening somewhere, some new crisis developing all the time. But what is clear is that the traditional colonizers, we know, the United States and France, the Germany, all of them, they are in a irreversible decline or crisis. They cannot fix it of their wishes or their will. France can say what they want, Germany can say what they want, same the US, they cannot reverse the clock back. The National Liberation Movement has produced the power of China. Of course, the Russian Revolution, is responsible also of the Russia we see today, the struggle for Iranians, the victory of the Vietnamese, and so on. But particularly in West Africa, as everyone is aware, there is something new there. We have the Burkina Faso led by Ibrahim Traore. We have Mali led by Assimi Goïta, and we have the General Chani in Niger. And none of these leaders are prepared right now to bow to France or even to the U.S. China has to get got the French military out, got also the U.S. military out. It's unthinkable, just to think, less than a year, somewhere in Africa, France will be asked to go, to leave, to get his militaries, get out. And also, the United States will be told, no, you're not going to have a military base here. And one of the reason General Chaney has been able to do it, as the chairman said, they have seen the return of the masses to anti-colonial struggle. The masses are agree, the masses demanding it. So they know they have the masses with them. So if you're going to, to organize like a coup against them, you have to be able to crush the masses too. But guess what? The masses are not just mobilized in one place in Niger. They are mobilized in Burkina Faso. They are also mobilized in Mali. And in fact, in West Africa, much of the young people are in support of those three governments. So anyone who is in power in West Africa cannot forget what the masses are thinking, what's going to happen, things like that. Also, the French can't ignore it to the point they organize a false kind of coup in Gabon to pretend there is a change to make somebody who is for France, but somebody we can talk as if he was against France and something like that. The French have done that. And the whole question of, the ballots and the bullets, as the chairman said, if you're going to be free, there is nobody who wants to be freed with shedding blood. That's just absolute a truth. And it makes us basically also not just question, but expose the United States government, the French government, all these government, because they project themselves to the world as democracies. And to a lot of people, when you ask them what's the example of democracy, they might tell you United States. You don't say why. Well, every 4 years there is a president, and France and so on. In reality, United States, from its birth up to present, is a tyranny for the Africans, a tyranny for indigenous people, a tyranny for the Mexican. That's from the beginning up to this very moment. There is not a single day colonialism has not attacked or massacred or done something to colonize people, as we have seen through the presentation done before. How can the world take the United States as a democracy? The same from France. Just every year, you just take as a basic example, Africa pays like 60 to 80 billion dollars just to service the debts imposed on Africa. We're not even talking about the raw material taken for almost for free out of Africa, the oil, the coltan, the gold, and things like that. We're not talking of the money made on investment in Africa just to service the debt. Can you imagine what you can do with for $80 billion every year? In 10 years, that's more than $1 trillion dollars. Can you just imagine what we can do? The hospitals we can do, the schools we can do, just develop, build industries and things like that. So every day, Africa feeds Europe, feeds America, and so on. So how can you refer to those countries as democracy? You can only do that if you if you don't take into consideration the foundation of the United States. You don't talk about the economics. You don't talk about the interests of the U.S. in Africa, the interests of France in Africa. You remove everything that makes U.S., that makes France the U.S. You just concentrate on election. Because the election, in the U.S., for example, is a world event. Everybody has to watch what's going on in the U.S., who's going to be president. They do massive propaganda around that, when in reality the United States is responsible for not having what we call democracy or self-determination in Africa. Nkrumah is not there because of the United States. Lumumba is not there in the US because of the US. You can do similar, you can give similar examples for countries like Togo and so on. In fact, when you do the history of coup in the world, according to one article I found on Al Jazeera News on 30th August 2023, out of 486 attempted or successful military coup carried globally since 1950, Africa accounts for the largest number, with 214, of which at least 106 have been successful. And you can't do a coup up to, I'll say, 5 years ago, without France, if you're going to do a coup in the ex-French colony, or without the United States and things like that. So where is democracy in all that? how can the United States, how can France brag about being a democratic state or anything like that? When in reality, the French state does everything they can do to keep Africa under colonialism. The United States does the same, and the British does the same, and so on. And that's the reality. So democracy, if it's not basically capture of power, is not enough. We can go to elections, we can win, election like Lumumba did, but it doesn't mean you capture power, particularly state power. So the question of state power is central. Win elections, is a process for us, to occupy the ground, to develop our forces, but we should never confuse winning electoral victory and capturing power. And we're fighting for power. We want to capture power, the power that allows us to unleash the will of African people, to unleash the will of African nation. As you can see, just in West Africa, the alliance of the state of Sahel, just 3 places, what they can do in terms of just deterring, countries like Nigeria want to be used by the United States and the rest of them to go to those 3 Sahel states, or France want to use Benin, but they have to think twice because the leaders of those 3 places, they say an attack on one is an attack on all of us. And you go to see beyond the state, the people are being mobilized. So it makes the leaders of those neighboring countries think twice that, well, I'm not prepared to go to Niger or to go to Mali because the price to pay is considerable. It's not like in the old days. You can just come and invade a place. But when you have a state that's mobilized, the people are also mobilized, and more than one state are united, that changed a lot. And most of the time, people like Nkrumah, Lumumba, they have to fight almost by themselves with no control of the state apparatus, because Nkrumah didn't control it. Lumumba didn't control it. See, it was easier to make a coup against them because their armies in those places remained neo-colonial armies. I'm not saying the transformation of the army has happened in Mali and Burkina, in those places, but the leadership of those places are already clear. They are not going for the United States, and they're not going for France, and they're not going for the Western colonizers. They're clear on that, and they are involved in a war. There is war going on in Mali. There is war going on in Niger. In those places, you have so-called jihadists funded directly or indirectly by the allies of the US or France. In fact, they participated in the overthrowing of Gaddafi, a lot of them. In fact, there is even Algeria, the Algeria that played a traditional historical role in defeating French colonizers. Right now, there is some kind of dispute between Algeria and Mali because Algerian army brought down a drone from Mali, and the Algerian government said the drone was threatening Algerian security, and it was brought down within the border of Algeria. But the drone didn't come down within the Algerian territory. It came down 9 kilometers away from the border between Mali and Algeria. And the Algerian leaders say it was brought down within 2 kilometers of Algerian border. So there is something going on there. And the Malian government, they're not pleased, basically, from what they see as collusion between the Algerian government and the so-called jihadists and so on. But this is just one aspect. But the point I'm trying to make here is the question of capturing state power. We know a lot of examples. We know about Salvador Allende in 1970, winning election in 70, by 73, overthrown. He won the election, fair and square, but he didn't capture power. We know Manuel Zelaya in Honduras, in 2009. I think that was Obama coup. Evo Morales, he won, but he was kicked out of power in 2019. We know just recently Pedro Castillo in Peru. Now he's in prison, and he's the U.S. Involvement there, and we know in in Pakistan, we have the Imran Khan. Imran Khan preferred close relationship with China, and we also know in terms of election, he was winning. You know, he only won one mandate and preparing to win a second mandate, and he was going to win anyway, according to all the polls. But all of a sudden, there was a coup. You know, because you can win elections, but winning power is not the same thing. The state apparatus has to become also an anti-colonial state apparatus, representing, expressing the will of the people. That's not been the case in all those places. And I can give one more example. We not that too far. Laurent Gbagbo in Ivory Coast. Not only one, the director of the council, the National Council, the Independent National Council for Election. There's a body that oversees the elections. They said he won the elections, but the French got somebody else to go and declare Ouattara president. The French organized that. Not only they got somebody to declare Ouattara president, but they also captured Babo and his wife Simone. They went to the presidential palace. You know, they have the what do you call them? The pajamas. And they project that to the world to see powerless black president, black people. It was unbelievable. So the whole question of power is just central. And there was a time where if you don't talk about armed struggle, people may say that you're not talking about revolution, But we had people like Savimbi, we have people like Museveni, people like Kagame. They took armed struggle, but they didn't take armed struggles to advance African self-determination. They took armed struggle to solve their own problems and also to solve the problems of the colonizers. Bring Clinton and others, put Kagame in power, help Museveni, but that's before Clinton in the 80s. They put Museveni in power, and today they represent, if you wish, a kind of military base, basically, for the United States. When you talk about Africa, Central Africa, don't go too far. You have Museveni, you have Kagame, and you have Kenya with Ruto and people like that. You have Ghana, where the United States has also military bases everywhere. And but we can go to elections, and we do go to elections in Ghana on a regular basis every 4 years or every 5 years. There's a new president in Ghana, but the control of the United States is not challenged. We just gave those countries, Ghana, Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya. There are other places too where the U.S. is present. So the whole question of the bullets and the ballot, yes, we, the African revolutionaries, African and independentists, anti-colonial forces, we have to occupy all spaces. Just like the bourgeoisie, when they speak, when they threaten the colonized, what they say, all options are on the table. Yes, all options also for us on the table. The ballot, the bullet, we recognize all aspects because we're talking of what people refer to these days as a geostrategy. What you do in one place has to reflect also your interests around the world. Because I listened to the presentation done by the comrades here, Comrade Marshall, Adebayo, and other speakers who spoke before. It's clear that Africans need to know, not just the United States, but also the United States too. Not only need to know, we need to participate because the United States is always an active participant in every electoral event in Africa. Elections can happen in Congo. Not only the U.S. is an active participant, sometimes they're the one who fund the election, they're the one who provide the advisors and everything to make sure the result, the outcome is what they want. And even when the outcome is not what they want, they have their guys to make sure there is no change, the status quo remain. Or they provide enough cover. You take the case of Kagame, he will go to the elections and win with 99.9. I can someone like Kagame win election with 99.9%. It's not possible. But it will not be international event because most Black people are not participant. They just, read the news from the bourgeoisie and so on. When in reality, every event we do our best to make it international event, to make it the African nation event. And this way, we're going to create severe limitation on what the French or the British or the US can do because South Africans are mobilized, are making demand, things like that. And that will make basically a big difference. And yes, how many minutes?
2 more minutes.
4 minutes. And I like the example of Venezuela. They learned from what happened with Salvador Allende and people like that. Not only they go to elections with everybody else, but they know they have to keep power. Election, is no place when you go and concede power. They don't do that. They have worked the army, where you can see the army as more and more becoming a anti-colonial army. They have built militias or young people. I never seen young Africans, like teenagers, armed to defend, what they call the Bolivarian Revolution, something like that, to the point that if you want to lose power in Venezuela, you can't just lose it in one place. You go lose it on the street, you go lose it military and so on. And which means that the election, when they go to an election, not only they defeat the sellout in the contest, but also whatever the sellout want to do, they cannot challenge the power. They cannot overthrow the power in place because the power is armed. The people are armed to defend the gains they have made to keep the United States colonialism out of the country. And this is a lesson for all of us. And I will just end with the last point I have here. Right now, we are in a very, very critical situation. If I take the example, what's going on in Sudan, what's going on in Congo, you have this competition between China and the US, and you have the African petty bourgeoisie fragmented. You have the international bourgeoisie fragmented. You can see all this playing in Africa. You have those who are pro-Trump. You also have those who don't want Trump, who want the Democrats to be in power, but the Democrats are not in power. And so if you take a place like Congo, the president, to make sure he stays in power, is making a deal with Trump. I'll give you all the minerals, but you secure my power. Make sure I stay in power. And you have those who are not necessarily favored by Trump because they belong to the Democrats camps or something like that, the Kagame and others. They are definitely didn't see how the world is changing because Kagame is surprised, is being exposed by the bourgeois press. He's really surprised. It's being exposed. There are more and more documentaries, articles. In fact, the relationship between Belgium and Rwanda has been suspended. And you could not see that 5 years ago, 10 years ago, because Belgium defended everything Kagame has done. You could not criticize Kagame. You couldn't even organize any event against Kagame in Belgium because the police would come and stop it. If the government doesn't stop it, with the power of the mayors, the police will come and disrupt it. And all of, yeah. Shall I stop here?
And we're at time. I hate calling time personally because people are saying so many great things, but you can finish your sentence, what you were going to say.
Basically, what I'm saying that is a really a time for us to rebuild the anti-colonial movement, the African for self-determination, because the growing African population, young people, they want to see Africa to stand tall, to stand free, full of dignity. They want to see leaders of integrity. They want to see Africa united. They want to see a different Africa. And this is no small factor because you see, 30 years, African population is going to be over 2 billion people. We have to include all these in our plans. Now, people want to fight. They really want to fight, but they need to have the correct organization, correct leadership, correct philosophy, and correct programs. And I appreciate the leadership of the African People's Party and the leadership of Chairman Omar to provide those elements, those solutions that we need. And I would say, as Africa is going to be free because there is no way Africa can be stopped. Africa is basically the awakening of Africa is happening before under our eyes. We just have to push straight on, or continue what we're doing, bring more people into consciousness, into organization. But there is no that Africa cannot be stopped. This is where it can be stopped. Yes, welcome.
Exactly, Uhuru, and thank you so very much. And it's interesting that you were talking about the Congo, because that's a great segue for the next presenter, and that is Brother Paul Pumphrey. And he has been an organizer and activist for over 40 years, is co-founder and member of the board of directors for Friends of the Congo. And Friends of the Congo is a nonprofit advocacy organization based in Washington, D.C. Human rights and grassroots institutions were established in 2004. He worked with them to bring about peaceful and lasting change in the Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly known as Zaire. Brother Paul, before you start, do we have somebody in the room that's helping to keep time that can let you know when we're like at 5 minutes and stuff like that? Do we have that?
I have that.
So he has it. Okay, you got it. Okay. Well, Uhuru, Brother Paul Pumphrey, Friends of the Congo, Uhuru.
I come prepared.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank the Uhuru movement for inviting me as representative for Friends of the Congo. And I'm not only going to be talking a little bit about the Congo, but I'm going to talk a little bit about my own personal experience. For example, in 1995, I was actually in the Gaza Strip. And so when people are talking about what's going on in the Gaza Strip, I've been there. It's an open air prison. Yeah. And that's before this recent war started in the Gaza Strip. When we talk about what's going on in the Congo, last July, I was in Gaza. And so I can tell you for a fact what's going on there as well. But I want to give you a little bit of background about the role the U.S. plays in these countries. In 1995, I was a co-founder, and I was working with an organization that actually organized a delegation to Haiti. And when we get down there are U.S. troops, French troops, and Canadian troops everywhere. And they kept stopping our delegation vehicles, asking questions, and members of the delegation got pissed off and said, "We want to be with the U.S. ambassador." And I'm like, oh boy. So we ended up at the U.S. Embassy. And my first opinion was not to ask any questions at all. I just wanted to get out of there. But as I'm watching the U.S. ambassador answer the questions to the delegates, it became clear to me this guy was CIA. And I want people to pay close attention to what I'm getting ready to say. So I decided I was going to ask him a simple question that would answer that question. And that question was, what is your history in the State Department? And when he answered that question, he could have easily said, I work for the CIA. Now, why would I say that? Because in his answer, he told me he was in Congo Brazzaville when there was a military coup. Then he went to Liberia and there was a military coup. And then he was sent to South Africa before Nelson Mandela became president of South Africa, right before that. And what was his role there? To have the white regime spend every penny in the budget, so that when Mandela comes to being president of South Africa, he would not have the money to pay the South African military or the police force. Now, what is that asking for? And that pushed Mandela to then believe that he had to negotiate with international banks who put all kinds of restrictions about what he could and couldn't do as president. Okay? Now he leaves there from South Africa, he goes to Nigeria. And what's going on in Nigeria? He ends up having a military coup in Nigeria while he's there. Now, I'm going to give you his name because you can Google his name and it verifies what I just said. His name is William Swing, like a swing on a tree. So when I run into this guy in Haiti in 95, I'm now clear as to who he is. So I'm back in Haiti in 1998, and I asked one of my friends, what's going on with William Swing? Oh, he's not here anymore. Really? Where is he? He's in the Congo. And what's going on in the Congo in 1998? An attempted military coup. So for those of us who want to believe that the United States believes in democracy, this is one good example. And I'm sure there are many other ambassadors playing the same role that he played. This guy was in the Congo to carry out a coup. But because the president of the Congo had developed a relationship with Southern African presidents, he gave a phone call to Zimbabwe, Namibia, and Angola. Zimbabwe sent his air force, Namibia sent his troops, and Angola sent their troops, and they were able to defeat Uganda and Rwanda, who was in the central part of the Congo, who had come there to kill Laurent Kabila. So this guy stays on as ambassador to the Congo because they weren't successful in killing the president of Congo. He actually retired from the State Department on January 20th, 2001. And Laurent Kabila, who was the president of the Congo, was killed on January 16th, 2001. Let me repeat those dates. He retired from the State Department on January 20th, 2001. And 4 days earlier, the president of the Congo was killed. So when people, again, run around talking about United States and democracy, United States can't even spell democracy, let alone practice it. Especially in places like Africa, the Caribbean, Central America, South America, and Asia. And he's just one example how they use their diplomats. So I'm thinking to myself, well, at least he's out of the Congo. At least he's, no longer a diplomat. I was wrong again. Why do I say that? Because I was an international observer to the elections in the Congo in 2006. And who's in charge of the UN operations overseeing the election in the Congo? The same guy, William Swing. So when we begin to look at what's going on in the Congo, it is clear. United States have not allowed the people of the Congo to choose a head of state since Patrice Lumumba. And that was back in 1960. So we need to be clear. Now, why would that be? Well, let me give you some facts about the Congo. The Congo had roughly about $22 trillion worth of minerals that are essential for sophisticated electronics, as well as they got gold and they got copper. They got uranium and they have, the tin that's used for the electronics. They got cobalt. They got coltan. And so, in fact, United States' whole goal has been for the Congo, once they made sure that the Belgians had to leave, was to make sure they stayed involved with the Congo until they could get the minerals out of the Congo. And now people make a big distinction between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, but you may remember that one of the last international trips that Joe Biden made was to Angola. Now, why was that trip to Angola? Because they wanted to build a train to go from the ports of Angola through Zambia that has copper the United States won, into the southern part of the Congo, which is where the Congo has copper, over to the eastern part of the Congo, where the coltan and the cobalt located, because in the eastern part of the Congo, they were taking the minerals out by plane. Now, you know how long it would take them to take all those minerals out by plane in the Congo? On the other hand, if they got a train there, they could take 100 times that amount out of the Congo. And that was by Joe Biden. So when we run around trying to make a distinction between the Democrats and the Republicans, let's be clear. There's no difference, except in name. They're there to carry out the directions of the international business community in robbing Africa, the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. And they're there to try to make sure that they're the heads of states in those countries are there to serve their interests in being able to rob these countries. Now, let's be a fact. Like I said, there has not been a head of state in the Congo that was actually chosen by the people of the Congo since Patrice Lumumba. And that was back in 1960. So yes, they have elections. And the United States makes sure that they're there to count the votes. When I observed the elections in the Congo in 2006, I was surprised that when the polls opened up around 9 o'clock in the morning, they were packed. People had their IDs with their pictures on them and names on it. But then I found out in the afternoon when the actual people who were supposed to be in that political district came to vote, they couldn't vote because the people who was running the polls who said, well, y'all voted this morning. They said, no, we didn't. But again, who was in charge of making up the IDs? William Swing, the former US ambassador, who then duplicated those IDs and gave them to a group of people to go to different polls and vote in the name of the people who were registered in those districts. So that when the actual people came to vote, they couldn't vote. This is how US democracy is supposed to be operating in Africa, especially in countries that have those type of resources. So now I told you the example.
Excuse me one second, a moment. Brother Paul, I just wanted to say, because I know you got slides, so let me know when you want them to be shown, and I'll.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So it begins to show you how the United States operates. Now, when people say, what can we do about the Congo? That's the slide I'd like for you to show now. Okay. This is a list of things that you
Hold on
can
one
do.
second, a moment. Let me find it. I got it up here. You'll have to bear with me a little bit because I'm not.
Okay, well, when you
a
get
tech
ready, just
person.
put it up. I'll stop talking at that point.
All right, let me just see if this is the one that you're looking for.
But anyway, if you want to know what you can do about the Congo and learning more about the Congo itself, I encourage you to go to our website, friendsofthecongo.org. If you go to YouTube, there's a video there called Congo in Crisis. Okay? That again gives you a little bit of background about what's going on in the Congo itself. Now, when we go looking at what went on in Rwanda, as I said before, Paul Kagame grew up in Uganda. He was recruited by the US CIA and brought to Fort Leavenworth in the early 90s and trained in Fort Leavenworth when the Rwandan Patriotic Front was going from Uganda into Rwanda and attacking government installations inside of Rwanda and inside of Burundi.
Can people see anything? Let me see if I do this. Can people see it? Can you see that?
Yes.
Oh,
So I
okay.
suggest for people to make notations of these websites that I have up on this slide, because this can give you the kind of background information that when you go out and talk to people about what's going on in Central Africa, you can be able to give them accurate information about what's going on. And if you want to know about what's happening as far as demonstrations and things along this line, again, these are places that you can go to and be made aware of what's going on. And you can even sign up in some of these places with your email address, where we can then immediately give you information as things are happening about what's going on in Central Africa today. The other thing I wanted to bring up was that after they trained Paul Kagame, they sent Paul Kagame from Fort Leavenworth. Understand that he went from Uganda to Fort Leavenworth, and from Fort Leavenworth in 1994, he comes to Rwanda. Of course, at that point, the guy who's leading the Rwandan, what was now the Rwandan Patriotic Front was assassinated right before they brought Paul Kagame in to take his place from Fort Leavenworth. And that same year was the year that quote unquote Paul Kagame gets elected as president when he had been out of the country for over 20 years. Now you explain to me how that happens. And the other thing that was quite interesting was one of the first laws they passed in Rwanda was that the national language was no longer just French, it was also English, because Paul Kagame was much more familiar in speaking English than he was French. And if you notice, his interviews are basically in English. So, I mean, this is how the United States and its so-called democratic process operates in Africa. Now, we must also remember who was president in 1994. A guy by the name of Hillbilly Clinton was the president here in the United States. So you can't blame this on the Republicans at that particular time. This was Clinton. Okay? Now it was George Bush who brought him, George Herbert Walker Bush, who brought Paul Kagame to Fort Leavenworth, but is now Clinton in 1994 running the operation. And what does Clinton do? He comes up and says that he knew that Mobutu was too greedy. So he knew he could not get the minerals out of the Congo at the price he wanted to pay. So he actually sent an envoy to the Congo to tell Mobutu to leave. And Mobutu said, how dare you tell me to leave my country? And when he meant my country, he meant he owned the country. He wasn't saying the country that I was born in. He's saying my country, because he saw the Congo was his country because the United States made him believe that for over 30 years. And so they decided that the only way they could get Mobutu out was force him out. And they knew that the US could not put their troops there to do it. They needed some flunkies to do it for them. Well, he went to he went over to Museveni in Uganda. He said, yes, boss, because after all, the United States played a role in putting Museveni in power in the first place. When he went to Rwanda and Burundi to ask them to participate, and Kenya to ask them to participate in getting rid of Mobutu, they said we weren't interested. So they knew they had to at least get rid of the heads of states in Rwanda, maybe Burundi, and possibly even Kenya. So when Clinton comes to office, he says, we want to have a peace negotiation between these rebel groups and the governments of Rwanda and Burundi. Yeah. And when he did that, he set up this negotiations take place in Tanzania. So the president of Rwanda and the president of Burundi said, okay, we'll do it. So the US sent them an aircraft over and flew them over to Tanzania and then negotiated an agreement. After the agreement was agreed upon, the president of Rwanda, Burundi gets back in the aircraft to come back to Rwanda. And right before that plane landed in Rwanda, it was shot out of the air. My prediction was more than likely was a US SAM missile. And that's what started the bloodshed in full earnest inside of Rwanda. And of course, Paul Kagame had the advantage of having US satellite imagery to know where the Rwandan army was. There was a tremendous amount of confusion in Rwanda because you know good and well when the president died, now you got several generals now wanting to replace the president. And so with that confusion and with the logistical help of US satellites, Paul Kagame was able to come in and overtake the government. But let's be very clear. The Tutsis in Rwanda are a clear, small minority. So how is it they want you to believe that during that war in 1994, which only took a few months, that 800,000 people who lost their lives in that war were all Tutsis? If that was the case, they would have no Tutsis pretty much left in the country. Obviously, the majority of the people who lost in that war were Hutus. That's why the Hutus lost the war. But in Rwanda today, if you say that it was not 800,000 Tutsis who lost their lives in that war in 1994, you can go to jail. And a number of people have actually gone to jail because they made that statement. So when we want to talk about, oh, Rwanda's got an excellent example of democracy and freedom of speech, really? And again, what has been the role of Rwanda ever since then? In fact, if you look at that film I told you about called Crisis in the Congo, we even interviewed members of the U.S. State Department who were part of the U.S. Embassy in Rwanda. And one of the statements one of them made was, he didn't understand why, after the war in 1994, the United States was constantly sending weapons over to Rwanda. Because the goal wasn't Rwanda, the goal was to push Mobutu out of power. Now, the other interesting point that one must understand is that Mobutu really did not develop the Congo very well. So there weren't any roads from the eastern part of the Congo, where the borders of Uganda and Rwanda is located, and the central part of the Congo, which is on your way to western part of Congo, where the capital is in the Congo. So the interesting question people asked was, how was it that Rwanda and Uganda got from the eastern part of the Congo to the central part of the Congo and on in towards the western part of the Congo? And I found that answer out in 2006. Back in 1975, I was a co-founder of the Anti-Apartheid Movement USA. And one of the organizations I worked with was a UN representative from Namibia in the movement called SWAPO. His name was Theo Ben-Guerrero. And Ben and I often went around to college campuses and communities and church groups talking about apartheid. So we knew each other very well. And after I finished observing the election in 2006 in the Congo, I went south and went to one of the places I went was to Namibia. And when I mentioned to Ben that I had just come from the Congo, he says, funny you should mention the Congo. Let me tell you what happened to us in 2000, I mean, in 1998.
Excuse me, Paul, I have 2 more minutes for you.
Okay, in 1998 in the Congo. He said, after we got our troops to the Congo, which he went to the Congo with them, and they defeated Uganda and Rwanda, the big question is now, how are you going to get these troops? Because under international law, you're responsible for the troops who lose the war if they're not in their home country, to get back to their home country. And so while he and the foreign minister of Zimbabwe was discussing, trying to figure out how to get these troops back over there, since there were no roads to get them back over to their borders, they got a phone call from a woman by the name of Madeleine Albright. I don't know if you ever heard of her or not. Why is she calling them? Because she wants to offer free air transportation for the troops from Uganda and Rwanda back to their respective governments, to their respective countries. So if you're wondering how much our tax dollars are involved in what's going on with the slaughter in the Congo, because from 1996 to the date, it's been estimated to be as much as 10 million people have lost their lives in the eastern part of the Congo, where those minerals are located. And the armed forces are very well connected to the government militaries of Uganda and Rwanda today. Yeah. So my last part I want to suggest to you, and this is what I've asked for them to put into the question and answer part, and that is, I have put 3 websites from YouTube. One is talking about the fact that the president now in the Congo has agreed with Trump that he will give United States rights to all the minerals of the Congo if he can get Rwanda and Uganda to stop attacking the Congo. Now, think about it. The United States was the ones who armed them and gave them the ability to attack the Congo in the first place. And this blooming idiot, excuse my French, this head of state is saying, well, boss, we'll give you everything we got if you can stop those folks that you have brought into our country and killed our people. To me, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But that's me. At any rate, keep that in mind when you look at what's going on. and the giveaway of the wealth. And this is why it's even more important that the people here in the United States challenge US policy in the Congo and say, no, the United States doesn't have the right. The other part is the two videos I've given, also the other two videos are about what is going on in the Sahel. And I would love for you all to pay attention to what African states should be doing. And when you can see what's happening in the Sahel today, you can understand the right way of how African heads of state should be operating. And with that, I thank you.
Brother Paul, I just want to show that, because you had a fundraiser too. Did you want me to show the fundraiser real quickly, the GoFundMe that you posted?
Yes, I wanted that part up there earlier. I didn't look back to see if you had it up there.
Right, and then we can have, I know Jackie Lukman, you're gonna be the next one coming up, so I just want to show the fundraiser. Can everybody see this?
We have interference as well. Do you hear that? Oh,
Oh, okay. Well, this is, you can go to GoFundMe, and it says urgent support needed in Goma, DR Congo. And we can also make sure that we post this in the chat and that we send this out. And also we'll make sure that the other links that you had, all the links that you put, that we can put in the chat and make sure that we send it out as well.
Again, also, if people need to reach me by email, it's paul@friendsofthecongo.org. I will take your questions and try to give you the best answers I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much for the tremendous work you have been doing. And with that, these segues are great, because with that, we're going to hear from our comrades with the Black Alliance. Oh, let me take the camera off. Let me put the camera on. We're going to hear, thank you so much, Brother Paul, for that dynamic and very informative presentation. Next, we're going to be hearing from our friends with the Black Alliance for Peace. For some reason, well, I'm just going to go on and read your bio, Jackie. For some reason, the camera doesn't seem to be working correct. Okay, now we're back. Good. Okay. Anyway, I'm just honored to work with all of our comrades on this panel. And the Black Alliance for Peace has been a strong organization, and they're doing great work. And representing the Black Alliance for Peace will be Jackie Lukman, and she is an anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist, Pan-African, people-centered, human rights-focused organizer, author, radio show host, political commentator, tying community-level issues to regional, national, and international issues that impact working-class, poor, and oppressed people in the U.S. and abroad. She is a radio host and journalist hosting the weekly show Darker Than Blue on WPFW 89.3. And she's also a political commentator on the Black Liberation Media YouTube platform. She is co-coordinator of the Mid-Atlantic region, co-coordinator of the DC Citywide Alliance, and vice chair of the coordinating committee of the Black Alliance for Peace, an international people-centered human rights formation organizing against war, repression, and imperialism by reviving the Black radical peace tradition. Uhuru, Sister Jackie, uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru, thank you so much, Sister Lisa, Sister Lisa, for that introduction. And I realized that when I gave you that bio, I was not yet the chairperson for the coordinating committee for BAP, but now I am. So that's a little bit of a change. Peace, everyone, comrades. I am Jackie Lukman with the Black Alliance for Peace, and I am really thankful for this time to spend with you today. And I only wish I could have been there with you in person. But I must say that I'm a little bit intimidated being the final presenter for these opening panels for this conference. But I'm glad that I got to listen to all the amazing presenters before me, because it actually confirms that my topic is what I should be talking about today. You know, dreamed about it and all that kind of stuff and thought, oh, this is a good idea. And I listened to everybody. I'm like, hey, this is what I should be talking about. So I should declare from the very beginning, well, I probably don't have to at this point, but I think I will anyway, that I'll probably never vote in another presidential or midterm election in this country ever again before the revolution happens, right? This last 18 months, I think, have revealed for people who didn't already know what this country is. I think this last 18 months revealed for some people who have been deluding themselves about what this alleged democracy is over the past 18 months. And they've seen that what we really have is a genocidal, xenophobic, Islamophobic, racist system Particularly, people have been exposed to the true nature of the Democrat Party and their allegiance to finance capital and Zionism over any commitment to truly being an opposition party to the Republicans. And of course, we are thankful and honored and full of revolutionary joy and pride, really, that we're participating in this event with Chairman O'Malley, Penny, and Jesse after we watched the Democratic Party try to take our people away from us, but they failed, right? And we know the fight is not over for their full freedom from the liberal attack on Africans and accomplices and the liberation struggle that we're involved in. But every victory over the system in this long battle is cause for celebration. So I am more than happy to take a moment right now to say, Amandla Naguethu, to and for our comrades, Chairman O'Malley, Jesse, and Penny, and all of our people struggling against this state, particularly under the Democrat Party that a lot of people are still very confused about. But we know better. So Democrats, as Malcolm told us, have been punking the people since before he told us that they were doing that and that we are being political chumps to continue to vote for them and the Republicans, the wolf and the fox. Brother Malcolm called them because they both eat us on a regular basis. They just use different sauces and seasonings on us depending on which party is taking a bite. So if we look at the history and the current state of American politics, we should understand that electoral politics at the national, presidential, and even the congressional level will not get us the liberation we're working toward. Because the system those positions exist to uphold will not voluntarily cede power just because one or a handful of progressive or so-called leftists get elected. And we've seen the evidence of that with folks like AOC and John Fetterman. You know, Democrats can claim progressivism or left-leaning ideology to get votes from young voters, from disillusioned former Democrat voters, and from independents to get in office. And then when they get in office, they rip the self-determination, ignoring, human rights violating, brazenly imperialist policies right along with Republicans and laugh right in the faces of the people who voted for them based on the lies of progressivism and leftism that they told folks in the first place. And then, of course, there's this deep indoctrination of the American population to the point that we don't know what imperialism is. We don't believe that the US is an empire, is fine. Most people, because they don't understand these things, most people are fine with the US having 800 plus military bases around the world, if they know that at all, and most people don't, because they believe the lies that the US government tells about itself and its officials have told them about other people around the world, in particular, mostly Muslims, mostly Black and brown folks, a whole lot of socialists and communists and leftists. People believe that all those billions of people hate this country for its alleged freedom because the liars that run this country and oppress and abuse and murder those people tell them. So while bourgeois liberal democracy in this country, sorry, excuse me, I'm having a little problem with my tech here, and I have to make a little bit of correction. Apologies. I love it when the technology that is supposed to work all the time just doesn't.
Doesn't work when I need it to work.
It just will not do it. Okay, there we go. So, I apologize, everyone. Let me get my stuff straight here. All right, I apologize for that. All right, now I find my place. I apologize for that
Not a
momentary
problem at all.
momentary technical issue. So while we understand that bourgeois democracy, bourgeois liberal democracy, and their sham elections in this country are useless to us at the national level and at the congressional level, there may be some tactical wins that we can gain if we elect more progressive leaning politicians to move the needle on some issues like protecting Moses Cemetery from desecration from capital gain. It would be helpful if there were an elected official in the governor's office who was not antagonistic to the right of our ancestors to rest in peace. But that is not the reality. So, you know, we also have to be sober minded, particularly in this time of the consolidation of fascist forces that have always been here and those actions coming from this government, and understand the limitations of those progressive leaning elected officials if we can get them into office, because they will almost always fall back on protecting their position in the political party that has repeatedly thrown us and our interests under the bus after they browbeat us into voting for them to save us from the other party on a national level, right? So whatever thing they can do for us that might be a tactical victory in one area, we have to always look at what else they're going to do after that that is going to work against us. So why am I here then? If I am saying that electoral politics in this liberal bourgeois sense don't really have much of a utility for us outside of limited uses, well, I think that we have to begin thinking about what electoral politics will look like when we win. And I think I'm talking about the science of this thing that we want to do that we call revolution, and how we intend to get our people to support it, to participate in it, and defend it. Because what I want to talk about is what we do when we win state power, how we engage our people in that process, and how we keep it after we win. And I promise you, comrades, I wrote these notes before Chairman O'Malley made his comments a few minutes ago. So I couldn't be happier right now to be picking up on his thoughts. That's for sure. You can't tell me nothing now. So what should we be thinking about in regard to electoral politics in a revolutionary sense? Because we talk about revolution a lot, but we don't talk about how we're going to shape that revolution, how we're going to structure it to maintain the state power that we win, and how we're going to keep it. In revolutionary societies, the role of electoral politics is often pretty complex and contested because it depends on the ideological foundations of the revolution and the stage of revolutionary development and the balance of forces in that society. And this is where understanding that international history of revolutionary struggle against imperialism comes in handy. Because how electoral politics function in a revolutionary society depend on a few things. And they do a few things that we need to be clear about, that we need to start thinking about right now. One of those things is we have to understand that in a revolutionary society that we want to build, electoral politics can be an instrument of legitimacy and consolidation of the state power and the ideology behind our state power that we want our people to understand. Like in the Soviet Union in 1917, 1959 Cuba, or 1979 Iran, elections were used to legitimize the new revolutionary order while maintaining tight control over political participation. And elections in these contexts might be structured to favor the ruling revolutionary party or vanguard that ensures ideological conformity and preventing counter-revolutionary forces from gaining power. For example, Cuba's single-party system that allows for elections within the framework of the Communist Party, emphasizing mass participation rather than multi-party competition. And under this kind of structure, grassroots organizations facilitates the mass education of the people on the new political system of the revolutionary government and the role of citizens in defending the new system and participating in it to make it truly representative of the people. And USians are always saying that these kinds of systems that are made up of one political party are undemocratic. But in this country, there are more than one party, but the power of the two political parties outweighs any rights of any other political party has to be able to compete fairly in the campaigning and electoral process. Republicans and Democrats spend billions of dollars every election to silence third party contenders, progressives, leftists, and Democrats outright sue Green Party candidates in particular and almost exclusively to kick them off the ballot so people can't vote for those candidates at all. So what democracy if you don't get to decide who you choose to vote for? And let's be clear that there are really not two parties in this country. The major party in the US is the party of finance capital, and it is a dictatorship. The Democrats and Republicans serve that party without dissent from it. The only difference between the Democrats and the Republicans is the way they serve their bosses, or at least the way they present their service to their bosses, to us. We know conservatives are dangerous for all the reasons we see happening now and in the past. But we need to be just as clear that Democrats do the same things, just in a more subdued, private, obscured way with all the appropriate trending hashtags that make it look like they're in alignment with the people, on social media and whatnot. But in real life, they're in alignment with the Republicans and the dictatorship of finance capital, which includes Nazi Zionist Israel, which I am now calling Nazrael because I hate saying their name. I just really, really do. And these beasts that the US government under Biden Harris, under Trump Vance, under Obama Biden, and under all of the administrations before them are involved in the genocide in Congo, just like Paul just told you, providing support to Kagame the Butcher's forces, while they're also bombing Yemen for standing with Palestine, bombing Syria, trying to drag Iran into a fight they really do not want, all with the backing of the so-called democracy, the shining beacon on the hill for the world, the US government. What we build must be a system of governance in this country that ends the predatory white supremacist warmongering and paternalistic colonizing relationship with countries around the world and their peoples to facilitate real peace, because it is the US that is the reason peace is fleeting for humanity right now. Elections in a revolutionary context can also be a mechanism for controlled participation, and that sounds more nefarious than it is. But revolutionary governments can use elections to incorporate popular input while preventing challenges to the revolutionary project. And this can involve, like I said before, mass organizations, worker councils, and other forms of participatory democracy that align with revolutionary principles, like Venezuela's communal councils under Chavismo, or Nicaragua's Sandinista Front, the FSLN, that has used elections to maintain power while suppressing opposition, blending electoral politics with revolutionary ideology. And controlled participation, like I said, sounds like a nefarious thing. But when we look at how revolutionary governments today engage their populations to ensure their participation in the electoral system, we see that the thing that must occur in controlling participation is to bring the government to the people and engage them with it. We saw this recently with the Cuban popularization of the discussion about the proposed family code changes, which was a change to the country's constitution. Representatives of the government took the discussion on the pending legislative change to the people, hosted discussions about it for over a year all across the country in every neighborhood before a vote on the change was ever presented to the people. So Cuba is but one example in the modern era about what controlled participation really means. But we must also consider that in order to have the kinds of organizations to solicit popular input to revolutionary government, there must be the establishment of these institutions as a part of the revolutionary process, not after we've won the revolution, but during the fight of the revolution. This establishment has to include the political education of the people in those organizations, a complete understanding of the goals, mission, and ideology of the revolutionary government so that the members of those organizations can turn around and educate the people in their communities on those things and remain a source of connection between the people and the revolutionary government. And that education has to include the real history of US imperialism and its impact on other countries and other peoples, and the corresponding histories of people's struggles against US imperialism. We need to learn that our best examples for what a revolutionary system can look like are the revolutionary systems that exist because they've had to fight US imperialism to survive. And I would add that this process does not have to exclude opposing viewpoints, not opposition parties, but opposing viewpoints, even in countries with a one-party system. There are a range of opinions on how that party should be focused on its goals, what the party should be focused on, and how the party's directives should be carried out. So there is opposition within a one-party system. That is, to me, a sign of a healthy democracy. What every country has a right to do is keep forces out of their revolutionary governments that they know will or are working with imperialists to destroy that revolutionary government. Juan Guaido and the Venezuelan so-called opposition, which is really a right-wing sleeper cell of imperialist foot soldiers for the US and the EU, that example is why I am a proponent of making sure opposition is blocked. Opposition parties and movements are blocked in revolutionary governments. The other thing that I think we need to focus on in developing a revolutionary society, and this is the next point in revolutionary electoral systems that I think we need to start focusing on, is that sometimes elections in revolutionary governments do become a battleground for counter-revolution. Because in some cases, obviously elections have become contested spaces where revolutionary forces clash with reformist or reactionary elements, like in Venezuela, like I just said. If the revolution is not fully consolidated, electoral politics can be a means for counter-revolutionary forces to regain influence, like what happened in Chile in 1973, or that was before Pinochet's coup, or Algeria in 1991. And you should look these things up because I obviously don't have time to tell you all about them. But what does it mean for a revolution to be fully consolidated? A revolution is consolidated fully when the new political system, institutions, and leadership that emerged from the revolutionary upheaval have achieved stability, legitimacy, and durability with no significant threat of a return to the old regime or a new counter-revolution. That does not mean that there is no resistance to the revolution. It just means that the people are so invested in the success of the revolution that the people will defend the revolution against all challenges. That's what the consolidation of the revolution means. And we see this in revolutionary governments such as Cuba, Venezuela, even though Venezuela has some problems, Nicaragua, and even China today. And I believe we are seeing it develop in the Alliance of the Sahel states. So, Professor Ikemba Bomani, I just want to make this quickly because he did talk about the American Revolution. I'm glad he did a little bit earlier because we need to understand that was a revolution of the landowning class. It was a capitalist revolution. The ideology of capitalist domination was fully consolidated in this country ever since then, with every aspect of this society and life in it shaped, guided, contextualized, and validated through the lens of value to that capitalist order. This is why electoral politics in this system is always and always will be, as long as the system exists in this manner, aligned to benefit the ruling capitalist class over the workers and the poor and everything we need to survive. Because that's who designed this system. And that's what they designed it to do. We need to organize to prepare our people to develop a new, better, people-centered human rights system, and to be able to consolidate that revolutionary order so that it is practically irreversible, widely accepted, and functionally stable. This process can take years. Okay.
So much. We're at time.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, I know. It's so interesting.
But the last thing I will say is that we need to be clear on what our revolutionary priorities are now and what we want them to be in the future, and declare right now that there will never, ever be any compromise with the existing state structure that we are organizing and fighting to seize power from. And we need to be clear that there will be no retreat from our revolutionary goals today and in the future. And that is why we in the Black Alliance for Peace say no compromise, no retreat. Thank you so much for your time.
Uhuru, thank you so very much, my dear sister, and the Black Alliance for Peace. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation, very informative. And next, we're going to have the chairman who will be coming up to discuss the powerful 19-point platform that we developed. Uhuru. Can people hear me? I don't hear anything going on in the room.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Uhuru.
great. I'm just going to flash the 19 points up for a moment until the chairman comes up. Can people see them?
Yes, we can see them. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Command Sister Vice Chair.
I'm going to, I don't know how to flash this alongside with what you're saying, so I'm going to take it down, but I just want to flash it up until you got to the podium.
First, I really want to appreciate you and the process that you have presided over on today. And secondly, I think, again, I want to salute the steering committee of this coalition and state that there's a reason why, as I stated earlier, we are involved in the electoral process here. It's not to validate the process at all, but it's to use all the political space that's available to move the revolutionary project forward. The United States government, from its inception, was determined that African people would not have access to the vote. They've done everything. They've bombed and killed us. They've attacked our children. They've attacked our children and done everything else to make sure that we did not have access to the electoral process. They've had Supreme Court rulings denying that we had any rights of so-called citizenship. The fact is that we could say that everything that we do in this country was illegitimate at some time or another. And the only reason this is not illegitimate now is because we fought. And we fought for the space. And I think we're here today because we refuse to surrender that space. That people often make the statement that I think most often incorrectly, we fought and we died for the right to vote. We fought and we died in the process of attaining the power to participate in the electoral process. But our objective has always been to win our freedom. And at some point, it was assumed that freedom could be won through the electoral process. We've learned a lot since that time, which is why the great Malcolm X said the ballot or the bullet. We've not said that we concede to slavery if we cannot attain it through the ballot. It said the ballot or the bullet. And we've borrowed from Malcolm's statement, who also said, by any means necessary, and brought us again back into the relationship with the revolutionary communist Mao Zedong when he referenced the fact that politics is what? Is a war without bloodshed, and war is politics with bloodshed. So there's no fundamental distinction between the two in a profoundly significant way. That's what we believe. Otherwise, it would not make sense to be here. And one reason that we were denied the right to participate in the electoral process because this government was determined that African viewpoints for freedom, for liberation, would never penetrate the political fabric of this country, that we would not have an opportunity, not to just to say to the world, but even to say to each other what it is that we stand for. We won, in theory, the right to vote, but the United States government has been determined to say what it is we can vote for, who it is we can vote for. So we have initiated the Black Hispanic Coalition and this electoral school in part to challenge that and to take us beyond where the government has assumed we should be. We recognize that even as they gave us the right to vote with the 1965 Voting Rights Act, and I say this as somebody who, at the risk of life, participated in winning that right for African people, we say that recognizing that the United States government, even as it was moving in that direction, was killing people to make sure that we were not able to deal with the question of self-determination. That's why Malcolm X was killed the same year, not because the United States government didn't believe in the significance of the election, but because they believed so much in the significance of election that they didn't want Malcolm's position to be put in the ballot box. They killed Martin Luther King, who was an advocate of voter registration and things like that. Because of the same reason. They killed him 3 years later. They killed members of the Black Panther Party. So there was a whole process of killing African people to make sure that by the time we had access to the ballot, then the only thing that we could vote for was the Democratic Party. And this is the thing that caused great disillusion among African young people because they saw there was nothing being gained, not even discussed in the Democratic Party. When's the last time you heard the Democratic Party say anything at all about Black people, about African people? Even the so-called progressives don't do that. So anyway, we put forth from this coalition, and we used a year-long process of traveling through 11 different states in this country, holding state conventions to discuss this question. And it's through this process that we won ended up with a national convention in Washington, D.C., that we won unity with this national Black political agenda for self-determination. We won it through participation of the people. That's how it came into existence, through participation of the people. And it begins stating, a critical moment in our history is upon us. In addition to the traditional centuries-long destitution and political repression that has characterized our existence and distorted virtually all our intra-communal relationships within the United States, there is now an escalation of police and other white violence directed at our people that demands a coherent response from the community, from our people, a coherent response, as opposed to how we were struggling after the United States government had killed Malcolm, destroyed Panthers, killed Martin Luther King and what have you, and everybody was out there, but there was no coherence in the movement that we were supposed to be involved in. So we said we have to give it coherence, we have to pull the movement back together. Because they didn't just kill Malcolm, they replaced Malcolm. They didn't just kill King, they replaced King. They replaced people who stood up for our real freedom with reactionaries, with people who served them. And sometimes with very radical voices and things, they served them. They served the powers of colonialism. So they said that the entire world is in a state of turmoil. The vast majority of the world's population that experiences poverty and cruelty as normal features of life is in a state of rebellion. Because the world's capitalist system owes its existence to the enslavement of our people and colonial domination of much of the world, capitalism rests uneasily on a fault line of oppression. The historical oppression of our people stems from this cruel fact of history. Like most peoples of the world, we trace our current conditions of existence to the birth of the capitalist system at the expense of our happiness and human and material resources. The system was born at the expense of our happiness and material and human resources that belong to us. We recognize the escalation of terror against Black people that includes state and popular attacks and police and civilian murder. We understand that the prominent expression of white nationalism revealed through the electoral process to select a new president of the United States are due to the growth of resistance among oppressed populations of the world and within the United States. So we see the repression, but it's not just repression. Why the hell? You don't just repress somebody. If everything is cool, you don't have to repress people. You repress them because of resistance or the potential of resistance from the slave, from those who are enslaved. So I'm saying that we came into this process not from a sense of defeat or demoralization. We came to this process because we could see the future, and we're optimistic about the future because we know how this thing was constructed. And the whole system rests upon the backs of African and other oppressed people, and it can't rest on our backs if we stand up. That's why we're here. So we recognize that the apparent social peace within the United States over the past 35 years or so, when this was done, which was what, 2000, when was this? 2006, 7, no, later than that, 2016. We recognize that the apparent social peace within the United States over the past 35 years or so has been illusory, a product of the successful, brutal assault by the United States government on the struggle of Black people for justice and power in the 1960s. Our movement was obstructed by state-imposed repression that included the political murders of important leaders from our community. Among these leaders were Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, and others. The false sense of social peace during this past period. False sense of social peace. Why is it appearance of social peace? Because they kill everybody and they arrest everybody who was expressing the will of the people to be free. You understand? It's the appearance of social peace. There is no peace. There is no peace. There's never been peace since we've been oppressed here. They gave the appearance of peace by killing people, by attacking us at 5 o'clock in the morning, pre-dawn, with assault weapons and armored vehicles, etc. So the false piece of social peace, the false sense of social peace during this past period also depended on the disruption of the then developing Black agenda that demanded peace, democracy, an end to poverty, political oppression, and the acquisition of Black power. The acquisition of Black power. The acquisition of power. And I don't hesitate making that statement at all, because the whole foundation, the entire social system, has its origin in a 600-year-old attack on Africa in the first place by Portugal. You want to tear it down, support the struggle for Black power. The US government and its minions of appointed or anointed Black leaders have contributed to a defeatist outlook among our people that reduces our struggle to vain attempts to influence the two major U.S. parties to include the interests and aspirations of our people in the otherwise ruthless, terror-inducing imperialist agenda they normally represent. There's always that, but somehow some people have been deluded into following leadership that's around this vain attempt to somehow win our freedom in this system that always has been killing and brutalizing us. The U.S. government assault on our independent movement for Black political power has created a worldview that promotes the U.S. electoral process as the only viable means of forging and pursuing an agenda favorable to our interests. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations does not believe that our future should be in the hands of any institution that does not have its origin within our own community and has not been forged through the struggle of our people. Black people, therefore, are gathering to consolidate our own national Black political agenda for self-determination, our own national Black agenda for self-determination. With our national Black political agenda for self-determination, we claim the responsibility for our own future, independent of the Democratic and Republican parties or any other organization or institution external to our community. And I want to say this because people are talking about the duopoly and the Republicans and third party, this and that. Israel is a multi-party state, all kinds of organizations. France, multi-party, all kinds of different organizations, not just a Democrat and Republican. The question is whether they're for colonialism or against colonialism. And all of the parties in Israel support the terror that's been waged against the Palestinian people in some iteration of it. All the parties in France support France being able to continue to steal loot the resources out of Africa. Same thing is true in all these other political parties. So it's not a matter of one or two, or the Democratic or duopoly. It's the question of colonialism versus anti-colonialism. We are fully aware of the long history of betrayal of our people by both parties, and we refuse to submit our destiny to a slavish dependency on either of them. As conscious women and men, we are declaring our intent to guarantee a future for our children and generations to come by creating an independent agenda for the progress of our people. This is what it is. This is the coalition document, an independent agenda for the future of our people. We know that this agenda is not all-encompassing. It cannot be. Our movement is in a developing stage, having been re-energized most recently by the August 9th, 2014 uprising of poor, working class young people on Canfield Drive in Ferguson, Missouri, after the police murder of 18-year-old Michael Brown. We recognize that our national Black political agenda for self-determination is in contention with the decisions made for us by the rulers of the United States, their servants in our midst, and other African people who may have legitimate disagreements with our views. But we cannot wait. History will not permit hesitation at this critical juncture. Our people demand participation in creating the future that awaits us. The development of our national Black political agenda for self-determination is not an attempt to create a new political party or organization. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations is a coalition in the truest sense of the word. We are an organization of organizations and individuals who have chosen to unite around a common set of principles for self-determination and a conscious struggle against world imperialism. We have seen the defeat of previous attempts to create a Black agenda by prematurely creating new political formations before basic principles and organizational relationships were firmly established that required the loyalty of our people to our people rather than to the Democratic Party. That happened in 1972. People are talking about that conference that happened in 1972 for Black, Black political agenda. And all of these African people rushed into Gary, Indiana. 8,000 people went to Gary, Indiana to forge a Black political agenda. and they came up with some brilliant words and statements and promises of what it was going to do. But before they got home, the Democratic Party, who many of them were connected to, pulled the plug out. And it helped to collapse the entire process because they were more committed to the Democratic Party, connected to the Democratic Party than they were to our people. We call on all organizations currently not affiliated with the Black is Back Coalition to join us as part of a process that will extend the political influence of all our movements, extend the political influence of all our movements and organizations while preserving the independence of each. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations does not attempt to function as a substitute for any existing organization. We simply provide a forum, a space for overall expansion of our struggle for self-determination beyond the capacity of most individual organizations. This is really important because when the government attacked our movement, when did the government attack our movement in the 1960s? It was after we had moved from that whole politic of anti-racism integration toward a politic of self-determination, Black power. That's when they attacked us. When the Panthers had become successful, when Jomo had become successful, when all of these organizations were achieving Republic of New Africa, you had all these expressions of people talking about we have to be self-governing people. That's when they attacked us, and they're trying to push us back in history. So we have pulled it back together. We have put together a national Black political agenda for self-determination I'm talking about now that's designed to give coherence, greater coherence to our movement. Before this, you just had a lot of people out there doing stuff, and it was good stuff that people were doing, but it was independent, did not have come from a coherent, general strategic position. That's what we pulled together now with this. We can see the world created by slavery and colonialism collapsing before our very eyes. Can't you see it? Right before our eyes, we can see the system of slavery and colonialism collapsing. That's the desperation that gave rise to what people like to talk about the Trump phenomenon. Trump is an expression of the failure of the system. He's an expression of the desperation of a system that have not been able to continue controlling us through cajoling and seducing us and say, we got to get the guns out, do all the nasty things that we can do to expose itself to the entire world. As powerful as Trump would make America white again, as white as he would have it to be, as some kind of bastion against freedom and what have you, he's exposing the weakness because the system doesn't have to use the gun. If it continues to seduce us, it's a system that bases fundamental principles on things like a Bill of Rights. That's the essence of the heart of what this country is supposed to be about, free speech. And yet you got a system now that cannot even pretend to believe in free speech. It can't even make that pretext. It's split. The whole ruling class around the world is split. And Trump is in the middle of it all. All of these tariffs and taxes and stuff. So that people who used to be friends are no longer friends. Or if they are pretending to be friends because you got more guns than we got. That's the thing, the way it is now. So it's a shaky foundation that this system is resting on. Not only are the heroic peoples of the Middle East, South America, and Asia engaging imperialism in heated battles for control of their sovereignty and resources, so also are our people throughout Africa, Haiti, and various other places in the world, including Europe. The struggle against colonialism has breached the citadels of Europe and the United States. White people in Europe, of France and Belgium, for example, are living lives with the kind of insecurity that is common to the colonial territories of Africa and the Middle East, from which Europe has extorted lives and resources for centuries. I mean, it's all kinds of uncertainty. I mean, they never know. I mean, the sidewalks and the cafes in France and Paris, we built them. Africans from Haiti paid for the Eiffel Tower. This is a literal truth. So they had all of this security, but they were taking all kinds of security away from us. They had a situation once upon a time where they bragged about how the bobbies, the police in England didn't carry no guns. And they didn't carry guns in England because they carried guns in Nigeria, because they carried guns in all these other places where they were taken from Black people. But as African people began to come into England, you don't hear them talking about not carrying guns anymore. they're carrying guns there too because they brought the colony to England, just as the colony is in this country with Africans and Mexicans and other people, etc.
That's time, Chairman.
Okay, just 1 minute. I'm
Gotcha.
trying to catch up. We are taking up the task of developing a national Black agenda for self-determination while in the throes of a maturing resistance that is primarily a response to open police murder of African men, women, and children. It's not an abstract question that we're dealing with here. In Dallas, Texas, and Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the actions of Michael Xavier Johnson and Gavin Cosmo Long represent the clearest movement toward an armed response to African murders by the U.S. domestic military occupation forces since 1972, when Mark Essex initiated an attack on the New Orleans Police Department. Like Essex, Johnson and Young briefly exposed the vulnerability and incompetence of U.S. police forces with their attacks on domestic military occupation forces in Dallas, Texas on July 7th and Baton Rouge on July 17, 2016. The moment is urgent and history requires us to move decisively and without hesitation. It is within this context that we offer this national Black political agenda for self-determination, for discussion and adoption by our people. And this was adopted at a national convention that we held in Washington, D.C. So I wanted to establish a context of what it is we're doing and why we're doing it. It's not some casual meeting that we're having to talk about electoral politic and whether electoral politic is the only way or anything like that. We never said it's the only way, but we do say we are not sacrificing a bit of the space, the democratic space that we won, we fought for. And while some people are not able to see the complete history in its appropriate context and can only understand history movements by their own consciousness, we understand history by the conditions that exist in the world and the relationship between the forces that are out there in the world. And so what we're saying is that we are building a movement and entering into this political arena. We believe Malcolm was right when he said the battle of the bullet, but we also believe he was right when he said that he was going to fight for what he called a Black nationalist agenda, didn't he? He said that means Black nationalism, but what he means is that Black people control the economy of our communities. You can see it, you're sitting in part of it right now. Those of who are in St. Louis say Black people should control the politics of our community. That's why we're having this discussion now, saying how are we going to contend in that arena and what have you. This is part of what this struggle is all about. And so I just want to say that and thank you. And you saw on the screen the 19 points that constitute the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination. And I would hope that you would look at it. You have it in your folders. Please take a look at it. That's the thing that propels us forward. Thank you so much, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Chairman. And for those of you at home, for a more detailed version, you could visit blackisbackcoalition.org. So at this time, comrades, we will break for an hour lunch. So if you are watching at home, go grab a bite to eat. Right now it is 3:23, so we will return. We could say we could return at 4:25, so that's Central Standard Time. If you're on the East Coast, 5:25. For folks that are in the room in St. Louis, you can turn your attention to Comrade Akinge for further lunch instructions. Uhuru, we'll see you back in 1 hour.
Uhuru, everybody. Uhuru, thank you so much for powerful program so far. I'm going to put something up on the screen to let people know that we'll be back.
Uhuru, everyone. Great program thus far. Uhuru. Fantastic candidates, National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination. Remember all the conferences that we had. Lunch is $10. Asking $10 donation. We have vegan burgers and we have meat burgers.
Uhuru comrades.
Uhuru, Sister Vice Chair.
Yeah,
This
we're
is
about to,
Nwezi.
right, we're about to be going back on Zoom. I know we're live right now, so everybody should be mindful of that, but I'm going to just mute. Is everybody in the room?
Uhuru. Comrade Lisa, please check the chat. I would just need screen share access since I'll be sharing my screen. Uhuru.
I will gladly give you screen share access.
Thank you, Comrade Uhuru.
I am in the room. Uhuru.
All right.
Mr. Mwezi, could you, how do I grant screen share access again?
Yes, you can. There's it. Yes.
Go to
Do you have it?
participants.
Do you have it? Do you have it?
We want to see the baby.
Click that little circle on the top left.
Okay, Sister Mwezi, so you have the screen share, correct?
I will be screen sharing, but I need to be made co-host. Yeah, co-host.
Okay, I'll make you a co-host.
Thank you. And I think I heard a request to see the baby. She's
I did
when
hear
she's
a request to
not
see.
eating. Oh, I'll put her up.
How do I?
See it, Lisa?
Somebody say something?
Yeah, so can you see? What do you
Under
think?
participants, if you go next to my name and you click more,
Right.
you
I
might
just
see an
made
option that
you
says make
co-host.
co-host.
Are you co-host?
Yeah, it's done now. Thank you, Comrade.
So you can share the screen, right, if you need to, correct?
Hold on, I'm trying to change it now. Okay, I don't see you, Emily. Yes, I did. Never mind.
Sister Lisa.
Sister Mwezi, are you good with so you'll be sharing your presentation, right?
Yes, I was asked to screen share my portion in the panel.
Fantastic, great.
You heard Sister Lisa.
Yes?
Yes.
Sister Belinda Parker, do I hear you?
Yeah. Did you have me down for calling for resources?
Yeah, we haven't done that. We haven't gotten there yet, Sister Belinda. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Sister Belinda, we'd have nobody else. You know that. That's your spot.
Remember the name of the brothers who were CIA, one CIA person. Yeah, it was.
We're doing a hard call on the resource.
Right. And just so you know, we'll be we're gonna go to the next panel and then we're gonna do the call for resources.
Will it be a hard call or will it be a soft call?
The Dulleses, when they Dulles?
No, that was the
I think
CIA.
it will be.
I'll send it to you in the chat.
Okay. Okay.
And I've heard their names all the time. I have to put them out in my records at home. I don't remember being able to do it. I got the names. I never thought of it. That they would get on.
Uhuru, everyone. It's 5:26. We'll be getting this revolution started. Actually, we're already in the revolution, but we'll be getting this we'll be getting this school, we'll be completing it. My Co-moderator, are you ready?
Uhuru, I am ready.
Uhuru.
All right, let's get
Want to open
started.
it up?
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I hope everyone got a chance to put something in their bellies. We will waste no time. We're going to jump right back into the program. Coming up next, I believe we have Comrade Sayero.
Actually, I'm sorry, excuse me, Sister Ikenge was saying we're going to go to the next panel, and that's the anti-colonial free speech one in the age of Trump. And then after that panel, we'll be having Brother Sayero and Sister Belinda Parker Brown making the call for resources to fund the revolution. Uhuru.
Uhuru. All right, so our next panel discussion is titled Anti-Colonial Free Speech in the Age of Trump. This panel features the Uhuru Three, Chairman Omali Yeshitela of the African People's Socialist Party, Penny Hass of the African People's Solidarity Committee, and Jesse Neville, Chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. They will be joined by Attorney Jennifer Jones of the Leonard Peltier Committee and Comrade Secretary General Mwezi Odom, Chair of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition. So our first presenter will be Comrade Jennifer Jones.
Excuse me, Sister Saeed, because I don't think Comrade Jennifer Jones is in the room right now, so we can just go with Sister Mwezi.
All right, that sounds good.
Yep.
All right. So Comrade Mwezi is the Secretary General for the African People's Socialist Party here in the United States. She is the chair of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Defense Campaign. Mwezi Odom is a leading member and organizer in the Uhuru movement, a socialist and African internationalist movement led by the African People's Socialist Party, which we know was founded in 1972. Mwezi joined the Uhuru movement in 2020 as a member of its mass organizations in PDM, APDEP, and ANWO. Later in November of 2021, Mwezi joined the African People's Socialist Party to make herself useful to the vanguard organization of the African working class. She now serves as the Secretary General for the African People's Socialist Party and leads the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa counteroffensive and fight back against the US government and the FBI attacks on Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru Three. Mwezi is a proud African woman, a student of African internationalism, and she believes Africa and African people will once again be a free and self-governing people in our lifetime. And she is a mother to three of Africa's best daughters. I welcome Comrade Mwezi.
Uhuru. Uhuru comrades, Black is back. I really want to just appreciate this dynamic 9th Electoral School of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. I want to salute and unite with the theme of this year's Electoral School, the ballot and the bullet, not one day, not one dime, no compromise, no surrender. I am here on behalf of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition, and I'll be giving an update. I was asked to speak about just the status of the coalition, what is to be done next, and then also how you can get involved, what you can do. So without further ado, I will continue on with that theme. I want to salute the Black is Back Coalition, its leadership, its chairman Omali Yeshitela, as well as Comrade Vice Chair Lisa Davis, and the entire steering committee of the baddest coalition around. And I just want to say that the Hands Off Uhuru is also a proud, member, and very honored to be a part of this this year's Electoral School. So the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition is here to, continue to drive the call to build the anti-colonial free speech movement. And the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition was formed through the attacks in July 29, 2022 on the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. Following these attacks, we saw 4 members of our organization, named as unindicted co-conspirators. And, it's important to show this because Comrade's sister, Akile Anai, who was not later indicted, was also, a part of this, the organization's effort to take the ballot of, reparations, social justice, and peace onto the ballot as well. The U.S. government, and it's important to say this, we don't talk about this enough, but the chairman has been raising this, that, when the U.S. government launched this assault on the African People's Socialist Party on July 29, 2022, they also, made the attempt to dismantle free speech in the name of what they claimed was a national security threat. And, this is really important, that we, talk about this, because you don't see this in the news, as the chairman will say. You don't see them talking about it anymore as this national security threat, although it was, deemed as such. But according to the indictment, you saw that in 2024, Chairman Amalia Shatelle and the Uhuru movement, that their 50 years of long struggle for African liberation suddenly became a Russian criminal conspiracy. But it's clear that the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Amalia Shatelle, we have been speaking and organizing around these same issues for more than 50 years. Also, the attacks were consistent with the FBI's track record. The war against the Black freedom struggle. We saw this with Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, with the Black Panther Party, W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, and also, Martin Luther King Jr. as well. And again, we understood this as a continuation of COINTELPRO, and here you see the, Panther 21, and we had on here with us earlier, Comrade, Omowale Clay, long live, to, talk about, how this attack, is nothing new. And so many of us recognize this, as this happened. The African People's Socialist Party, founded by Chairman Amalia Shatelle in 1972, was founded to complete the revolution of the 1960s. And, throughout the chairman's, work to take the, struggle for African liberation to win unity, as the chairman talked about, earlier in today's, in his opening, statements around unity and, struggle to take the, to win international support for African independence. We saw, here on the left, you can see the many countries around the world that Chairman Amalia Shatelle traveled to in order to, win solidarity for the struggle for African independence. The charges against the Uhuru Three that came down from this, from this indictment was that the Uhuru Three were, acting as, foreign agents, under the, guise of the Russian government, as well as, entering into a conspiracy with the Russian government. And this carried a total of 15 years of a maximum prison sentence. And so following these, charges, we launched and we fought back, comrades. We fought back with the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Fight Back Coalition. We made the demand to drop the charges against the Uhuru Three. And one of the quotes that the chairman, had, stated was that, quote, "We will beat these charges by making an all-out offense against colonialism. The whole world population is our jury. The trial begins now, and we will put the state on trial." And we did that, comrades. We took this fight back around the world. We, made the call to build the anti-colonial free speech movement. And it was clear that since the first attacks, right, we continue to see ongoing attacks on, on our economic and political institutions of the African People's Socialist Party of the Uhuru movement. These were, again, attacks against the African community. And we understood that these charges were not just a political attack, but an attempt to crush our movement and, economically, because of all of the resources that we had to raise over these past 2 or 3 years. One of the important structures that we built coming out of this, fight back was the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition, which was a non-sectarian anti-colonial free speech coalition, as we say, to make the demand to drop the charges against the Uhuru Three, but to take all of these, struggles and to win unity, with other organizations who also, saw this as a threat to their freedom of speech as well, and to unite on a basic set of principles. And so here you see some of the, organizations, and over 200 organizations, endorsing and supporting, and individuals, this, fight back to support and defend the Uhuru Three. we took this fight back into the courtrooms with, brilliant, political leadership by Chairman Omali Yeshitela and our brilliant lawyers, who you see here. One of them you heard from earlier, Comrade Mutaki Akbar. We want to salute all of the comrades who helped make this fight back. And the Uhuru 3 free speech trial of the century, a trial that was supposed to last, as they said, a whole month, lasted 9 days. And the truth was, was revealed that this was a political victory that was made. And it was clear that the US government lied and lost, and the Uhuru movement told the truth and won. And the not guilty verdict of being Russian agents indeed proved what we had always said from the beginning, was that Uhuru movement and the African People's Socialist Party, we work for Black people, not Russia. But we were convicted on these bogus charges of of conspiracy. So when we talk about like what's next, we think it's very important for us to reiterate again that the government did lie. They boldly lied during this fight back, and this is why we say it is not over. Part of us in this next phase is we are going to appeal. And, part of this will mean overturning the Uhuru 3 conviction, and now, comrades, we can set a new precedent, in the higher court, which is like the federal appellate court, exposing this attack on the First Amendment, one, because even as as the judge said, in the, at the sentencing hearing, which, admitting that, this was about pure political speech. And, this is something that the judge could have said, way earlier, and that we could have even not gone to trial. But because we went to trial, we're in a position now where we can really fight back and expose the government's dirty tricks. We can show how there was absolutely no proof of the Uhuru 3 acting as, conspiring to do a crime that they were not aware of, and just how how the government misled the jury into giving this inconsistent verdict. And again, there was no proof and no evidence. And so, as the chairman says, and as we said, we will appeal, and we are calling on everybody to, follow us and to, mobilize with us as we continue to lay out how important and precedent setting this whole thing is. And we have to remind everybody that it was under the Biden administration and the Democrats that launched this attack against the Uhuru 3 and chairman, and the Uhuru 3. And in light of this panel, it is under Trump that we will continue to fight back, comrades, until it's won. And, as we're seeing in the wake of the Uhuru 3 indictment, there are continued attacks on political speech and expressions. These are intensifying. We saw even during the lead up to the Uhuru 3 trial, Nancy Pelosi, calling on the FBI to investigate, pro-Palestine, protesters. We see here also with the, under this current administration, hundreds of permanent residents being deported, fierce resistance of the Mexican and indigenous, communities on the ground in Los Angeles, throughout the country, for the, decades long of, displacement on their own land. We see, unity with those who are speaking out against the, genocide in Palestine and around the world, as well as, a growing intensification of the understanding of what free speech really is, and that it has come under attack. And one thing that the chairman says, which is not listed here, but Chairman Omali Yeshitela has, reminded us that it's not just about free speech. And, because as we think about what it means when we say anti-colonial free speech, we understand that Africans have been, African and indigenous people, and, the first assault on the people, on African people was when the colonizer first set foot on our land and, ripped us, from our land and dispersed us all around the world. And so we have always been engaging in anti-colonial free speech in our attempt to win back power and, and independence, political and economic power. And so this is not a question of just, free speech. This is a question of anti-colonial free speech and an anti-colonial movement and its expression that we see here in the work of the Black is Back Coalition, of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition, of the African People's Socialist Party, and the vanguard of the African working class, because the African working class doesn't have a voice. And this is what they tried to do with this attack, was to try to crush this organization, crush this movement. And just for the last, on the last things about what you can do, is we're calling on everybody to fund the appeal. You can do this by going to handsoffuhuru.org. You can also join the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition. Follow us on social media and get text alerts and rapid response. Again, this is all can be done by going to handsoffuhuru.org, and that's not on this slide, but you can go to handsoffuhuru.org, and I'll make sure that's in the chat and also on YouTube as well. And again, we say to what end, because this is not just to win an election. This is for total, uncompromising liberation and state power and the ability to govern for African people and for all colonized people and humanity to be, to have the world turn right side up. No one living at the expense of anyone else. So no compromise, no surrender. And I want to salute this Black is Back coalition. And as we say, comrades, fight for anti-colonial free speech, because when we fight, comrades, we win. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Great presentation and excellent work, leading us to this victory, comrade. You heard her. It's not over. We will appeal. So please visit handsoffuhuru.org.
Yes.
Next up.
She's a tremendous leader, Sister Nwezi, and I also just want to remind everybody for this segment, everybody has 10 minutes for their presentation. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Next up, we will have Penny Hess. She is the chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee and has been a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee since its formation by the African People's Socialist Party in 1976. The African People's Solidarity Committee is the solidarity front of the African People's Socialist Party to extend the African Revolution into the white community. She is the author of Overturning the Culture of Violence, a book based on the African internationalist understandings of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, targeting white people to recognize their history of terror to African people and to stand in genuine solidarity with African liberation through reparations. Uhuru, Penny.
Zaid. It is a great honor to be here today. As always, I want to salute the Black is Back Coalition for Justice, Peace, and Reparations, and this incredible process, a conference today of the ballot and the bullet. Not one day, not one dime, no compromise, no surrender. It is an incredible honor to be here, to be on the winning side. And I salute my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. I have the honor of being the chair of the African People's Solidarity Committee, the organization of white people under the leadership of the African Revolution, with the mandate to go into the white community to organize others just like ourselves to stand on the forward side of history by standing in solidarity with African liberation under the leadership of the African Liberation Movement, and to fight for reparations to African people as the return of African people's stolen resources.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm just looking at the camera on screen and it seems to be stuck on Nwezi Odom. Is anybody else seeing that? I don't know if there's something I can do from this end.
That's not what we see here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, Uhuru. And you'll have that time. Sorry.
Uhuru. So I am one of the Uhuru Three, along with Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Jesse Neville, who is the chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and also a member of APSC, and myself. And we recognize that the attack on Jesse and myself were part of the attack on the chairman. But we also recognize that the existence of Jesse and myself under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela is part of what enabled the chairman and the party to win and fight back. And that the strategy of the chairmans of building the African People's Solidarity Committee is really profound. And it is clearly one of the things that the chairman was attacked for. Why did the US government wage this attack against the chairman? And I think that that when we look at history, we can see that in the 1960s, that the US government, the FBI, and every other secret US government agency used for counterinsurgency were waged against the African Revolution, as has been said. And I do want to salute the incredible presentations and the history that Black is Back Coalition represents, the history that it shows of the resistance of African people against colonial domination all throughout the history until today. And I salute Chairman Omali Shatella for stating clearly that he would take it upon himself on his own shoulders to have the goal to complete the Black Revolution of the 1960s and to liberate Africa and African people everywhere and all oppressed and colonized peoples, and also that white people had a place in the African Revolution. And the that understanding that the last time in the African Revolution in the 1960s, the African Revolution was isolated in the sense that they could kill Fred Hampton at 4 o'clock in the morning and come, and close off the streets of Chicago and bring tanks and shotguns and all the things that they did to murder him and Mark Clark at 4 o'clock in the morning. But this time they also had to come to the south side of St. Louis, where white people live, and to come to Jesse's house, to the Uhuru Solidarity Center, to my house where I live, also with Kitty, at 5 o'clock in the morning as part of the attack on the chairman. And so they can no longer do this in secret anymore. That this has opened up the role that the chairman has played in building the Solidarity Committee. The chairman has opened up to the world what solidarity means, what white solidarity means under the leadership of the African Revolution. And some of the things that have been talked about today are white opportunism. As the chair of APSC, it has been my responsibility to investigate what is the history of white people. When I joined APSC in 1976, the chairman answered the call, by the way, that was in the Vine City paper of the Atlanta Project that Comrade Afia talked about, that called on white people, evicted white people from the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, told white people to go into the white community to organize other white people to stand in solidarity with the African Revolution, but white people did not do that. And this is the history, part of the history of white opportunism, that is because what we understand from the chairman, that all white people sit on this pedestal on the backs of African people, the indigenous people, and oppressed and colonized peoples around the world. And so when I joined APSC in 1976, 10 years after the Vine City paper, the project, the Atlanta Project, and the chairman formed the Solidarity Committee then, I felt that I had to look into, well, what is the history of white people? What is the history of white people? And the history of white people is one of the most incredible inhumanity, the violence, the terror, the genocide. It just goes on and on and on. This is why I wrote the book, Overturning the Culture of Violence. But yet that was several years ago. There's so much more out today. This whole thing of exposing by many, even academics now, who expose what the atrocities that white people have carried out. This is colonial violence. And yet, as we know, the white population puts itself forward as the most civilized, the most rational, et cetera, and as the colonizers, and this is what the colonizers do. So this whole question of white opportunism is really key, and the struggle that the chairman took on to build principled solidarity, to build white people who could take out in the world the question of reparations and win it and actually raise reparations, which is what we are mandated to do, is very profound. And this is part of the reason that the chairman was attacked by the US government. And I wanted to say that the chairman taught us, and I remember from the very first meeting, the very first organizing conference of the African People's Solidarity Committee, the chairman taught us that the struggle is not against racism, it is against colonialism. And the chairman has written pamphlets and books and lectures and laid this out to the world. And now we hear all kinds of other organizations and individuals talking about colonialism rather than racism. And this is, but usually not crediting the chairman, by the way, in a very opportunist way. But the fact is, the colonial question that we've learned from the chairman has always been key. And that the chairman calls this the colonial mode of production. And this is something that white people can understand, colonizers can understand, that colonialism is not a policy, it is not a thing of the past. It is the essence, the DNA of the system that we live in. Colonialism is today. It is today, and it is not over. And there's still the colonizers and the colonized, and that even our ideas are determined by the mode of production of a society. How is society's wealth and how are the necessities of everyday life created? That is what a mode of production is. How do the people feed themselves, eat, and even express their ideas? This is the mode of production, and this is what the chairman calls the colonial mode of production. And this is something that white people can unite with, because we too, as the chairman says, our problems are from the system, the colonial mode of production. Our problems are from there too. It's not that we could make a better life for ourselves at the expense of African people. This is what white people have historically done. But if we want to change, if we want a world in which all human beings can live together, in which there is no war, in which there is no US-backed, genocidal government of Israel killing the Palestinian people every single day, bombing them, wiping them out. All of these symptoms, that whatever the US is doing in Congo and every place else, that this system must be overturned, and white people can be part of the entire trajectory of anti-colonial struggle that the chairman has led and is still living, to be part of building a new world under the leadership of the African Revolution. It is not ever going to be something that white people determine. And as the chairman always reminds us, Nazis stand for National Socialism. And that is what it is if white people lead it. That white people have to be under the leadership of the African Revolution. That is how. And also that the chairman is the only one who stands there to fight for the overturning of this system and for absolute power in the hands of the African working class here and around the world, the liberation of Africa and the liberation of all oppressed peoples. And again, it is in our interest to stand under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party.
Thank you, Comrade Penny. Unity through reparations. So next up, we will have Jesse Neville. And Jesse Neville is the national chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, a mass organization of the African People's Solidarity Committee. Jesse met the Uhuru movement when he attended a workshop led by APSC chairwoman Penny Hess in Sarasota. And he joined USM A few months later, at an event in St. Petersburg, where he saw Chairman Omali Yeshitela speak about the historic struggle to free Africa and African people. Since then, he has organized under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party to win unity through reparations from the white community. Whether as on the ground organizer or as a mayoral candidate, we welcome you, Comrade Jesse.
Uhuru. Thank you, Zai. It's really an honor to be here, and I appreciate that you mentioned Sarasota. I was just thinking about that as I was listening to Chairwoman Penny speak. Just how honored I am to be sitting up here with Chairwoman Penny Hess, who was the first person from the Uhuru movement that I met in 2009 in Sarasota, and with Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who I met just a few months later in St. Petersburg, along with Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Yeshitela and many other comrades who are here today. And I just salute my leadership, salute the African People's Socialist Party, Uhuru. And I also salute the Black is Back Coalition and this incredible conference. I just want to appreciate Chair Mwezi Odom's overview and Chairwoman Penny Hess's presentation, and also all of the presenters who spoke today. And I just want to specifically extend appreciation to the Uhuru 3 legal team, and in particular to Mutaki Akbar, who spoke earlier, and also all of the lawyers who did such an incredible job and are still continuing to wage this fight. Addie Griffin, Tom Inskeep, Leonard Goodman, and Angela Rainey as well. And I will be talking briefly just about the campaign that the chairman has called on the Hands Off Uhuru Legal Defense Support Committee to carry out for the repealing of the laws related to so-called foreign agent registration and conspiracy that have been used, obviously in the case of the Uhuru 3, but also many other times over and over and over again to attack the right of African and oppressed peoples to organize for liberation and to have any semblance of freedom of speech and political expression. So we are appealing the conviction, and we are working to repeal the very laws that were used to justify this bogus prosecution. And as most people here know, and I also want to salute everyone who's here who was also with us in September in Tampa, Florida, and in the months leading up to it for the Freedom Summer. There were many members of the Black is Back Coalition there in the courtroom. And as people remember, the trial ended with a profound political victory for African people and for anti-colonial free speech. As the chairman has explained, the US government with these ridiculous charges was not simply trying to put Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru 3 in prison, but also had a political objective of attempting to discredit and delegitimize the voice of African people by saying that that voice was actually somehow being controlled by someone else, by Russians, that when African people fight back against police terror, mass incarceration, or any of the other manifestations of colonial genocide, or demand reparations, that somehow this is a Russian plot and not something truly coming from African people. That political objective was roundly defeated by Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back. And as you may remember, the chairman stood on the courthouse steps that day on September 12th and said they were unable to convict us of working for anybody except for Black people. Uhuru. So then it was just a few months after that, on December 16th, we went back to Tampa for the sentencing, and the US government was intent on putting Chairman Omali Yeshitela, especially, they wanted to give the harshest sentence because the chairman was, as we understood, the primary target of this attack, with years in prison, hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines, as well as fines and imprisonment for Chairwoman Penny Hess and myself. And the judge ended up saying that there was going to be no prison time, there was going to be no fine. We were sentenced to 3 years probation and 300 hours of community service, which he said they will be able to do standing upside down on their heads because it's what they do anyway. And that aside from the so-called registration requirement, everything they did was legal and protected free speech. And okay, I probably don't have time to go into that, but yeah, there was something else I wanted to say about that. But that day, amid the uproarious chants of not one day, not one dime, the chairman said, not yet, Uhuru. And that's why the fight is not over. The fight will not be over until African people are free, colonialism is overturned, and reparations are made to African and oppressed peoples for centuries of colonialism and genocide that continues to this day. So under the chairman's leadership, the Uhuru 3 battle was characterized, I remember Comrade Afia Nwangaza saying, it was the tip of the spear for the US government, and therefore it is the tip of the spear for the people, for African people, for all oppressed peoples, for free speech itself. And it still is. So as you know, the chairman and the Uhuru 3 were acquitted of the main charge of being so-called Russian agents, but due to a flood of lies and dirty tricks and deliberately confusing and misleading jury instructions, we were convicted with the illogical verdict of somehow being guilty of conspiracy to act as Russian agents without notifying the Attorney General's office. And I really appreciated Comrade Omowale Clay's presentation, and the conspiracy to commit a conspiracy sounds very familiar because conspiracy, this is a conspiracy that was supposed to have lasted for 7 years, they said. So for 7 years, we were conspiring to become Russian agents, but never actually accomplished it. And not only that, it's not actually that we were conspiring to be Russian agents, it's that we were conspiring to hide from the government that we were Russian agents, which is the exact thing we were found not guilty of. So no one in the federal prosecutor's office has yet to answer the question, how can you conspire to hide from the government something that you are found not guilty of doing in the first place? And of course, the only one who's answered that question is the chairman, because there's no logic to it. The only logic to colonial law is colonialism itself. And that's what these laws are. They are colonial laws. They're illegitimate laws. As the chairman teaches us, the colonizers create the law, but colonialism itself is illegitimate. So it might be legal, but it's illegitimate. Its legality is not derived from some higher ethical code. It's derived from the type of terror that Chairwoman Penny just talked about. Bloodshed, bombing, slaughter, rape of African people is what so-called law enforcement means in the real world under colonialism. So with that understanding from Chairman Omali Shatella, we approach this campaign of the struggle to repeal, to eliminate these laws from the United States. And it is part of intensifying the counteroffensive. It is putting the US government on the defensive. They have to be made to defend these obviously illegitimate, repressive, anti-democratic, and even according to them, unconstitutional laws that have been created as blatant political weapons to attack freedom of speech, especially by African and oppressed peoples. So just to say a little bit about what these laws are, we're talking about 3 laws in particular, although it probably won't be limited to that, but we're starting with talking about 3 particular laws. The Foreign Agent Registration Act, a related law called 18 USC 951, or the Agents of Foreign Governments, or something like that, and the conspiracy law, conspiracy to commit an offense against the United States government. And just to say one thing quick about the Foreign Agent Registration Act and the law called 951, these laws are almost exactly the same. Both of them are laws that make it illegal, quote unquote, to act as an agent of a foreign government without notifying the Attorney General. The difference between these 2 laws is that under the Foreign Agent Registration Act, the US government has to send you a letter in the mail and let you know that they want you to register as a foreign agent. In fact, that's what happened to W.E.B. Du Bois. He received a letter in the mail saying, hey, you're circulating a petition on nuclear disarmament. You need to register as an agent of the Soviet Union. He laughed at it and threw it in the garbage. He thought it was a joke. Then they ended up charging him with a crime and putting him on trial. So 951, there is no obligation for the US government to send you any such letter. And as the Uhuru 3 case proves, the way they can notify you of this so-called registration requirement is by banging down your door at 5 o'clock in the morning with battering rams and putting you in handcuffs. And that's exactly what happened to the chairman and the Uhuru 3 on July 29th of 2022. Also, the 951 law that they used against the chairman in the Uhuru movement carries a 10-year maximum prison sentence, whereas the Foreign Agent Registration Act carries a 5-year prison sentence.
1 minute remaining.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I'll quickly just wrap up by saying that this campaign, we call on people to join this campaign, to contact info@handsoffuhuru.org and join the Hands Off Uhuru Legal Defense Support Committee. And we are going to be working on actually drafting legislation. We have great volunteers who have signed up to be a part of this, but we need everybody to be on board to actually draft legislation that can be brought to the US Congress, to different congressional representatives. But it's not going to be just exclusively a legislative campaign. It will also involve rallies, forums, teach-ins, demonstrations, and other kinds of political work to expose these laws, to raise up the victory of the Uhuru Three, and to continue to mobilize the fight for anti-colonial free speech. So I'll basically close with that and just want to say hands off Uhuru, hands off Africa. Uhuru.
Uhuru, hands off Africa. Thank you, Jesse. That's some very powerful stuff. And like you're saying, getting straight to it, making change where it counts. So at this time, I'll go ahead and pass it to you, Chairman, for you to sum it all up before we move on to our next section.
Thank you very much, Comrade Secretary Azayi. And I really want to express my appreciation to my two cohorts of the Uhuru Three. And I want to say, beginning, my comments with the fact that I believe in this school that we're doing now. I believe in recapturing the initiative that our people had put forward before we were assassinated and bombed, and all these horrible things happened to keep us from participating in the electoral process. I want to be clear on that. I believe this is not some cynical thing that we're doing. We see it as part of a whole strategic objective of winning masses of African people in particular, but other people into the revolutionary project. Sometimes people have convinced themselves, some illusion, that because we were quite significant to ourselves, and sometimes in the neighborhoods that we live, that we were this extraordinary force that were capable of seizing power or something to that effect. And we had not used all of the means that were available to us, all the democratic space that was available to us to win masses of our people into the kinds of revolutionary conclusions, to understand what the hell was going on. They denied us that. That's when they bombed our churches and killed our children and things like that just for trying to register to vote. They were also moving to keep us from using the structures and institutions and instruments that were there for them. So that we could get to our people and get to the world and say, this is what the struggle is about. This is what we're fighting for. So we end up in frustrated kinds of situations. And I was one of them as a younger person and taking actions that were premature. They were premature not because they weren't doing bad things to us, because that's not the objective. We're not involved in this struggle because we're mad. We used to have a concept called the angry slave syndrome. About African people who strike out because we're mad. And the acronym for that, of course, is ASS. And it's not just because we're mad, but what kind of strategic objective, what are the conclusions you're fighting for? And how are you going to do this without the masses of the people somehow being conscious of what the struggle is about? And that's why they would keep us in part from access to this whole process of even utilizing the electoral process. And then what it means is that they kept us out. They did everything necessary to keep us out. They killed Malcolm, they killed King, they destroyed our capacity to put our own program before the people. And then they put forth the Democratic Party, and they put forth these sycophants who represented white power in blackface. And they put them forward and said, this is what black power is. They said it. I'm talking about people who came out opposed to black power verbally, saying that they were against it. And these end up being the only people who could run for office in our communities, and then give the impression to our people who couldn't hear us. Now, these are the ones who believe in black power. And this is what black power is, selling out the way they were selling out. So this is what, and so I'm saying we're recapturing that. I'm not somebody involved in some cynical process. I believe that this is a part of a strategy to win the revolution that we have to win. I believe that when Malcolm X talked about America being in a unique position of being able to have a bloodless revolution, a position to being able to have a bloodless revolution, all they got to do is give the black man everything that's due him, everything, as Malcolm said. But in order for that to occur, the African people need to know what the hell is due us. We have to have this discussion, and we want access to this process. That's the reason for it. It's not some cynical thing. I want to say that. Second, I want to say related to that, this is an extraordinary coalition that we have. And it's extraordinary people who are involved in this movement. Even if I just look at around this room, I'm not talking about a bunch of dilettantes who learned some things about what it means to be freedom, struggle and oppressed by going to school, reading some books. I'm talking about people who actually been on the ground. When they came to this coalition, they came in the coalition from people who, as a part of a process of being on the ground, in struggle, trying to change the world that we live in. This is what they bring to this discussion and what it is we're doing now. That's what Comrade Betty brings to it. That's what Comrade, when I look in the room and I see Comrade Jesse Todd, the people's older person who's been involved in struggles for most of his life, who was a part of the Democratic Party apparatus here in St. Louis, who stood up for African people. The first time I met Jesse Todd, he was standing up debating and fighting against the apparatus who were cutting off the ability for African people to participate in the elections. And then I look at Comrade Paul Pumphrey. Paul Pumphrey is not somebody who came upon the movement through having read a book or something. It's not some abstract question. It's a part of being involved in the struggle. That's what brought us into this process. I look at Sister Paula, who's sitting next to Comrade, who was chastised when she was working for the school board in this particular city for reckless eyeballing because she looked at somebody the wrong way, some white woman the wrong way, and was charged with assault for having done that and put her own school together. This is what I'm talking about. And Cam Howard, who the Russians said, that the government said that the Russians created the reparations demand. The Russians were responsible. And Cam Howard been fighting this battle for ages now. He even went before the Pope or at the Vatican. He went to all these places taking this. These are people who are in motion trying to make the revolutionary struggle. These are not some abstract academics. And I want to say that. This is what gives definition to this coalition. These are dynamic forces who have been involved in Sister Lisa Davis, who's there, who's been involved in real struggle to change the world, and Comrade Zaid, as young as she is with the big hair. There, like in San Diego, in the mix, involved in trying to change the world. So when we talk about electoral politics in that context, this is no admission, well, you can't get anything through the election process. We can get it. We can get so much more. That's why they shot us out, bombed us out, and did all this murder to keep us from having access to it. And we are not going to surrender. We're not going to surrender this democratic space that we fought for. You talk about how Black people fought to die for the right to vote. No, we fought for this democratic space. We fought to be free, and this is our space. And we said we're going to take this space, and we're not going to retreat from it. You're not going to push us out of that. We're not going to leave that. That's part of what I think is so really important for us to understand. So now we talk about reparations. We talk about it during elections. We talk about police murder. We talk about it during elections. We talk about gentrification. We talk about it during elections. Comrade Jesse Todd, you'll be hearing from him, put a resolution before the Board of Alderpersons here in St. Louis that says that the city of St. Louis will no longer cooperate with the FBI or any other federal force in attacking Black people who are about trying to change circumstances. We don't think the Board of Alderpersons will necessarily do it, but we want everybody to do it anyway so that we put the contradiction where it required to be with them. You heard Omawale Clay talk about how they work with all of the local governments. You heard what happened with Fred Hampton, how the local government participated. In St. Louis, the local government participated with the FBI. And in St. Petersburg, the local government participated with the FBI. So this is part of a whole strategic process that we are involved in. And so, yeah, we believe in action. We believe in demonstration, but you can get high off adrenaline. You can get high off demonstration. It can make you feel so good, et cetera. But the point is, to what end? And so we have a whole strategic approach to victory. That's what we want. And now I want to say this finally, because people talk all the time about revolution, and I'm a revolutionary, and I'm not just because I say it. I'm a revolutionary. I build a revolutionary organization. Revolutionary organization, that if you're talking about seizing power, you have to have an instrument to do it. If you're going to have power, how are you going to make that happen? How do you get the power? You get the power because you've got the Black Power blueprint. You get the power because you're negating the influence and power of white power in the places where we live and that we occupy, etc. And you win masses of people to participate. People who never thought of revolution of playing basketball and that basketball court that we created right down the street, and that's the basis for their willingness to protect the revolution. People who never thought about having their own capacity to feed, clothe, and house ourselves, or being able to do that because of the markets that we set up, and people come and participate in that market. That's the basis for them protecting that market, protecting the revolution, protecting the struggle against colonialism. That's the strategy that we're utilizing. So I just wanted to say those things and say that it was has been a remarkable struggle. And we have to take it beyond this because it's not easy. I want to say that, you know, sisters happen. They claim that Jesse and Comrade Akile were Russian agents. And sisters happen. And after we come out, we ran Akile for city council again. Just, okay, they don't say nothing about that being Russian agents this time. Say that Hillary Clinton started this Russian agent stuff in the most recent period. Yeah. And it was Hillary Clinton, not Trump. It was Hillary Clinton who refused to accept the outcome of an election. That's why they blame Trump for all the time. Who, when she lost an election, she said, I didn't lose the election. It was the Russians. It was the Russians. It was the Russians. Anybody who criticized the social system is an agent of Russia. And then when they did that to us, what they wanted to do is negate the ability of African people to criticize the government. That's why they would say that even reparations, the last name of this organization is Reparations. And the whole thing about reparations is to demand reparations requires a criticism of the United States government and what's happened to Black people. Otherwise, why get reparations, right? And so this is one of the reasons Biden, this is one of the reasons Obama, this is one of the reasons all the rest of them want to smother the question of reparation because it's a profound criticism by Black people of the United States government and the social system itself. So that's part of what I wanted to say. Now, beyond that, the whole question about a mode of production, it's really important to understand that because we're not fighting just against a policy. That's why, you know, there's so much unity to be found with Palestine. So much unity that we found with the struggle in Algeria. In fact, at one time, Algeria was considered the headquarters of the Third World. Everybody was there. The Panther Party was there. It was a major struggle. That's why in Algeria, I want to say this, and Sister Betty, because I think it's really important and maybe touch on something that you are really involved in trying to deal with. Because you look at what happens to African people here. They closed something like 54 schools in the Black community in Chicago. They've closed all the Black schools here in Illinois. The Black schools have been shut down. They do that all over the country. You see them closing down Black schools. Then you look at what happened when the Algerians forced them to give liberation in Algeria. There were only 90% of the population was illiterate. 90% of the population was illiterate. When Congo became independent, I think there was something like 16 university graduates from Congo in the whole world. And eight. And so what is there? Why? Because they want us to be incapable of running our own government. So you can't run your government. You got to talk about their work, you talk about your economy, talk about military, and you talk about administration and stuff like that. And they make it impossible for you to do that. Therefore, you end up having to rely on the same people who enslave you to represent you thereafter. In Algeria, we have a situation because there were a significant number of French persons who were engaged in solidarity movement with the Algerian Revolution. You had Cuba, you had Hungary, you had all these other places who were able to send people in and contribute what was necessary in order to run the government, et cetera, et cetera. That's part of how that happened, to train people, et cetera. And so I'm saying that when you look at the solidarity forces, that's part of what you're looking at here too. Because all of the education, all of the resources, everything that should belong to Black people is in a white community somewhere in the world. It's in a white community somewhere. And we come in to get it. And this is part of the reparations that we are talking about. We come in to get it. So that the food that is missing from the refrigerator of Black children here in North St. Louis is in the refrigerator of a white family in South St. Louis. So the objective is to change that and to create a whole different kind of world, to destroy this concept that prevails throughout this country, and especially in the white community, where they would prefer and pretend not to be a part of a mode of production, that somehow white people exist outside of the context of history. That suddenly, you know, what was this, Forrest Gump, is that the name of the character? Yeah. Who just, no matter how stupid he was, he just, richness just fell in his lap and stuff like that. They would have us to believe that stumbling, bumbling, stupid America just naturally come to all this wealth, and they would disguise the fact that it's stolen from the rest of us. So I just wanted to say those things and appreciate everybody. And this struggle that we involved is critical. It's a critical struggle. And we will advance this struggle for democratic rights for all the oppressed people, because a colonizer cannot tolerate democracy. There's no such thing as a colonizer being able to tolerate freedom. A slave system cannot tolerate freedom. Freedom has to be illegal in the slavery. And once you accept the point that we are colonized, then you know that freedom is illegal. And so what you're dealing with is laws created by an illegitimate entity that they can impose on you at gunpoint. They can come at 5 o'clock in the morning with tanks and other kinds of materials to try and coerce you into submission. Uhuru.
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 That was great. So eloquently put, Chairman. So at this time, we will call Comrade Sayero to the screen. He will show you how you can become a member of this dynamic coalition and how to put power back into the African working class hands.
And we have Sister Belinda Parker Brown with him. Hope y'all, you know that I'm trying to fill in for the tech. So, it's gonna be shaky. It's gonna be rough.
Let's go.
Let me see if I can do this.
Let's go.
Let's do this.
Let me see if I can do this, because it's gonna be rough. I'm not gonna lie.
Put me on the screen, Sister
I'm the tech person.
Davis. I want to
Can you all
say,
see this? It's gonna be rough. I'm not gonna lie.
You're making it rougher because you keep on doing it. Stop making it rough.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it. Let's get to it. Let's
get to it.
$1,000.
You know, one of the words we say that this is here in Louisiana, we use words like hot diggity dog. We use yes indeed. And when it's really good, we say shaka my finane. And this have been a phenomenal presentations. You know, the word, you know, this is a school, Chairman. I want people to write this word down. The word for the day is, you know, resonate. You know, resonate. Write that down. Also, you know, now we don't use pencil and paper that much. So text yourself. Text yourself. Resonate. And also, you know, I want you all to take your homework assignment right now. Okay. Your homework assignment is go and watch this movie. It's called it was by the lady that played in the movie as the president was she played the Woman King. And I think her name is Viola Davis. Write this down. Q20. Q20 is the name of the movie. Y'all go watch this movie. But you know one thing, I think Brother Jesse said it best, is that the fight is not over, okay? And I want you to know it's not over, but we're winning. And then also, I want you to know, because now we fit to go into your pocket. We getting ready to go into your pocket. We don't have long to do this. All right. We're going to do it quick, fast, and in a hurry. But you know that the truth and all we have heard here today is nothing but the truth, the whole truth that will make you free. But we all know that freedom is not free. So we want you to come on, people. Let's raise our resources. We only need $1,000 from you today. I don't know how much it's going to be tomorrow, but today we're going to jump it off right now with my first. I want to be Fannie Lou Hammond. I want Fannie Lou Hammond because she said it the best. Okay. You know, freedom all. Okay, put it on the screen, Sister Lisa.
I'm gonna do $60.
Okay, $60. Nobody is free until everybody is free. I want to put $60 in the pot right now. Come on, Brother Dennis. What you gonna do for the people today?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, my name is Sayero. This is what we're gonna do for the people. I got 20 on it.
Okay, good,
I got 20 on it.
All right.
Yes.
I
And everybody, yes, go ahead, comrade.
I also want some people to look at Marcus Garvey.
Let me pull up Marcus Garvey. Here you go.
Yeah, pull him up. Pull him up.
Pull him up.
Look at here, people. This is 365. You do the day. You do the math. $365 for the year. It's only $1 a day. We need you to go ahead. You can pledge. You don't have to pay the whole thing at once. You can pledge $1 a day and be Marcus Garvey. He said, a people without knowledge of their past history. Listen, people, you know, this is nothing but powerful information that's been put down here today. We didn't talk about the past, the future. You know, we didn't talk about it all here today. Everything you need to know. And that's the reason why this school is so very, very important, because without this type of information, we cannot go forward. So I want you to know how you can give.
You want me to tell them?
Yeah, go ahead, Dennis.
Tell us.
We're gonna tell it. It's like a blog online at http://www.blackisbackcoalition.org. Go to donate / Cash App $BIBCOA. That's $BIBCOA. Give it up. This is how we keep going. We don't need grants. We need you. Make checks payable to BIBC. Make the checks payable to BIBC. Mail the BIB check to BIB, care of Ekenge Mayele. That's EKENGEMAYELE. That's our comrade sister, a force of herself. 4101 West Florissant, St. Louis, Missouri, 63115. Go ahead, comrade.
Yes, you know, I want you all to be a part of something great. And we're talking none other than the Black is Back Coalition. You know, Sister Penny has said it earlier today about the solidarity. You know, what does that mean for us? You know, it's building. You can be a part of something that is building for solutions, people. If you out there and you all by yourself and you doing this work, like Chairman say, you know, there's the people here. We're not coming here just to be talking and just to be talking. That's the problem now. It's too much talking. I'm telling you, we are moving and we're organizing and mobilizing and agonizing. And this is a movement, people, that everybody needs to be a part. The freedom-loving people need to be a part of. So you can be an individual member for $25. You can join up your organization, whether you're an international organization, a national organization, or you are a local or state. You know, you can be, you know, just involved with so many phenomenal, powerful people that can connect and network with your resources, people. This is where you need to be. You may have right now a mission. You may be assigned to do something, but I'm here to tell you, don't do it by yourself. Join up with the Black is Back Coalition and be
inspired. Be inspired, because you will be inspired.
Oh, yes, and expired. I'm telling you, that's Dennis, that's a good, that's a good word, but I'm so excited because the information that we have heard here today, you cannot walk away from something like this and be stagnated. You cannot walk away from this powerful information and be the same. You have to change. And that's what it's all about, people. Changing for the betterment of all people. You know, I just want to say that without this type of information, you know, where in the world would you want, why would you even want to be here in the United States of America without this powerful information that we didn't heard here today? Okay.
Don't get harmed. Get armed. Don't get harmed. Get armed. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Yes, indeed. Okay, we got go ahead, Brother Cyril.
Ooh, I like that switch. Queen Mother Ya Asantewaa. That was Dorothy Lewis at $1,000 or more. Then we want to go further. We want to go down to Marcus Garvey for $365. That's $1 a day. Is our comrade, Belinda Parker Brown, had mentioned. Part of the organization. Organization needs to grow. Organization needs young folk. Your organization needs you. Organization needs us all. Uhuru. Mary Baraka, $120 or more. A man is either free or he is not. There cannot be an apprenticeship for freedom. Liberation is not given, it's taken. Go ahead, comrade.
You know, I want to say that, you know, the chairman gave a remarkable overview. And if you have not shared or you have not called somebody, you know, tomorrow we're going to be, it's going to be some more phenomenal presenters. But that remarkable overview that the chairman gave today, I hope we got that recorded. I hope we can share it, you know, widely and, you know, call our family, friends, and neighbors and tell everybody about it. That overview that chairman gave, I'm telling you, it just opened up my eyes, and it's just time for us to come alive, people. It's time for us to let it resonate. Remember that word, resonate. Let it stick and stay, because we are winning. We are winning, but the fight is not over. But it's no compromise. I'm here to tell you, no surrender. We will not retreat because we're winning, and we're going to win this fight. But it's not over. But come on, people. Put your...
Chokwe Lumumba, $500 or more.
Yes.
Only came to the movement because of King, and he was killed. Only stayed in the movement because of Malcolm, and he was killed. Then I became the leader. This is where we got to look at everything. You only become a leader when you're a follower, when you study, get the political education, get all that the chairman has laid out for 60 years. That's how these organizations grow. Go ahead, comrade. Uhuru!
Yes, Uhuru. Okay, we don't want to spend a whole lot of time on wasting money, but we got working groups that you guys can, you know, participate in. I'm telling you, it's just so much information. And when the chairman bring up that, you know, reparation is our last name. Listen here, people, it's time for reparations, but we have to unite and come together and participate. Don't spectate no more, people. It's not about that.
Yeah.
So the world is changing. And when you watch that movie that I just told you to watch, go watch it. Pay attention, because I'm going to tell you that something about these movies that they putting out messages. So we got our political prisoners group, working group. We got the healthcare group that Sister Lisa Davis heads up. And I'm telling you, the information is, you can't put a price tag on this type of information. You know, we have outreach. We got the political action. Why don't you talk a little bit? Tell people how important it is to be a part of the political action working group. If you have any ambition to run for office, you need to get involved with the political action working group, because it's going to be so much information, you know, so much powerful information.
It starts right there.
The Betty Davis with the educational working group. Come on, people, y'all get on board. You know, I don't see our youth. There it is, our youth and student group. Oh, Brother Emmanuel, I'm here to tell you they putting it down. What you need to know in 2025.
Yes.
It's what we need to know. That's right.
And we definitely need people on the media and social media and tech working group, because I can't do this.
Add your prop. Yes.
We need that bad. You can see how I'm running this because I'm working tech today, so you know we need it badly.
And that would be the Burning Spear newspaper and social media. We need everybody at all levels. And young people, your place in leadership is laid out for you. The roadmap is there. Get on board.
What I want to say this about the Black is Back Coalition, people. You know, it's just so, I'm gonna tell you right now, it's so much needed for, you know, freedom loving organizations, social justice, for peace. You know, I would like social justice for peace and reparation. With it's coming with a just a aura of how professionalism, how, you know, you see our secretary, you know, how this whole webinar been put together. You know, I know it's some of you out there that's listening and watching, you know, we screaming live on Facebook. At least I hope we still screaming live on Facebook. You know, you listening and you watching, and you want to be a part of these phenomenal presenters that we have here on today. You know, join up with this powerful, you know, coalition, so you can bring, you know, your movement to this coalition. We need you to be a part of this. You don't need to be out there all by yourself, people. No, you cannot be out there all by yourself. I'm a witness.
How to join? Well, you saw the, here it is. You go to blackisbackcoalition.org, join. As an individual, of course, that's $25, if I'm not mistaken, per year. As an organization, that's $200 a year. But join. You join as an organization. Bring others into the agency. Now, you say, why do I say agency? We've heard the chairman mention this so many times. In order for us to grow, and we must build. We must build our own dual and contending powers. That's what agency means. This is where we're headed. This is the trajectory. Ain't nobody, they used to say, gonna turn us around. Uhuru, go ahead, comrade.
And we're coming to the close of this, Sister Kenge.
Uhuru, yes.
Yes.
And I want to thank Sister Lisa, Sister
I just sent mine in.
$60, Sister Belinda, $60, Comrade Sayero, $20, Sister Paula, $50, Janice, $50, Cam, $50, Sister Betty, $365, Jesse, $50, the chairman, $100, Sister Stephanie Wright, $365, Chair Ona Zane, $100, MQ 30, Ruby 100, and that brings me to a rough calculation of $1,400.
I'm gonna tell you, that Cash App makes it so easy because you just
talking about. Now let's go. Let's get on with
and there's okay, I see. Wait a second there. Okay, Allie. 50. All right. Okay, Penny, 100. Girl, who else had the hand? 25. Has Daniel, 60. All right, Maureen. So that's 160, 25, 185.
I'll tell you, Cash App makes it so easy.
200.
Because you just pledge it. And
Less, but almost $1,700, Brother Paul. 20. Okay.
You pledge
That's
it.
what I'm talking about.
I can't count quite that fast.
You're doing the math. I just appreciate.
A grand total for you in just a few moments, but I want to appreciate everyone that has given thus far. It shouldn't stop anyone that hasn't given yet. There's still time. The day's not over. We've got more programs. So Uhuru, I'll be back in a moment, but we're at about $1,700. So Uhuru.
Yes.
All right.
And I got to tell you, that Cash App makes it so easy because you just say an amount, and then before you know it, you just go to Cash App, and it's gone before you can think about it.
What was the name of that movie one more time, Conrad, Sister Belinda?
Yes, I just want to say that we just have some phenomenal people out here that's ready, and it's right, and the time is ours, and we're taking this thing like we're not going to wait for them to give us anything.
Better believe it.
Taking it. So that's what it's all about, people. And I just want to appreciate this phenomenal show, webinar, and looking forward, excited about tomorrow as well. So start sharing with your family, your friends, everyone that need to participate and be a part of our 9th electoral campaign school. The information is just, it's very impactful. Thank you.
What was the name of that movie one more time, Comrade, Sister?
I'm sorry, what did you say? Oh.
That's our homework now. If y'all, because tomorrow I'm gonna be doing my presentation, okay? And I'm gonna be checking. I'm gonna be checking to see who all watched the movie tomorrow. It's Q20. Q20. Viola Davis is her name.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. And I just see that Sister Stephanie Wright contributed Marcus Garvey membership, and Brittany Hutchinson is asking how she can contribute. Anyway, people, we're gonna finish bringing this show on in. Uhuru! Uhuru! And now we're going to hear from the working groups and some of the other groups that have gone on. Much of the working groups was centered around the 19-point platform that the chairman talked about a little bit earlier. It seems like something is a little off with this Zoom meet, but we're gonna go right on no matter what. Can people see me on the screen?
Yes.
No. I can't. I think the comrades have to
Okay. Now we can. All right. But we going on no matter what. Ain't nothing stopping us. And I am always so honored to introduce this next presenter. She is just so powerful. And we have the same last name, so we must be related. Well, we know we're related no matter what. We know we're related no matter what. Because let me just hold on one second, please. I gotta get myself together. I got all swept away in the moment. Our next presenter is Sister Betty Davis, who is the chair of the Black Community Control of Education Working Group. She is a former adjunct professor at Medgar Evers College and co-founder of the New Abolitionist Movement and a longtime activist for community control of education since the New York City school strike in 1967. She's also the chair of the Education Working Group of the Coalition, and she hosts a wonderful radio show on WBAI. Oh, Sister Betty, the name of the radio show again?
What's Happening?
Yeah, What's Happening? I'm just a little exhausted, people, but What's Happening that she had co-founded with our wonderful revolutionary who is still present and with us all the time, Ralph Pointer. Sister Betty Davis, educate us. Uhuru.
Uhuru, family.
And everybody in this segment has 10 minutes. Uhuru.
She always has to remind me. Us teachers go on forever.
You always reminded Ralph.
I just want to say one of the things Queen Mother Moore taught us, she was the one, along with Ralph Pointer and Lynn Stewart, that enrolled me in the struggle for liberation. And Queen Mother Moore said, if you join the struggle for freedom, you're not going to get rich necessarily. She says, but along the way, you will meet some of the most wonderful comrades, and that will be your reward. And when I come to your Uhuru house, wherever it is, be it Florida or St. Louis, I'm always reminded of that solidarity and that love. As Viola Plummer made clear on her transition, she said, I have a biological family, but then I have my political family. And I have to say, it was the political family that helped me face the reality that Ralph was not going to live forever. I love some of the quotes of the Uhuru family. But I can't always say it the way the chairman does. Iwe le yes. And I want to follow up with a quote from one of our warrior sisters that's being kept safe. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. Yes. It is our duty to win. And I want to salute the Uhuru Three and the entire political family that helped keep them out in the minimum security death camp with the rest of us. Having said that, I want to say I'm very arrogant. Aries are like that. And as far as I'm concerned, all of Uhuru, all of the African People's Socialist Party, all of ANWO, all of APEDF, they are all the education working group. Yeah. Because the purpose of the education working group is to work on defeating metaphysical imperialism. We insist on our self-agency to think for ourselves. We demand the right to keep our memories of our history, of when we were human, and we will not allow them to dehumanize us by taking our memories of our wonderful warrior past. And the people who join us in this struggle want to be free like us. And I want to tell you, you don't have much time because the capitalists in this country are destroying the bees. Yeah. And so they have doomed us to being people who have to eat gruel for the rest of our lives. Pay attention to patterns. One thing Darwin said that was correct. If you don't start paying attention to patterns, you will become extinct. Yeah. And having said that, I want to again thank Ralph Pointer because I heard him give a speech on how I was going to become obsolete as a worker working for sociology or doing social work. And I said, this man is crazy. What do you mean social work is going to become obsolete? At the end of his speech, before the social workers in New York City who work for the Department of Welfare is what it was called then, I came up to him, I just graduated from college, this was my first job, and he's telling me I'm obsolete. And he says, of course, this country doesn't give a damn about sociology. Sociology cares about rescuing families and people and community. This country is going to become and is a police state. Yeah. And so I decided maybe I better pay attention to what this guy has to say. Before I knew what was happening, I'm in a school, 2 a.m. in the morning, illegally. And the next thing I know, there's a crowd of police, 6 a.m. in the morning, when the custodian is supposed to arrive and open the building, but the building was already open. And the next thing I knew, the community was there. And for the first time in the history of any educational system, children were fighting to get into school. They were climbing over the fence to get in and take their school. And if anybody tells you that was anti-Semitism, you tell them for me that was a lie. Community control of education is how I got involved in the struggle. And we took property from the state and the city of New York. Yeah. We took our schools because we pay taxes for them. Yeah. We took our schools because we are the ones who had the history of needing a true education. We are the people who are the descendants of the Africans who refused to be captives. Yeah. There were no slaves here. There were just captives. Yeah. And as John Henry Clark told us, political prisoners, the first political prisoners. Yeah. And what was their crime? What were they guilty of? They were guilty of being here first, of being Africans. Yeah. And so they were captured. They didn't come here because they were slaves. They came here because they were skilled. Yeah. They knew how to take iron and what to do with it. Yeah. They knew what to take wood without destroying the land. They knew how to plant okra and tomatoes and corn. They understood how to use the weather to make a society that could live safely with the elements. They knew how to take from the earth without destroying it. And so they were captive. They knew how to plant rice. Yeah. They understood it. That is why they were captured. Yeah. They were not captured because they were stupid. They were not captured because they were barbarians. And so because of this legacy, we are now resisting. And if you are not an African and you are resisting with us, it is because you don't want to be dehumanized. And that is why we fight metaphysical imperialism.
Right.
Having said that, I want to go on record that in 2020, during the COVID issue in this country, I went on record for saying this was one of the best opportunities the Black community had for taking back their schools, because the school system was shut down and the school system was sent to the home. But of course, you know what happened. DEI is not what happened. What happened was we did not have the technology. Some of the projects that I grew up in, it's known as NYCHA housing, nobody had Wi-Fi. And the system didn't give a damn. I'm sorry for cursing. Did not care. And so now they're saying, oh, the Black kids can't read. Oh, the Black kids are behind. And this is what Naomi Klein means by disaster capitalism. Because you know that a crisis is coming and you take advantage of that crisis to say, oh, look at these poor kids. They are so behind. It's the public school system. That's the reason they're behind. So let's take their schools and give them charter schools run by corporations. Of course, if you don't know history, you're going to not know that it was a corporation that was responsible for the first use of capitalism to enslave an African people. It was called the Dutch East India Corporation.
Well,
and this is why some of us fight for charter schools. And if you are paying close attention to us, and who are us? We are the Black is Back Coalition. And item number 13 says the right to free education through postgraduate level. Public schools must meet the highest standards of excellence under the supervision of educational boards directly elected. I'm going to say that again. Public schools must meet the highest standards of excellence under the supervision of educational boards directly elected by the communities they serve.
Yeah.
So when you are talking about an electoral school, when you have the skills to organize, to run for city council, when you have the skills to organize, to run as governor, when you have the skills to organize, to run as mayor, when you have the skills to organize, to run for the community boards, you have the skills to run for any other office in the United States of America.
Yes.
When you decide you're going to run for the PTA, Parent Teachers Association, or PA, Parent Association, you have the skills to run for anything else.
Right.
And so those of you who are listening today, I know you're going to come back tomorrow because these skills are important in this farce they call a democracy. When the chairman is talking about the modes of production, Queen Mother Moore comes to mind because she used to say, how many?
2 minutes.
She used to say, don't you call yourself a ghetto? Because the Jewish ghettos in Europe controlled every single dollar that came in and every single dollar that went out.
Right.
You are not a ghetto. You would hope to become a ghetto. What we are talking about with community control is better than a ghetto.
Yes.
It is taking the state by the throat and choking every penny that we put in it and getting all our pennies back until we win the revolution. So any school, there are floors, there are ceilings, there's wiring, somebody has to paint, somebody has to wash the floors, somebody has to wash the dishes, somebody has to provide the food, somebody has to cook the food. There's so many contracts in one school. There would be no poverty in Harlem if we controlled our schools, and they understood that. Who are they? Every single racist union in New York City, and it came out with the usual lie.
Yeah.
What was it Alambe Braff said? There was a time when anti-Semitism meant someone who did not like Jews. Now it's anybody the Jews don't like. So of course they called us anti-Semitic. I want you to understand what the chairman is all about. Today, this was a course, and it's about thought. And thought is thinking. And thinking is about philosophy. When we talk about philosophers, we are talking about thinkers yesterday, today, and tomorrow. What were the circumstances surrounding human existence at the time of the thoughts? History is very much a part of philosophy, and knowledge of history is the most important part. That is a quote from Ralph Pointer.
Okay.
All right. And he was talking about the chairman, but he's also talking about what we do when we fight metaphysical imperialism. I used to teach, as I said, as professor at McEvers College, and I would always start off each semester by going to Ralph and saying, give me a quote to open up the class with. And so we're opening up the course with Chairman O'Malley, and we hope you're taking notes and you're paying close attention. And the last thing I want to say to you is that the education group, working group, wants to thank you. Many of you attended our webinar at the end of March, which the people in the Uhuru Black is Back Coalition were kind enough to let us present for you. We're hoping to follow up with part 2. And one of the things we have to do is we have to address the dismantling and what it means of the public school system. Because you know, if education could kill us, they would stuff it down our throats.
Yeah.
If public education was really bad for us, they'd be shoving it down our throats and up the other orifices as well.
Yeah.
But they understand what Frederick Douglass said is true. Education and slavery are incompatible.
Well,
so we're hoping that you will join us in our paradigm to take back our public school system. And in terms of this electoral school, do not be fooled. It was the Democrats who destroyed the struggle for community control. And the way they did it was they gave us decentralization. And decentralization was a product of Kennedy. It was the hamlets. It was the control of the people who were the water for the warriors of the revolution. And what they gave us was the Hamlet philosophy. They gave us decentralization, experimental districts, because they understood the power of community control of public education. And what we are saying today is that we're going to come up with a discussion and a paradigm to address the dismantling, the decentralization of the public school system, and use that to shove it up their throats and down their throats. You know what I mean when I say shove it up the throat.
Yes.
So we hope you'll join that struggle. And we're going to be having another webinar, the chairman and the Black is Back Coalition agrees, by the Education Working Group to show you how we're going to go to war to take back our public schools. And we would reference that you go and look up the Chicago situation. The people of Chicago have answered Trump. They've said, we're not going to defund our public school system. We're going to even fund it even more. And New York City and all the other states should be following that paradigm. This is the African People's Socialist Party's house. And the people who are workers are not going to let the government take back their public school system.
Right.
Thank you.
Uhuru. Thank you so much. And now we're going to have a presentation by the Political Prisoners Working Group. But before doing that, I want to give it a special introduction. So hold on one second. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just stop this share a moment. I'm trying to optimize it to share the sound because we have a video we want to play, and for some reason it doesn't seem to want to do. Oh,
SD and Wazy, can you share that, please?
right. Can you share it, Sister Mwezi? Because it doesn't seem to want to let me share the sound with this for whatever reason. This would be the one, Ralph Pointer and
I would
family.
need the file. I can help, but I would just need the file in order to share it.
Hold on, let me see if I do this a moment.
Just share that document with her.
Right, do you have the political? Can you all hear this?
Of Africa and fighting a
Hold
war
on, let me
against
stop this
slavery
a moment.
and oppression.
Try this one more time, sorry. Let me see what happens if I do it like this. Can you all see this?
500 years.
Blow it up a little bit. Blow it up a little bit.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna start it all over again.
American descendants of Africa have been fighting a war against slavery and oppression for 500 years or more. Many have been captured and today are in prison, death camps in the United States. Our demand is for the immediate release for all political prisoners. In the past, the people that we have elected have not acted on behalf of political prisoners or ourselves. Therefore, our demand of them is unequivocal support of the release of these prisoners. We will only elect those who work with us in support of this demand. We will no longer practice political slavery. That is, to do political work without political reward. Again, that reward is the release of our political prisoners now.
Uhuru. So great to see our comrade Ralph. It truly is great to hear from him. So the one who's currently working with the Political Prisoners Working Group is our sister, Brittany Hutchinson, also known as Free Spirited Bro, began her revolutionary journey in 2021 when she became a member of the Spirit of Mandela. Around the same time, the 2021 We Charge Genocide Tribunal was being held. From there, she dove in head first, dedicating her life to the work of organizing in community with the people. She is most recently a member of the New York City chapter of the Jericho movement, working for the freedom of all political prisoners, Sister Brittany Hutchinson. And also, just for clarity, I know you said you wanted something to be played afterwards. You have?
The other video was the approved update by the family working with Imam Jamil Alameen.
Okay. You want me to play that afterwards, though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Please. Just let me know when to go.
Oh, it's on you. It's on the floor is yours, sister.
Thank you very much. Peace, everyone. Uhuru. This is a extremely strong program, and what a powerful person to go behind, such as Sis Betty. I want to thank her for asking a comrade to step up to do this presentation, allowing me the opportunity to volunteer my services to pick up the work, as Baba Ralph often said. And I just want to, say presente to him, and I truly intend on doing just that. So starting with our elder, Freddie Hampton, better known as Kamal Siddiqui. So Kamal Siddiqui is a father, grandfather, and political prisoner. He is also a veteran of the Black Panther Party who was wrongfully convicted when the FBI, in their efforts to recapture Assata Shakur, convinced Atlanta police to reopen a 30-year-old cold case, murder of a Fulton County police officer, and charged him. Mr. Kamal is now 70 and in poor health with hepatitis C, cirrhosis of the liver, and he has blood pressure issues along with open infectious wounds and sarcoidosis. Every day is a struggle for him, for his daughters and grandchildren who are devastated by the absence of their loving and hardworking father and grandfather who supported them by working for a telephone company in New York for over 18 years. Today, Kamal's daughters, Kasise and Kakuya, work tirelessly in their efforts to release him. In fact, there's a meeting happening as we speak here in New York City to build on top of the efforts to bring our elder home to freedom. He is the last New York Black Panther veteran still behind the wall. So please bring him home to live his life with his family. Up next, we have an elder we all are familiar with, but all don't know his name, and that's the problem, who is Mumia Abu Jamal. Philadelphia's native son, Mumia Abu Jamal, was fraudulently convicted of first-degree murder on July 3rd, 1982, and given a death sentence by known racist judge Albert Sabo, who said to Judge Richard Klein, and pardon the language, "I'm gonna help him fry the nigger." Court stenographer Terry Moorer Carter overheard that comment before the trial even started. On December 9th, 1981, Mumia nearly died of a gunshot wound to his chest and was severely beaten by the cops who arrived on the scene following the still unsolved death of Officer Daniel Faulkner. While on death row, Mumia wrote live from death row, selling over 100,000 copies. Mumia has written 14 books since his wrongful incarceration, but it has earned his BA, his MA, and is now working on his PhD while incarcerated at SCI Mahanoy. Though recent hurdles have surfaced in Mumia's case involving certain people in a position to preside over it, the many organizations existing regionally and internationally continue to press forward to raise awareness on Mumia and initiating connections between him and college students becoming more aware and involved in the work to bring him home. Please, 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 please go to the Jericho movement website at jericho.com and look up all of the political prisoners to become familiar with their cases and their background stories. These are all elders who sacrificed years of their lives to do the work and these are people who noticed that there was something wrong with this country in the way that they treat people. And they were put behind the wall, not because they were doing something wrong, but because they were doing something right. That this country gets away with doing countless things to its citizens, and it's enough to make you sick to your stomach, because we didn't ask for this. We asked to be equal and treated equally and to just live our lives, and they refused to let us do that. And our political prisoners and our elders understood that and decided to do something about it. And that's why they were behind the wall. And these cells that they have had to be behind are the reasons behind why their health conditions are worsening. So please help find out more about them and anything we can do as the people to support them. We are better together than we ever have been as individuals. And next up is the update that was approved by Imam Jamil Al-Amin's family. Please also do the work to look him up as well. He is formerly known as H. Rap Brown. And if you're not familiar, get familiar. Thank you.
Are you ready? You want me to play the video?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Hold on a second moment. I don't know what's going on with my sound here. Hold on. Oh. Let me stop this a moment.
Lisa, go back to the video, and then at the top it's got the little speaker bar up there. All you gotta do is click on it.
Right, I see that, but it's not letting me, I can't click for whatever reason. I can't click it from my.
Can you do it?
Oh, wait a minute, hold on.
There it is, right
Can
up
people
there.
hear it now?
That this was a real possibility, that he was much closer.
Yes, turn it up, turn it up.
Now there's just a real number on it. So, again, even in that, Allah is the best of planners. They say 10 months, but maybe that's 10 months for. Assalamu alaikum, y'all. So the doctors say we have 10 months. I spoke to my father today, and I was planning on giving y'all an update on everything anyway, but the doctors say we have 10 months. So that's a little rough to deal with, but alhamdulillah, we got 10 months. So the goal is now to make sure that he spends the majority of those 10 months as a free man. Alhamdulillah, we were able to successfully raise $228,000 for the docuseries. And we're going to be able to complete it for that amount, even though the original budget was 450 grand. In fact, I am scheduled to watch the rough cut of the first episode tomorrow. And the second episode is being worked on as well simultaneously. So we should still meet our completion date of May, in conjunction with some other things that we're doing on the legal front. I'm actually very confident that we are going to get this done, but we know the time frame now. So, Allah is the best of planners. We continue to fight again until there's nothing left to fight for. He was in good spirits, but we all understood that this was a real possibility, that he was much closer to the end than the beginning. Now there's just a real number on it. So, again, even in that, Allah is the best of planners. They say 10 months, but maybe that's 10 months for a man who has to deal with cancer in a prison cell instead of in a cancer treatment facility. So inshallah, that'll extend if we're able to get this win. But he said even a day left after the win, we were able to get him out. We're able to clear his name. Even if he only has a day left after that, that's enough. That win counts. And so, alhamdulillah, we're still in the fight, but I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who contributed and helped us along the way in this fight. We're still in it to win it. We don't need anything else from you except for your prayers and eventually your voices, because again, we understand that aside from the legal aspects involved in this case, this is a political matter. So the voice of the people is going to be instrumental in making this possible, and making this win, the ultimate win, possible. So again, Bismillah, we fight till there's nothing left to fight for, but we got 10 months. So I'm like,
You heard the call. Free them all. Thank you.
Free them all. Thank you so
them
much.
all.
Free them all.
Free them all. Free
That's
them
really
all.
deep. Free them all. That's really deep what we just heard. And thank you so much, Sister Brittany, and for all the work that the Political Prisoners Working Group is doing. We know we got work to do. That's for sure. Our next presenter is going to be from our comrade brother, Sayaro. He is the vice chair of the Political Action Working Group. And he is a member of the Louisiana United International, whose mission is for social justice and reparations under the leadership of CEO Belinda Parker Brown. He is also a member of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement under the leadership of President Maximella Odom, and a former city commissioner out of the city of Benton Harbor, Michigan. Brother Sayaro, Uhuru.
Uhuru, Comrade Lisa. I want to just say this has been a very profound day with regards to all of the presenters. And it all led to me to think about, for me, and I'm sure all of us, just how no matter where we turn, the power from the colonizer wants to thwart every movement. Something that the chairman told me too. When you find yourself being assaulted by the colonizer, you know you're doing something right. So it's like, it's true. I'm gonna read an excerpt from the chairman out of Vanguard on page 106. White people feigned ignorance of the war against African people. While it was clearly a war against our struggle for liberation from a hostile and alien foreign domination that's usually recognized as colonialism, the North American population, resting upon a parasitic foundation, was able to feign ignorance of the murderous assault against our movement. As we wrote in the main resolution to the First Party Congress published as a new beginning, the road to Black freedom and socialism in 1981. The United States imperialism was constructed off of the enslavement of African people and the near decimation of the native indigenous population. This system has been the cornerstone of world capitalism since the Second Imperialist World War, which means, among other things, that the resources, the wealth, the near slave labor of the vast majority of the peoples of the world have been the basis for the development not only of the wealth of the ruling class, but of the entire North American society. Consequently, the basis of opportunism within the U.S. are very deep. White people were an objective component of the United States insurgency, counterinsurgency, especially the whites who love us, as they were characterized in Occupy Tanzania by Robert Sobukwe, a primary leader of our struggle there. These whites were the leftists, including Marxists, other socialists, and communists, who made their regular forays into our communities from the comfortable and generally safe libraries and cafes where they usually resided. They all expressed sympathy for our plight and cause, but not enough to get off our backs or to unite with our fight for self-determination. With few exceptions, they did not recognize the socialism or communism they claimed to seek was to be found in the struggle for the liberation of our people. Instead, they sought to show us the errors of our way, isn't that familiar? And introduce us to the science of revolution that required Africans and others colonized within the current borders of the United States to submit to the leadership of the colonizer that they call workers. Many of these white left opportunists also politically supported and financially backed neocolonial politicians who were beginning to be elected to office in great numbers throughout the United States, those Eric Adams types. After the defeat of the Black Revolution, the white opportunists rejected their responsibility to win the white workers to be organized under the leadership of colonized Africans who were on the front lines of the anti-capitalist wars within our colonized spaces. Nor did they see the responsibility to organize the colonized population, white workers and otherwise, against the obvious war that was being waged against our leaders and organizations that were often being televised for the world to see, as they paint us as savages and paint us as the beasts on their news media. I could think of no other beast as beastly as the colonizer, as savage as the colonizer. Objectively, their role was no different from the strategy outlined in the August 1967 COINTELPRO memorandum to prevent anti-colonial coalitions from developing, to prevent our organizations from gaining respectability, and to prevent the long-range growth of our movement. As we summed up in our 1984 article, A Political and Economic Critique of Imperialism and Imperialist Opportunism, white opportunism, subsequent to the counterinsurgency that destroyed the African Revolution of the 60s, raised its ugly head. Many of the radical white intellectuals who had previously lent ideological support to the Black Revolution found themselves conveniently rethinking their position to bring them more in line with the tepid traditional politics of the old left radicals who had always ignored the plight of Black people. As anticipated by some Black organizations, the hippies took baths, cut their hair, and often became successful lower-level capitalists, liberal Democratic politicians, or overt right-wing anti-Black reactionaries. Now, isn't this something that is so common and so much in perpetuity that we see this all of our lives? The pretense of wanting us to do much better for ourselves. They used to call it pull yourself up by your bootstrap. Hell, we didn't have no boots. Now that we create some boots, we create agency, now they're saying you're doing too much. Where does that end? It ends with us working as we're doing now as a collective, as a force of one, creating our own agency, African internationalism, I should say, and getting around with each other to know that we can do this ourselves and we don't need nobody to do for us what we got to do for ourselves. I stand down now and I appreciate you allowing me to read that, but that's what political action is all about. Chairman, I salute you. I salute the Black is Back Coalition. It's been a wonderful day. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Oh, our next presenter is, I was so engrossed in this stuff, I forgot I'm supposed to be introducing the next presenter. Our next presenter is Brother Dr. Maximella Odom. And Dr. Maximella Odom, he is the international president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. He also writes for the Burning Spear newspaper and co-hosts the Black Power Talks podcast for Black Power 96. Maximella is also a professor in Africana Studies who has published on a variety of issues pertaining to African liberation and revolutionary culture. Uhuru, Brother Dr. Maximella, he's presenting on behalf of the Black Community Control of Police Working Group.
Uhuru, Uhuru.
Uhuru, I'd like to thank everybody and salute today's conference. My name is Maximella Odom, International President of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. I want to present on Black community control of the police. And I want to lead by saying that that the leading goal of this working group is to make Black community control of the police a household word. We know that the crisis of colonialism deepens, that the assault on African people by domestic military forces known as the police will increase. Black community control of police is a revolutionary demand. When you hear the word community control, you need to think power, right? Community control means power. Black community control means Black power. Black community control of the police, therefore, means that we build Black power over the police. Slogans are important for any movement. In the movement against police occupation of our community, the slogans should direct the ends to which we are organizing the struggling masses for. Black community control of the police is that slogan. Change slides. I'd like to begin by saluting Chairman Omali Shatella, Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, as well as the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. I'd like to also salute all of the leaders and leading organizations of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. Change slides. As noted, right, the objective of this presentation is to make Black community control of the police a household word. It's an anti-colonial demand, right? So I'll read for you all the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination's point 3, which reads, Black community control of the police. We demand the immediate withdrawal of all domestic military forces from Black communities. This democratic demand assumes the ability of Black people to mobilize for our own security and to redefine the role of the police so that it no longer functions as an agency imposed on us from the outside. Change slides. So this is important to note that whether we're talking 1825 or 2025, right? The role from the slave catchers to the police, the role in which the police have played as the Black community control police demands that demands the immediate withdrawal of all domestic military forces from Black communities. This democratic demand assumes the ability for Black people to mobilize for our own security, as noted, and to redefine the role of the police so that it no longer functions as an agency imposed on the African community. We understand that the primary contradiction African people face is colonial capitalism, the colonial mode of production. The solution we're struggling towards is the power placed into the hands of the African community, not nicer, kinder police. Change slides. Now, when many people are concerned with anti-racist policing, rooting out the racist and bigoted cops, and there's tons of different reports and things of that sort. Sorry. Can y'all still hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So there's tons of different reports, and I can go over them in more time, which talks about, you know, the level of violence, racism, bigotry, and things like that that exist inside policing agencies. You know, things like the LA chief of police who literally recruited people from the South so that they could police and contain the African community in Los Angeles. You know, all the different reports that have come out to show the high level of police and white nationalist organizations. We understand that, right? But we also understand that the police itself functions as part of the colonial system, as an occupying army within the colonies of Africans and other indigenous and colonized communities in the U.S. and around the globe. In the United States, that the police themselves serve as white working class associations that negotiate for power within the white ruling class on the pedestal of African people. Change slides. This underscores, I think, the problem with what we hear: defund the police and deunionization. Once again, right, the goal of any slogan should be to direct the objectives of a movement or a campaign. And whether and we know that following the murder of George Floyd, this wave of defund the police came forward. One thing I'd like to say is that there's more private military forces, private police forces in the United States than there are even actually publicly funded police forces. So whether we're talking about so that alone can't be the struggle through which we struggle for. Change slides. You know, because we know that without Black community control of police, defunding the police as a tactic is simply just another austerity measure meant to resolve really the budgetary contradictions taking place. And there's so many different stories you could talk about. Go and look at like the city of Stockton, for example, who defunded its police force as a way to save the police and save the city. And now the city, Africans have only been increasingly targeted and pushed even further and further out of that city in the last 13 years since they did that. So we're struggling for power in the hands of the African working class. Change slides. So this shows us on something like, say, for example, the way through which the defunding the police demand was actually first put forward in the campaign of Akile Nie for city council in St. Petersburg, Florida, 2017, 2019. This is where we see it being attached to anti-colonial objectives. Change slides. There have been tons of different victories that we've had. Change slides with Black community controlled police. It's a long history. We see here going back towards Tyron Lewis. Change slides. We know the success we had even here in San Diego in 2021 with the not guilty verdict of Comrade Denzel Drawn, Impedum organizer out here. Change slides. And we know of the recent campaigns taking place, whether it be in New York, where they've organized the defense of Darrell Mickles, which is so very important. And the comrade Nkululeko, who's leading that campaign, will be speaking about outreach later on, or even in South Africa, where we organized for Black community control of the police. Change slides. So we have an information and education strategy, publishing in the Burning Spear, producing shows on our podcast, Black Power Talks. So change slides. Change slides. I'll tell you a little bit about some of Change Slides. Tell you a little bit about just some of the goals that we have, and really want you to take these with you. We want to make Black community control police a household word, build working groups, establish local working groups. We can give local Black community control of police trainings, which includes know your rights trainings. We need to go on an outreach campaign. Like I said, making Black community control of the police a household word. We even establishing what we're calling Black community courts, establish community forums and public debates in which we debate this question of Black community control of police versus defund the police versus Black Lives Matter, things like that. Take it to the people, right? That's how we're going to achieve the objectives. And win organizations to unity with Black community control of the police. We want to go on a broadside postering campaign. Bring this campaign to the African communities where we are at. Change slides. And I just want to say, if you or your organization unite with this, email us at info@blackisbackcoalition.org. We can help create the proper the information and education needed for your organization to embrace the demand for Black community control of the police, to take it to your community, such as we did here with the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement posters and banners, change slides. We also have petitions that can be taken and contact sheets that we can help you create to take this demand to the people, to where possible, take the resolutions in front of your local governments and demand that your local governments endorse Black community control of the police. Change slides, as well as know your rights cards and know your rights trainings. So those are change slides. So this is just a snapshot of what Black community control of the police is doing, and why you and your organizations should get involved with this revolutionary demand. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, Comrade President Matsumela. Yeah, we should all be in front of this. The colonial police cannot continue to reign terror in our neighborhoods. So at this time, we will hear a presentation from the Healthcare Working Group, and Lisa Davis is the chair of that. So I'll give a brief bio and then we'll have her get right into her presentation. So Lisa Davis is a longtime community activist in New Jersey who has been passionately committed to the Black liberation struggle. She started out being the youngest person ever elected to serve on the Democratic County Committee in her hometown, but soon found a stronger and truer voice in the grassroots movement of the people's struggles, and has made a conscientious choice to stand with the people ever since. She is the vice chair of the Black is Back Coalition and chair of its Healthcare Working Group, which is tasked with the mission of establishing an advocacy network of revolutionary people who are involved in healthcare, be it naturopathic or allopathic, and who are committed to challenging the paradigm of this current racist for-profit medical system. Uhuru, Lisa.
Uhuru, and thank you so much, Sister Zaid, for that great introduction. I want to just first of all say that point number 14 of the 19-point platform states, free, universal, quality healthcare for all by a public system that serves the health needs of entire communities as well as individuals. Given that group health outcomes are closely linked to group political and economic status, past and present, a universal health care policy must provide both equal care to all, regardless of social and financial circumstances, and restorative care to historically oppressed communities, which require political self-determination to achieve social and biological wellness. The fact that we have a for-profit healthcare, so-called healthcare system, it's really about sickness management or care or whatever they want to call it. And oftentimes they don't have the best outcomes as far as I'm concerned. But this is a system that is based on profit and colonialism. And it is one in which Black people, under every metric, under colonialism, have the worst outcomes, period. And it is important for us to understand that any system under colonialism that was founded upon the healthcare system, what they call healthcare, was founded upon the torture of African people and indigenous people, founded upon that, any system founded upon that, we cannot get the kind of health outcomes that we need. And we have to understand that part of colonialism, which is about controlling every aspect of one's life, dominating everything, and also being extremely barbaric and savage. It is also about the ability to be able to control what knowledge even is. It can define what science is. That is not necessarily based on fact or truth. It is based on them having the ability, the power to say that. And I especially see that when it comes to the system of what they call health and what they call medical science. And certainly this is, not to take any shots at doctors who might have good hearts who work in the allopathic field, but we must look at this system. We must overturn this system and our relationship to it. This, first of all, what they call, let's first of all be clear about this, that Africa, the continent of Africa, as we also know that the first life forms were on the continent of Africa, so was the first medical systems. And the fact that we have the longest uninterrupted lineage, heritage on the planet, the fact that Africa had, the first life forms and we're still there, did not just happen by accident. It happened because we had to understand, we had a relationship with this earth that we had to understand. And so much of what they call the pharmaceutical industry, what they call these medicines, they get from the plant medicines of the continent of Africa, and not just plant medicines, but other kind of the biodiversity that they have, their soils and how they relate to this earth, but not just in terms of their plant medicines. They have discovered that when these colonizers and the pharmaceutical industry goes into the villages of Africa, they can't get as much bang for their buck if they just look at the plants itself. They need our knowledge. And it's not just about just on the continent, but even with what happened here on Turtle Island is how I'm going to call it. Even what happened here under this settler colonialism state that they built up, this illegal barbaric state called the United States, they have shown that the indigenous people, that they did have their own medicines. Oftentimes we hear, that when the colonizers came over into this land and infested this land, we often hear that the indigenous people had no immunity. They had no, their immune systems had not built up to the disease of smallpox, whatever, or the diseases of the white man, and it wiped them out. And whereas there might be some truth to some of that, but to imply that the indigenous people, it is a narrative that really weakens them and implies that they were almost helpless, that they did not have the ability to be able to, maybe be introduced to various diseases and to figure things out themselves. Well, they have also found that there were indigenous plants that they had that could combat smallpox. What they had great difficulty combating is colonialism and barbaric savagery of that. And we can see we see that right now going on in Palestine. So they, they devastate the infrastructure, and then they come and they try to weaponize various things against us, and then they want to control the knowledge and to control how it is even defined, what science even is, what truth is. And reality is just bearing out that that is just not true. We know that there was this pandemic, and there's been a whole lot of controversy and discussion around what exactly it was. I definitely had read that it was created in a lab in 2015. This is not me, Lisa Davis, saying this. I saw that that was published in 2015, that Ralph Barrick and the University of South Carolina, I believe it was, they published that they had created this coronavirus, and they created it to be far more deadly, far more infectious than any coronaviruses they had. And they said that they based it on the horseshoe bat in China, and they was working with Wuhan Institute of Virology. That's what they said in 2015. So this is not me saying it. I'm just repeating what they had published and what they said. And so, but even with that, oh, somebody says I have 2 minutes. If you got to give me a verbal cue, give me that verbal cue. But even with that, they want to control the narrative of how things even happen. I will tell you right now, because the continent of Africa had the best had the best outcomes, bar none, by the measures of how they were counting things. They had some of the best outcomes with the pandemic than certainly than the United States, but certainly some of the best in the country, with China coming in at a close second, or Asia, I should say, coming in at a close second. And I do know that some of the the protocols that China took, the protocols that the continent of Africa took, and other countries said that they were going to work together. China had the Silk Road, and they were exchanging information with many of the countries on the continent of Africa. And this is not to say that there's not problems with China, because I do believe in Black community control over every aspect of our lives, bar none. But the United States refused to do that. The United States wouldn't work with any country. China had said they would work with Cuba, and China also had very good outcomes. China may have been the country with the best outcomes, the individual country. But they said they were going to work with Cuba. Cuba had developed something called interferon alpha 2B. And so China said, we're working with everybody. The United States did the complete opposite. The United States, and while they put out the narrative that, oh, the continent of Africa, that we're so backwards that we don't know anything, they utilize our herbs and our modalities. And this can all be verified by just looking at the National Institute of Health, their websites, their, what they call science, because they will have a lot of that information in there. But what I wanted to just say about Cuba real briefly before I conclude is that they already had laws passed that said when it comes to working with medicines, that they can work with, the United States can work with medicines and all that kind of stuff and exchange information when it comes to Cuba, regardless of embargoes and all of that. Something had already been passed saying they could do that. And there were many people, there were organizations on the ground saying, look, why don't you let alpha interferon 2B into the United States, being that you're saying that you don't have any kind of modalities that can help with this. They're saying that they don't have any kind of medicines that could help with COVID-19, and the United States refused. The Black is Back Coalition did join. Other forces had started this. There was a petition going around demanding that the United States allow Cuba to work with Cuba on this. We're talking about a disease that the United States was saying was so deadly, and that there were about 1 million deaths, maybe more than that, in the United States that they attributed to COVID. But the United States refused to do that, whereas China did that. So we can just see that the United States also likes to use diseases as a weapon. We must get control over every aspect of our lives. We have a rich history in terms of working with plants in terms of traditional African medicine and other kind of medicines as well. And we as Black people in this country should be able to access that. I should be able to go to any hospital I want to go to and say, I want a doctor that works with traditional African medicine. And we must get control over who we are, our culture, our medicines, and we cannot allow colonizers to weaponize or to define anything for us. And you know, as a healthcare working group, I'll just close with this. When I'm listening to how they rob, you know, and desecrate our resting places, how they take their bones. Many times they take their bones and their bodies and they experiment on them, as the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania did with members of the MOVE. I've had battles with them myself, you know, in supporting people within the the Black is Back Coalition. We've had battles, but we want to build a healthcare working group that can be there for our people, no matter what, regardless of whether you want to use allopathic or whatever. There are ways to navigate this, and we must take back control. Uhuru, and thank you so much.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Comrade Lisa. All right, so now we will hear from the Reparations Working Group, and that would be Comrade Daoud J. Khalik. He was born and raised in Jersey City, New Jersey, and is a graduate from New Jersey City University. While there, he worked with the Black Student Union Organization, the Black Freedom Society, and the local chapter of the Black Panther Party on their breakfast program. Soon after graduating in 1975, he moved to California and became involved with Unity in Action, SWAPO Support Committee, Malcolm X Grassroots Movement, and in 2000, he became a charter member for the Reparations United Front. He is also a member of the JOCO Collective and is enthusiastic about his new role as a chair of the Black is Back Coalition's Reparations Working Group. Uhuru, comrade.
Uhuru.
The slide that you
I come
presented.
to say a few words about reparations today, and just looking for some support for an idea that I have to unite the reparations movement here in the United States. So I'm going to try and convince y'all that, this is something that's worth doing. Because, I've been with the reparations movement since the year 2000. And, work with a local group out here called the Reparations United Front. And, try to, work with other reparations comrades, here in the Los Angeles area. But I just want to say, in an attempt to unify the reparations movement nationally, the Reparations Working Group of the Black is Back Coalition would like to organize and present a reparations webinar, an all reparations webinar. We need to create a list of invitees, of reparations advocates and leaders in as many states and cities as we can find. Reparations will not be won by any one or two organizations. My vision is to see the national reparations movement united into one united organization with chapters in major cities across the nation. Sort of like the NAACP had. The theme of the webinar is to determine the state of the current reparations movement, and to get ideas from those reparations advocates as to how we can move forward as a collective to achieve reparations. There must be a meeting of the minds as to what does each advocate see as what reparation is and is not. Before we set a date, we should see how many participants we can secure. We should shoot for a mass participation. There must be an ongoing recruitment of reparations allies from more states and cities. Presently, there are 10 states that have apologized for the involvement with African slavery And currently there are 12 states who are involved with reparations. And at the last count, there were 10 cities. Might be more than that at this time. It's time that all these states, cities, and reparations organizations come together and have a meeting of the minds to plan and take further positive actions. You need to let this movement fall. We cannot let this movement fall by the wayside, because this is our ongoing quest for economic justice, long overdue. In effect, the proposed webinar would be and should be titled the National Reparations Congress #2, to pick up where we left off at the first Reparations Congress held in Compton, California in 1984. In the coming weeks, the Reparations Working Group will meet to strategize our plans to contact reparations organizations we have contacted for. And remember, we have contact information for. And remember, there's only two things left. That's truth and reparations. Now, before my time runs out, I just want to read my organizations of what reparations is.
Did you want me to show the slide?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Please.
hold on. I'm gonna
Put
share.
that up. Just the first one. I don't think I have time to do both of them. But I read this first one, and then you can follow along. What is reparations? Reparations is our quest for redemption and of our dignity and positive self-worth. Our quest for an apology to our ancestors, and atonement and compensation for hundreds of years of enslavement and murder. Our quest to heal this country and its races, past and present, discrimination suffered by people of African descent. There is overwhelming evidence of the reparations debt, personal testimony, books, pictures, property records, and deeds, financial profits, and historical documents that persist to present people of African descent are still facing post-slavery discrimination 4 centuries later. It is a national, international struggle that is connected with global reparations struggle. The vestiges of colonialism and capitalism affect us even to this day. It is an integral struggle for us to be redeemed and to assist us with our future betterment. It is an apology and an atonement for long-term abuse, rape, lynchings, castrations, murder, and exploitation of people of color. It is also a demand for the release of all Black people, all Black political prisoners. It is illogical. Others who have suffered less have received reparations, and it is correct action. Now, the only way that, I can see us, getting reparations is for us to unite with other reparations organizations so that we become one national reparations organization, as I stated at the start. And that's going to take some time, but the working group, reparations working group, is going to start collecting, addresses of, email addresses of reparations organizations here in the United States. And I'm already working on a draft as an invitation to send them to join us at this webinar once we decide when we're going to have it. It's time, folks. We really got to get behind this, and push it as hard and as long as we can. And, and gather allies on the way, as we move forward. So I'm just saying, let's get this going. And within the next week or whatnot, I'm gonna see if I can organize a reparations working group meeting. And I hope that we can have a full house, because we need to solidify some things with the working group, and to try so that we can build, the work and get our reparations, the best way we can. All right. Anyway, I guess that's my time. And I will put in an email the other side of this card, which goes into what reparations is not, so we have more clear definition. Okay. Thank you. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Comrade Daoud. So next we will hear from the Youth and Student Working Group. So that would be Comrade Emmanuel Macru. He is from the DC, Maryland, Virginia area and is the chair of the Black is Back Youth and Student Working Group. He is a member of NPDM as well as the African People's Socialist Party. He came into political participation through the Back is Back annual Black People's March on the White House and is a product of the work of the Black is Back Coalition. He is relatively new to organizing and is a faithful student of the revolution. Uhuru, Comrade Emmanuel, welcome.
Uhuru comrades, sisters and brothers, I'd like to express my deepest appreciation for the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations for doubling down on the right of African people to contend in the electoral arena. A democratic space, we as African people fought and bled to keep our democratic space open and our right to function within this space, not as some auxiliary forces of the Republican Party that was at that time deemed the party of the party of Lincoln, or as auxiliary forces attached to the ribcage of the Democratic Party, but that instead that any real or meaningful participation by African people within the electoral arena, within the democratic space we have fought to stay open, must be used pushing a Black political agenda, promoting and forwarding our national interests as African people living under the brutal boot of domestic colonialism. That a Black political agenda should be an agenda for self-determination, the right to determine our future on our own terms, resting in our own hands. As our wonderful host has said, that my name is Emmanuel. I am the chair of the Youth and Student Working Group, one of many working groups working under the leadership of the Black is Back Steering Committee. I'd like to salute Chairman Amalia Shatella, Chairman of the Black is Back Coalition and leader of the Uhuru Movement, as well as Vice Chair, Comrade Sister Lisa Davis, and salute to the rest of the Black is Back Steering Committee. I'd like to also salute to the leadership body of the Youth and Student Working Group, who are unrelenting in our pursuit to secure that not one generation more experiences colonial domination. We, as members of the Youth and Student Working Group of the Black is Back Coalition, affirm that colonialism, which is the domination of an entire people by foreign and alien state power, continues to be the major problem confronting African people. Well, colonialism, which was born of the attack on Africa and the forceful dispersal of our people and the creation of a global mode of production, a colonial mode of production, which is sustained by the theft of the resources of our Africa and the colonized peoples of the world. It is a parasite that builds off the mass exploitation and oppression of our people, and that we will not know real freedom until colonialism is overthrown and thrown into the dustbins of history where it belongs. Well, and that youth and students are faced with a great question, a prevailing question, and this is on the question of colonialism. Youth and students generally represent, as a social force in society, the futures of the society, of any society. And whether that future will continue to hold on to colonialism and the status quo, or whether we will have secured a future free from colonialism. We have seen among Black youth who represents a concrete expression of our people's future and a vibrant and energetic and uncompromising sector of our communities, demanding self-determination and freedom in our lifetime. So we have a splendid opportunity to continue the work for self-determination and winning the masses of our peers, African youth and African students, to the 19-point agenda provided by the Black is Back Coalition, forwarding our people's progress to our future. That is what we are working to build and bringing the masses of young people and students into this process under the Black is Back Coalition, because African youth will have a future, and that future will be a future which, as you can see in the 19-point Black political agenda for self-determination, a future free from the special oppression of African women, where our sisters can be empowered and are equal partners of creating the future and what the future will look like for our people. A future free from the attack on the Black family. A future free from the armies of occupation in the form of the police. We demand that Black community control of the police, and that we should have a full, selfish, and sovereign say of who should serve to protect our communities and what that looks like. A future free from the mass incarceration of our people, a future free from the imprisonment of our political prisoners and those who have been politicized as a consequence of their imprisonment. We say again, free all political prisoners and free all political free prisoners, all those who are prisoners of war. We say freedom all because we refuse to forget Jamil Al-Amin. We refuse to forget Mami Abu Jamal, Kamal Siddiqui, and the rest of them. We say free them all. We refuse to get our freedom fighters, those who are alive with us today and those who have long since passed. We refuse to forget Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, Martin Luther King, Huey Newton, Lawrence Mann, Ralph Poynter, and so many more. It is because they taught us that we have a duty to struggle, and that we must have the courage to see a future beyond colonialism. That is the benefit that Chairman Amalia Chella provides us today, and has been providing for over the course of, he's almost 84, for most of his life, continuing this work. And he gives us not only the political line and arms us, with the politics and trains us, but he also gives us the courage, because we are winning, and youth must see that. On my way here, and this is not a part of the speech, but on my way here, I saw this reactionary white nationalist who was antagonizing a young African family. And it was a mother at that time and several little ones. I don't know if they were even 5 years old, or knew how to count, beyond, 5 or 6. But they knew what white nationalist aggression looked like, and they had a right to defend themselves. And so the Youth and Student Working Group, works to make sure that not only that they see and can see and define that white power is losing everywhere, and that African people are winning, but that also that they can hold their heads up high, confident in the future, confident that we will have a future free from colonialism, free from this continual, domination of our people. And that they also utter the words that we all, as youth and students, utter after every meeting, that Black is back and that we are winning. We are winning. We are winning. And they are afraid of that. They are afraid of that. And so I like to appreciate you all for having me here and speaking. And please do join the Youth and Student Working Group. We're working on several campaigns: Adopt a School, Black Community Control of Education, and a new one that we're starting up to expose and end the general attacks on Black youth. Because these are cowards who are making these attacks. Just like that white nationalist who was a coward, make the attack on those African children. And so, and of course, the state defended that white nationalist. Yeah. Anyways, I won't keep y'all any much longer, but we are winning, and Black youth and Black students, must be brought into this process and secure our victories. Uhuru.
Oh, thank you so much, Comrade Emmanuel. Such inspiring words. So we are almost at the tail end of our program today. We have one more presentation, and that's going to be from Comrade Nkululeku. He will be giving a presentation on outreach. So Nkululeku Sechaba is the president of the New York branch of the International People's Uhuru Movement and is a member of the African People's Socialist Party. He is committed to continuing and completing the Black Power movement. So without further ado, Uhuru Nkululeku.
Uhuru.
Is the comrade on?
Yeah, he's in the chat. I see he said Uhuru.
Okay. Comrade, can you unmute and cut your camera on, please?
Maybe I need, let me.
Uhuru, I'm promoting Nkululeku to panelists so he can.
Okay, great, Uhuru.
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 Right on. Touch one. Touch all.
Touch all.
One Africa.
One
nation.
Yes.
Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru.
I just want to start by expressing my appreciation for the Black is Back Coalition. I express my appreciation for the steering committee, my comrades on the steering committee, and the leadership, my leadership, Amalia Shatella, as well as my leadership in the Uhuru movement, MP Dum, President Masamela. My name is Nkululeko, and I'm the outreach coordinator. I want to express my appreciation for everyone on this call today. Because if you're on this conference call today, then you have committed yourself to continuing the spirit of resistance that is much more needed to free our people, as opposed to the other tendency of assimilation. The goals of outreach, my goals as the outreach coordinator of the Black is Back Coalition is to build a committee. I'm calling on everyone that's watching today, that's listening right now. If you're not of a part of a committee already, or if you are and you want to be part of the outreach committee, please join the outreach committee, because our goals in the outreach committee is awareness and participation. We must increase the awareness of the existence of the Black is Back Coalition. And most importantly, the conditions that we are subject to that created the necessity for the existence of the Black is Back Coalition. Our goal is to put the Black is Back Coalition in every Black community throughout the diaspora. Because it's very important for our people to be aware that there are organizations that are continuing the spirit of resistance. There are organizations that are present, like the African People's Socialist Party, like all of the organizations that are part of the Black is Back coalitions, who are fighting to defend our democratic rights to have self-determination. They're existing and they're having various successes, and we could be more powerful once we mobilize and organize the masses of our people to support a lot of the initiatives that we heard here today. So we want to increase the awareness of the BIB coalition and all of our endeavors. We also want to increase the participation of the community, the participation of our people. We want to increase their confidence in our ability to participate in our own liberation, to increase our people's ability of our to increase our people's awareness of the need to have Black community control over the police, to increase our people's awareness of the need to have all of the institutions that we spoke about, all of the initiatives that we spoke about today on this conference. So the outreach committee will be geared towards spreading the word of why we exist and what are the solutions, what is the Black political agenda that the Black is Black Coalition for social justice, peace, and reparations has put together. What are the answers? What is the strategy that's going to solve our problems and bring us closer to having freedom and self-determination? We want to increase the awareness of all of our campaigns and let the people know about different ways they could get involved. So if you're interested in joining the outreach committee, please do holler at me. If you have any skills or talents with regards to media, social media, writing letters, articles, again, making flyers, making videos, so we could, be creative and innovative with regards to how we bring this message of African internationalism, how we bring the message and outlined in the 19-point platform of the Black is Back Coalition, how we bring the message outlined in our Black political agenda to the people. And that's the goal of the outreach committee, is to find creative and innovative ways where we can inspire our people to resist and fight back and to be confident in our ability to win and the struggle to overturn these conditions imposed upon us, these conditions of poverty that have been imposed upon us by colonialism. So thank y'all for your time. I'll definitely love to work with you more with regards to the committee and how we could spread the word of the existence and ways how you could get involved with the Black is Back Coalition. Uhuru.
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 Uhuru. Thank you so much for that, and Kululeku. At this time, like I said, we are closing out our program for the day. If we can have Comrade Ikinge come up and give us our total raise for the day.
He's so busy counting all that money. Yeah. I know it's heavy in your hands.
Uhuru. I think it's been a great program today, and just the evidence of your support and your appreciation for this today's day one of our school comes to the tune of $1,680. So I really want to appreciate everyone for giving. Please make sure that you share these presentations, and everyone comes back tomorrow. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. That is amazing. That's the power of the people right there.
Yeah. Yes.
So at this time, and y'all did great. Comrade Belinda and Comrade Sarah, y'all got in there and quick and was efficient. So I appreciate that.
We'll be right back tomorrow. We want
That's
everybody
right.
to be back tomorrow with more money, more money, more money.
More money.
Uhuru.
Freedom is not free.
As you heard, we will resume our program tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you have any questions, I encourage you to bring them tomorrow. We will hear presentations from the National Director of Organization, Chimarenga Selembao, Cam Howard, Akile Anayi, Pam Africa. We got Sister Belinda that'll be dropping some gems on us as well. We will learn about recalls, jury duty, sanctuary cities, and how you can be endorsed by this committee. So you don't want to miss it. We will see each other again tomorrow. At this time, I will turn it over to the chairman for his closing remarks to close us out for today.
And we learn how to get them out, learn how to recall these sellouts. Come on, you all. We got to do this. Uhuru, brother chairman.
Uhuru. I'd like just to, here it is.
Yeah.
To again express my appreciation to everyone who's participated in this extraordinary school up to now. I think it's been really important what we've done on today. And I think one of the things that's most important to me is to reconfirm the fact that we have to protect the space that Black people have fought for. I mean, it's a democratic space. The thing is that people are concerned about this concept they call fascism, which effectively is something that threatens white people and liberals and leftists when the conditions of colonialism begin to seep into their reality. Because colonialism was here before white people even thought of fascism. Before Mussolini, who coined the term fascism, was even born. Mussolini, who coined the term fascism, had no idea of the consequences of even the colonial terror that he waged against our people in Ethiopia. And I wanted to remind people that Emil Cabral, an extraordinary revolutionary force who was assassinated, who fought against the Portuguese colonialism in Guinea-Bissau. He made the statement speaking to the white left in France in Portugal. Because at that time, Portugal was living under a fascist regime in Portugal. The government there was fascist. It was repressive, etc. And the left, Cabral said that the people who in Portugal is telling us that the real thing that we have to be fighting against is fascism in Portugal. He said that if we fight against fascism in Portugal, then colonialism will be destroyed. And Cabral's response was, we involved in this revolution, we don't like fascism. And we don't know about what you're saying about fascism will be destroyed, colonialism will be destroyed if we destroy fascism. But we do know this, that the victory of colonialism will destroy fascism. And 7 months after the liberation of Guinea-Bissau, fascism fell in Portugal. And I'm really concerned about this because the deeper the contradictions happen for the colonial powers, the more you see them pulling on African people to rescue one sector of the colonizers as opposed to another sector of the colonizers. So we saw that some of the greatest combatants known in the struggle against fascism, according to their narrative, was the French. Anybody hear the French fighting against fascism, the Nazis who even invaded France and what have you? But at the same time, France was talking about fighting against fascism, German fascists. They were killing Black people throughout Algeria. They dominated Algeria. They were killing people in Vietnam. They were murdering, the French colonizers were murdering people in Vietnam. And they were also all over Africa. Today, even up to now, they control so much of African wealth and resources. Like I said, it is absolutely true that what they stole from Haiti, France is what built the Eiffel Tower. So to tell us about somehow we have to make our struggle against fascism is simply a way of white people saying that they refuse to struggle against colonialism. Because if they want to end this stuff, the colonialism is the question. That's why we said the road to socialism is painted black. And so I wanted to appreciate everybody for being here, and also to reiterate the significance of this coalition. Because again, we're not talking about people involved in some kind of abstract movement, somebody who went to the library and discovered oppression or something like that and came up with fancy words that they can throw out at will. We're talking about people who actually engage on the ground and struggle in various places where we are located. We see those struggles and they make themselves manifest among the people who are in this coalition. Some people have been here for a long time, some people for a short period of time, but they're on the ground, they're fighting a concrete material reality that we know is colonialism. And I just want to express my appreciation. Let's be here tomorrow. We're going to hear some technique now about how to beat the machine. And some people had some struggles with how we've done this process of the school in the past. They say that people won't be here if you don't start off with how to win elections, how to participate in elections. But we got enough Negroes who know how to participate in elections. We got the NAACP who holds meetings about how to participate in elections. What we don't have is enough Africans who understand the system and willing to fight against the system, who will know something about political prisoners, who will know something about reparations. You didn't get that from the NAACP, who will know about the critical issues that's confronting Black people here and around the world and the relationship we have with Palestine and other forces like that. That's what's missing. That's why we say we're going to do this first. And then tomorrow we can talk about some details about how to win the elections. And if people can't hang till tomorrow, that's good. They're in the wrong place any damn way. Because the fact is, just to turn loose people who can go out and win an election is not helpful. And I'm right, Jesse Todd. And that's the people's all the person back there, Jesse Todd. And so I just wanted to say that. And thank you so much, brothers and sisters who are here and with us in St. Louis. And some of you in St. Louis are not here, should be here. And I want to thank all of you, everybody who's come to participate in this school up to now. Tomorrow, we're going to kick ass. So thank you so much for coming on. Let's do it tomorrow. Black is back, and we are winning.
And a big thank you to Sisters IE. Yes, woo woo, you did great. Uhuru. Everybody did great, but we gotta give a shout out to Sisters IE. Yes, she on it.
Sister Zaire is a veteran already.
Yeah, she a veteran already.
Yes.
Learning from the best, comrades.
Uhuru.
And thank you to everybody. Everybody, I'm so appreciative of all the work of the Black is Back Coalition and my comrades that I've met throughout this whole thing. So I have to say that.
Uhuru.
Yeah. Repeatedly. Uhuru.
Uhuru. We love you, Sister Lisa. Great job.
We ain't afraid. Trump, who? We ain't afraid. Please.
We ain't scared.
We ain't scared.
Come back tomorrow, everybody.
That's right. And if you're scared, you need to join us, and you won't be.
Right on.
Don't. I'm gonna tell you right now. Be back tomorrow. Don't miss it.
Yep. You better do what Sister Belinda told you all to do. Uhuru, everybody.
Uhuru.